After being with my first love, the school beauty went crazy. Yicheng died. He died in the bridge tunnel on a winter morning. Alone, with no one to collect his body. How tragic. Until he saw a woman find his frozen corpse in the heavy snow. He watched the woman grieve as she held his lifeless body, and after she arranged his funeral, she slowly fell into despair. It was then that he finally understood there was someone in this world who loved him. Chapter 1, In the Next Life, Will You Love Me Once? Yicheng is dead. Like a dead dog, he froze to death on a snowy winter morning. Yicheng quietly looked at his frozen body in the bridge tunnel, feeling an endless sorrow in his heart. 10 years ago, he had watched as the woman he had pursued for 8 years, Yun, walked into a hotel with a man she had known for less than half a month. Afterward, the man even sent him a video of their intimate moments in bed. Since that day, he had never been moved by another woman. Later, he made poor choices in friendships, was betrayed by a high school classmate, and lost his entire fortune, accumulating a massive debt. His father, Si Nian, passed away due to the inability to afford treatment, succumbing to pain and guilt. After a long struggle, he managed to rebuild himself and became one of the top entrepreneurs in Zhejiang. At the peak of his career, however, a business partner betrayed him, drugged his drink, and abandoned him in the bridge tunnel, leaving him to freeze to death. Now, he was like a dead dog, with no one to claim his body. What a damn life! He thought, perhaps it's better that there is no next life. Yicheng floated above his corpse, watching as it was discovered, autopsied, and eventually claimed. Am I still here because of my deep obsession? Yicheng, floating in the air, sighed as he looked at the cold, lifeless storage room where his body lay. Suddenly, the door was opened. A beautiful woman staggered in, following 2 police officers. The woman was beautiful. But at this moment, her face was full of sorrow, her eyes lifeless, her eyelids heavy with unshed tears. Her hair was disheveled, perhaps due to the wind blowing through it as she rushed over. The 2 police officers sighed as they opened the freezer that held Yicheng's body. The woman's body trembled as she slowly walked to the freezer. Yicheng? When she saw his familiar face in the freezer, she let out a heart-wrenching wail. It was as if all the strength had been drained from her body, and she collapsed onto the floor, her tears flowing uncontrollably. Her forehead hit the corner of the freezer, blood trickling out, but she didn't notice at all. At that moment, Yicheng stood beside her, feeling an infinite sadness. But who was this woman? He didn't seem to recognize her. Mrs. Xu, please accept our condolences. There is nothing we can do to bring Mr. Xu back to life. The 2 police officers hurried to help the woman up from the floor. Mrs. Xu. Yicheng looked at her in confusion. He had never been married. Where did this Mrs. Xu come from? The woman looked at the police officers with a pleading expression. Can I take him with me? The officers nodded. Based on the materials you provided, although you haven't officially registered, since Mr. Xu was your partner, we leave the funeral arrangements to you. Seeing the woman's profound grief, the officers were moved by pity and didn't call her by name but instead referred to her as Mrs. Xu out of respect. Over the next few days, Yicheng stayed by the woman's side, watching her complete his funeral alone. He watched her stand in front of his grave for a long time, unable to move. He watched as she sat alone in the middle of the night, hugging her knees, crying uncontrollably. He watched as she used all her savings to pay off the debts he never had the chance to repay. He watched her take out a school uniform from the wardrobe and hold it tightly, a soft smile of tenderness appearing on her pale face. This school uniform seemed so familiar. Yicheng looked at the woman tightly holding the school uniform. But the woman didn't notice his confusion. The next morning, the woman changed into the school uniform and went to the riverbank. Yicheng, you may have forgotten me by now. I'm Si Nian, and I've come to be with you. The woman smiled brightly, but it was a smile so tragic and beautiful. Si Nian. How is it her? Yicheng suddenly remembered. She was his high school classmate. However, it was hard for him to connect the image of the shy, quiet girl he remembered with the beautiful, yet worn-out woman before him now. In their senior year, Si Nian had transferred to his school and became his desk mate. In his memory, Si Nian had long bangs and wore black-rimmed glasses. Perhaps due to her poor family background, she was always too shy to talk to anyone and always spoke quietly. She was so thin, like a fragile bean sprout, as if a gust of wind could blow her away. But it was this timid, fragile girl who had been bullied in the girls' restroom. Once, Yicheng had accidentally seen her, stripped and hiding in the corner, trembling with fear. He had thrown his jacket over her. To his surprise, she had kept it all this time. And now, she called herself his wife. She loved him. Yicheng, in the next life, I hope I can meet you earlier. Si Nian closed her eyes, her body leaning forward, tears sliding down her cheeks. Realizing what she was about to do, Yicheng went crazy. Don't. Si Nian, no. He rushed forward, wanting to catch the falling girl. But the girl passed through his body and sank into the river. Yicheng, in the next life, I want to be your wife. Don't. Yicheng suddenly opened his eyes, tears streaming down his face as he looked around. The noisy classroom instantly fell silent, and his classmates stared at him in shock. Yicheng. You're alive. Yeah, Yicheng, you owe us an explanation today. Why do you even think you're worthy of pursuing Yun Ruonan? Yicheng, we're not possible. We need to focus on our studies, no early relationships. That voice, it was Yun Ruonan's. How is this possible? She was the school belle of Zhejiang No. 1 High School, the stunning beauty he had been pursuing for 8 years. Since the day he saw her go to a hotel with a man she had known for less than half a month, he had never seen Yun Ruonan again. Am I dreaming? Yicheng stared around in confusion, his eyes landing on some familiar yet unfamiliar faces. Where is this? Suddenly, a group of girls at the door caught his attention. Soon, he recognized one of them, the girl surrounded by stars. Yun Ruonan. But, shouldn't she be over 40 by now? Why does she still look so young? Brother Cheng, what's wrong? The big school belle is here to see you, and you're so moved that you're crying. A chubby guy walked up, a mischievous grin on his round face. Liang. Yicheng immediately recognized the chubby guy as his best friend from high school. But later, this guy had been killed by someone on the street for his sake. Otherwise, Yicheng wouldn't have ended up frozen to death in the bridge tunnel. Liang, you're still alive. Yicheng excitedly threw himself at the chubby guy in front of him. Easy, easy. Your goddess is outside. Liang struggled for a while before finally breaking free from Yicheng's bear hug. Brother Cheng, what's going on with you? Yicheng stared at him, rubbed his eyes, and said, It's nothing, I'm just so happy to see you. Happy, my foot. Go send the school bell off, or else when old Master Liu comes, you're going to be in trouble. You've already been reprimanded twice, and if you get another strike, you'll be packing your bags and leaving. You'd better finish high school at least. Liang punched Yicheng with an irritated expression. Yicheng laughed heartily. He had been reborn. He had gone back 30 years, to the time when he was still a senior high school student. This year, he was making his 99th attempt to confess to the school belle, Yun Ruonan. But he was still mercilessly rejected. She even went to the class to return the flowers he gave her. Because of this, the head of the grade, Liu Ruyan, caught him and gave him a warning to stay after school. But he still did whatever he wanted, not thinking about his future. At the high school's 100-day pledge meeting, he made his 100th confession. The result was the same. The only difference was that this time, the parents of the senior class sent a joint letter to the Education Bureau, demanding that the school expel him. After leaving school, he mixed with local youth and continued to pursue Yun Ruonan until he received the video from the man. What a fool! He had given up his beautiful life for a woman who didn't love him, and had even caused his doting father to die without money for treatment. What a beast! Zhejiang No. 1 High School was the only top-tier school in Zhejiang. Even if you were the lowest in the grade, you could still go to a college. In the year 2000, a college degree wasn't so bad. But all for a woman. He wouldn't repeat the same mistakes in this life. Just as Liang said, he now had to deal with what was going on at the door. Class was starting in a few minutes. Old Master Liu Ruyan was the class's English teacher, and she had caught him again. Yicheng shuddered. He remembered that in his previous life, it was also because of this incident that he missed Si Nian's self-introduction. Si Nian, due to her family circumstances, developed a social anxiety that led others to mistakenly think she was arrogant and looked down on others, which made her a target for bullying by a few bad girls. In this life, he couldn't let that happen. He walked to the door and looked at Yun Ruonan and the others. Yicheng, we're students now. We need to focus on our studies. We're Give me that. Yicheng didn't wait for Yun Ruonan to finish her sentence and snatched the flowers from her hand. Without even glancing at Yun Ruonan's shocked face, he pushed her aside. Don't let us have to see you making a scene in front of our beautiful teacher Liu. Only then did everyone realize. Their head of the grade, Liu Ruyan, was standing behind them, her face black with anger. Teacher, you must help me. Yun Ruonan came to our class to confess, and I couldn't reject her. She even gave me flowers. Students daring to give red flowers to a teacher. Teacher, you've worked so hard for our bright futures. Yun Ruonan, we can't let down the teacher's expectations. I know I'm handsome, tall, and elegant, loved by everyone. But, bro, I'm just a legend. Don't fall for me. I appreciate your feelings, but we're not possible. We need to focus on our studies. I'll take your flowers and give them to our beloved teacher Liu. Yicheng handed the flowers he had snatched to Liu Ruyan, completely ignoring the petrified classmates around them. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Chapter 2, Si Nian, hello. The flowers, weren't they the ones Yicheng gave to Yun Ruonan? Why are they now being presented to him by Yun Ruonan? This is incredibly shameless. How could such a brazen person exist in this world? Around him, his classmates exchanged strange looks, shocked by his actions. His behavior had set a new standard for shamelessness. Yun Ruonan, too, was completely stunned. The flowers, weren't they the ones he gave to me? How did they end up being from me to him? And I came to return the flowers, not to confess. At this moment, she felt wronged beyond belief, and her bright eyes filled with tears. Teacher, do you think I'm a bad student, and that I don't deserve flowers? Or are you rejecting the flowers because they were from Yun Ruonan? Seeing Liu Ruyan frozen in place, Yicheng's smile slowly faded and turned into a look of deep sorrow. Liu Ruyan hurriedly took the flowers, her expression strange. Yicheng's pursuit of Yun Ruonan was common knowledge throughout the school. The flowers in his hands were probably the ones Yun Ruonan had returned. But, compared to his previous arrogant and rebellious attitude, this seemed better. Teacher accepts your gesture. From now on, study hard and don't cause trouble. Of course, I'll study hard and get into a good university. Yicheng puffed out his chest and promised. Millimeter, then let us get back to class. Liu Ruyan broke the awkward silence in the room, noticing Yun Ruonan's eyes brimming with tears. Teacher, do you believe that the flowers were from him to me? Nuonan, class is starting, go back to your seat. Liu Ruyan didn't know what else to say. Yicheng had just made some improvement, and answering Yun Ruonan's question might discourage him. So, Liu Ruyan decided to change the subject. With a tearful voice, Yun Ruonan ran off, and her girlfriends quickly followed. Yicheng watched Yun Ruonan run away, a slight smirk forming on his lips. HMPH. Little green tea, in this new life, do you really think you can control me? Suddenly, he noticed a pale, frightened-looking girl standing beside Liu Ruyan. Si Nian. Yicheng's heart skipped a beat. He grabbed Si Nian's arm, smiling. Teacher, is this the new student? I have a vacant seat next to me, let her sit next to me. Si Nian flinched in surprise, wanting to step back, but Yicheng's grip was strong, and she could only look at him with fear. Her signature non-mainstream hairstyle, bright red, immediately screamed, bad student. She already had a feeling that her school life here wouldn't be easy. Liu Ruyan was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't expected Yicheng to be this enthusiastic. There was indeed an empty seat next to him. Si Nian had come in a bit hastily, so for now, it was fine for her to sit beside Yicheng. Right. You'd better not bully her, or I'll make you regret it. Facing Liu Ruyan's warning, Yicheng just smiled. I'll make sure to encourage the new student to study well. By the way, I forgot to introduce her to everyone. This is Si Nian, Si as in law, Nian as in to miss. She's really eager to make friends with all of you. Yicheng pulled Si Nian towards the last row, completely ignoring the curious looks from the other students. Liang's lips twitched. What the hell is going on today with Cheng Ji? He's not even giving the school bell any face and is introducing the new student instead. Wait, how does he know this new student's name? Could it be Cheng Ji likes the new student? Liu Ruyan held her book and started the class. In the last row, Si Nian huddled into the corner of the desk, too frightened to look at Yicheng, her head lowered. This guy doesn't he look like a good person? Better stay away. Yicheng watched Si Nian, who looked like a frightened lamb. She must be extremely socially anxious. No way, I need to help her become more optimistic. Also, this pale, malnourished look, she clearly needs to take care of herself. I should get this girl to eat well. But, I have to admit, 18-year-old Si Nian is pretty cute. And, since I just introduced her, those bad girls who were giving her trouble should leave her alone now. At the front of the class, Liu Ruyan was discussing the monthly test papers. Only now did Yicheng realize that Si Nian didn't have a test paper. In a hurry, he dug through his trash heap of a desk, pulling out a crumpled English test paper and placing it in the middle of their desks. Si Nian, you just came here and don't have a test paper. Let us go over it together. Si Nian lifted her head, glanced at Yicheng, then at the test paper filled with red crosses, and nodded. They had weekly tests and monthly exams, and since she was new, it was normal that she didn't have the paper from yesterday's exam. Seeing her wanting to look at the paper but too afraid to do so, Yicheng couldn't help but laugh. This girl is really socially anxious. Yicheng glanced at the red crosses on his own test paper, his face reddening. This is so bad. How come everything is wrong? Oh man, I'm so embarrassed. With less than a year left, I wonder if I can catch up. Even going to a vocational college wouldn't be the worst. Yicheng felt a little regretful. The first impression sets the tone for future interactions. If I had done better on this exam, I could made a good first impression on Si Nian. But soon, Yicheng realized he had been overthinking it. Si Nian didn't think badly of him because of the red crosses on his paper. In fact, she even began explaining the mistakes to him. For this question, the answer is A, because the question asks you to predict what might happen next in the article. Si Nian softly pointed to a mistake on the test paper. Yicheng's eyes lit up. Si Nian is so kind. I really like her. But soon, Yicheng realized that he had somehow improved. Yes, improved. The knowledge points that usually confused him and were hard to remember, he now understood after hearing them just once. His mind felt incredibly clear. Is this the golden finger after being reborn? Yicheng hurriedly pointed to other mistakes, asking Si Nian to explain. Si Nian furrowed her brows slightly. His new desk mate is really eager to learn. He doesn't seem like the person he looks like. Did I misunderstand him? Si Nian didn't think too much about it and continued to explain the mistakes to Yicheng. Yicheng's smile grew brighter, until it became exaggerated. He understood all these knowledge points. He was so excited. Tsinghua and Peking University aren't just dreams, even 985 and 211 schools are within reach. Soon, the English class was over, and Liu Ruyan called Si Nian to the office. Yicheng stood there, chin resting on his hand, pondering what would happen next. Cheng Ji, let's go to the bathroom. Liang, sitting by the window, yawned and pointed to the door. I'm not going. Yicheng immediately refused. Cheng Ji, something's off with you today. What's going on? Liang, with his hefty figure, leaned against the desk and stared at Yicheng in surprise. Bro, I've had an awakening. It's time to work hard and strive for success. You better stop slacking off and study properly for university. Yicheng said, his tone serious. In his past life, Liang had graduated high school but didn't get into university and ended up as part of the street crew. Thinking about how this guy had died on the streets helping him in his previous life made Yicheng's heart ache with sadness. Stop with the nonsense. You've been chasing the school beauty, Yun Ruonan, for almost 3 years. How could you give up so easily? That flower earlier, you were just afraid of being punished by the old shrew, so you said all that, didn't you? By the way, I feel like you resemble a certain animal. Liang grinned mischievously as he looked at Yicheng. What animal? Yicheng raised an eyebrow. A dog. You're just like a dog. No matter how much Yun Ruonan rejects you, you always stick your face out like a dog, wagging your tail and coming closer, Liang said, organizing his words. Hey, starting today, I'm no longer the school beauty's lapdog. I'm going to rise up. Yicheng said as he walked over to Liang's desk, pulling out a pack of milk candies and a loaf of bread. Liang let out a dramatic cry and lunged at the snacks, but Yicheng swiftly dodged him. Damn it, Cheng Ji. Are you cutting off my food supply? No way. Without these, I'll starve. Yicheng didn't he respond. Look at you, all fat like this. Eat less and lose weight. Otherwise, you'll get high blood pressure and die sooner. Be good and listen to me. Liang looked at the food in Yicheng's hands and sighed. At 18, Liang was 175 centimeters tall and weighed 80 kilograms. He was a legit chubby guy. Nuonan, stop crying. That bastard, let us just ignore him. Exactly, who does he think he is, treating our Nuonan like that? A few of Yun Ruonan's girlfriends gathered around her, comforting her. Yun Ruonan's eyes were red as she gazed out the window, but didn't he see the familiar figure she usually saw standing there? On any other day, as soon as class ended, Yicheng would be standing outside the door, striking a pose, watching her. But today... Nuonan, why hasn't Yicheng come to apologize today? Yun Ruonan's best friend, Zhang Huaxian, glanced toward the door and frowned slightly. Maybe Liu Laoshi called him to the office. He should come back before the next class. HMPH. I'm not going to bother with him today. Ding 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 tilde tilde tilde. The bell for class rang. As a spry fat guy, Liang quickly darted back to his seat. Yicheng glanced at the chair Liang had just vacated, feeling like something was off. He took off his school uniform and wiped down both the chair and desk. Liang. No love anymore. My bro wants women, not his bro. Soon, the math teacher, Zhang Dali, walked in with Si Nian. As soon as Si Nian sat down, Yicheng smiled and leaned over. Si Nian, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm your deskmate, Yicheng. So this new deskmate is Yicheng? So, he is Yicheng, huh? Such a beautiful name, a journey through mountains and waters, a blessing in 3 lives. Here is a little gift for you. Yicheng handed Si Nian the milk candies and bread he had just taken from Liang. Thank you, but I can't accept it. Si Nian waved her hand, refusing. If you don't take it, I'll just throw it away. Yicheng pretended to toss the items. Fine then. Si Nian reluctantly accepted the bread and candies. She had grown up in a poor family, and her parents always taught her not to waste food. Seeing Yicheng actually about to throw the food away, she couldn't bring herself to let it go to waste. Oh, jerk, taking my stuff to give to the little girl. And saying I need to lose weight, all just excuses. Liang, sitting off to the side, looked at Yicheng with a resentful expression. Chapter 3 Teacher, is this answer right? Yicheng made rapid progress. Si Nian explained math knowledge points to him, and he could understand them immediately and draw inferences from them. Si Nian secretly glanced at Yicheng with her small eyes. The teacher asked me to stay away from my new deskmate, saying that it would affect my study. But this. It seems that there is no effect. He has a solid foundation. He can quickly understand what he is told and give examples. This is not quite like what the teacher said. Could it be that the teacher is talking about another person? Yicheng was also ecstatic. The math knowledge points that were difficult to understand before are now as simple as drinking water. Moreover, when he mastered a knowledge point, he could immediately connect them together. The little deskmate is really amazing. He actually studies so well. The little deskmate looks serious and cute, as if you pinch her face. Well, Tilda, I wonder what will happen if you pinch it? Yicheng had an anti-smile on her face. Si Nian looked up and happened to see it, and was a little scared. Shu, what's wrong with you? You're too thin, there's not much flesh on your face. Yicheng gently pinched Si Nian's little face. Are you? Si Nian's face turned red, and she lowered her head quickly, not daring to look at Yicheng, her thoughts in a mess. What is Yicheng doing? Is he going to bully me? So shy, how could he pinch my face? Yicheng's smile became brighter. Oh, the little deskmate is so shy, his ears are red. Are, so cute. Why didn't I notice it in my previous life? Alas, I didn't know the little deskmate when I was young, and I mistakenly took the school bell as a treasure. Fuck, Brother Cheng is such a beast, he doesn't even let the new students go. The new students are so small, how can he bully me like this? No, Brother Cheng really likes me, look at his mean smile. Fuck, I also want to have this cute little deskmate. Oh my god, Liang, didn't he do anything to harm the world, how could you do this? Liang lay on the table depressed, staring at Yicheng intently. As a close friend, he wanted Yicheng to change his gorgeous clothes every day, but he couldn't bear to see this beast, who was not even 3 points as handsome as himself, actually had a cute little deskmate. But why did brother Cheng like Si Nian, a little bean sprout? This little body can't be compared with Yun Xiaohua. Yun Xiaohua is tall and has everything you want. Liang was puzzled. Suddenly, the math teacher shouted angrily, which scared Liang. Yicheng, if you don't study, don't disturb Si Nian. You don't take the college entrance exam, but Si Nian does. Teacher Liu is really a fool. How could she arrange Si Nian to sit there? Yicheng looked up and saw Zhang Daily's fiery eyes, and smiled awkwardly. Teacher, I'm asking Si Nian a question. Zhang Daily's mouth twitched, and he wanted to rush over and beat Yicheng. Do you think I'm blind, or do you think I didn't see it? Are you asking for leave? You pinched the girl's face, and you're still asking for advice. I don't even want to expose you. Teacher, Yicheng was really asking me a question just now. Si Nian's voice came out weakly. Yicheng laughed. My little deskmate actually spoke for me. So kind, it made me cry. Noticing Chen Fan looking at her, Si Nian's blush, which had faded, reappeared, and her eyes dodged, not daring to look at Chen Fan. Teacher, if that's the case, why don't you let Yicheng go to the blackboard and do a few questions? Zhu Zedong, the study committee member, suddenly spoke, looking at Yicheng with a slightly provocative look. He also likes Yun Yuanan. In the past, he would always get a sweet smile when he went to see Yun, the school beauty. But today, thinking of Yun Yuanan crying on the table, his heart ached. And all this was caused by Yicheng. Humph, I made him lose face in front of the whole class, which can be regarded as helping Yun, the school beauty, to regain her face. Yes, teacher, since Yicheng said so, let him do the questions on the blackboard. Moreover, I heard that this new classmate was a university bully in the second middle school. Yicheng should be able to improve by asking her questions. Chen Zihan stared at Si Nian with a bad look. She is just a poor girl, but she can be praised by the teacher like this. She is a lady from a noble family, and her father is one of the top 100 richest people in Zhejiang, but the teacher has not been so partial to her. How could a poor country bumpkin like her who couldn't eat enough and wear warm clothes be qualified to be favored by the teacher? Yicheng glanced at the two of them, with a flash of contempt in his eyes. Zhu Zedong, Yun Yuanan's second largest licker, was just under strict control at home, so he didn't dare to be too blatant and kept licking secretly. But Yun Ruonan didn't care about him. As for Chen Zihan, Yicheng didn't care at all. Relying on her father, she was showing off in school and wanted the whole world to revolve around her. Zhang Daily frowned slightly and glanced at Chen Zihan and Zhu Zedong. Teacher, just do what they say. Yicheng said lightly. You? Zhang Daily wanted to speak again, but was interrupted by Yicheng. Teacher, I also want to see if I have made any progress. After all, I have such an excellent deskmate, so naturally I can't be like before. Yicheng smiled gently. Si Nian looked up, and suddenly Yicheng looked at her. The moment their eyes met, Si Nian's face turned red again, and she lowered her head and dared not look at Yicheng. Yicheng's heart almost melted. So cute. Why is the little deskmate getting cuter and cuter? Okay, in that case, then you go to the blackboard. Zhang Daily stopped trying to dissuade him. Yicheng's father and he have been friends for many years, and he is usually very strict with Yicheng. This time, he could see that it was Zhu Zedong and Chen Zihan who wanted to make Yicheng look bad in public. 16 or 17-year-old children are pursuing individuality and independence, and they have strong self-esteem and care about other people's eyes. Being laughed at in public is hard not to affect them. Teacher, I am the study committee member, let me ask this question. Seeing this, Zhu Zedong showed a proud smile on his face. Yes, teacher, we know you are Yicheng's uncle. For the sake of fairness, we should set the questions. Otherwise, when that guy solves the questions, everyone will think you are unfair. Chen Zihan also agreed. Fuck, two idiots, aren't you embarrassing my brother Cheng? Hey, brother Cheng, take care of yourself. Don't worry, I'll be watching you from below. If anyone dares to laugh at you, we'll go and beat him after school. Liang looked at Yicheng's resolute back, his face full of helplessness and frustration. No. It's okay, he knows it. Si Nian's weak voice came, and Liang hurriedly smiled. Yicheng is now in love with this girl, and he might even call her sister-in-law in the future. Naturally, he can't help but give her a good face. I believe in my brother Chen. Si Nian nodded with a red face. Her white face caused by long-term malnutrition was red at this moment. In the past few minutes, she has said almost everything she has ever said in her life, and she even dared to talk to an unfamiliar classmate. Yicheng glanced at Zhu Zedong and Chen Zihan, and laughed, two jumping clowns. When Chen Zihan and Zhu Zedong heard what Yicheng said, they were like two cats whose tails were stepped on. If Zhang Daily was not still there, they would probably have to curse Yicheng's ancestors. Uncle Zhang, let them come out, they are all small matters. Yicheng looked confident. Zhang Daily's eyelids twitched wildly. Could something have happened to this kid? This is not like his usual style. I will call Lao Shu later and ask him to take this kid to check. After a while, Zhang Daily still agreed to Yicheng's request. Okay. After getting a positive answer, Zhu Zedong and Chen Zihan looked at each other. The two of them don't usually get along well, but today, facing Yicheng, they have unprecedented tacit understanding. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Yicheng, if you can't do it later, don't blame me for not giving you face. I'll let you make Nuonan cry. When Zhu Zedong passed by Yicheng, he said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Yicheng smiled and said, "What kind of boiling sheep are you, or a two-faced turtle?" Zhu Zedong was stunned. Boiling sheep? Two-faced turtle. What is this? Forget it, never mind. Zhu Zedong picked up the chalk and wrote a geometric figure on the blackboard. Their whole class was in an uproar. This geometry problem is of medium difficulty, but, with Yicheng's ability, it is impossible to solve it. Teacher, I'm not too much for this question. Zhu Zedong looked at Zhang Daily. Not too much. Zhang Daily was a little helpless. The difficulty of this question was moderate and not difficult. Yicheng glanced at the geometry problem on the blackboard and smiled. Can I start? Zhang Daily nodded. Yicheng picked up a piece of chalk and began to read the problem. Yicheng, stop struggling. Chen Zihan couldn't help but smile when he saw Yicheng write down a solution. How could a person who had been at the bottom of the class for a long time do such a problem? Writing a solution was just to fool everyone. Who can't write a solution? Yicheng ignored him and drew an auxiliary line on the figure. With the appearance of the auxiliary line, Zhu Zedong and Chen Zihan's faces changed. This problem looks easy, but if you can't find the auxiliary line, that's another matter. It can be said that as long as the auxiliary line is drawn, this problem will be solved without attack. Yicheng wrote like a god. In less than a minute, the answer with clear organization and neat handwriting appeared in front of everyone. Teacher, do you think I answered this question correctly? Yicheng turned around and looked at Zhang Daily without even looking at Zhu Zedong and Chen Zihan. Absolutely correct. Zhang Daily came back to his senses and nodded hurriedly. Looking at Yicheng, his eyes were full of shock. Did the boy really change his personality? Chapter 4. All beauties so confident? Impossible, this guy must have memoized this question doesn't count. Zhu Zedong interrupted Zhang Daily. Yes, it must be like this, otherwise how could Yicheng, the fifth from the bottom, do such a question? It must be that classmate Si Nian just explained it to him, so he is like this. Chen Zihan also said. Zhang Daily's heart was shaken again. Indeed, if Yicheng memoized this question, then... Looking at the two of them, Yicheng smiled. How much these two guys want to see him make a fool of himself, but haven't he made a lot of fools all this time? He shook his head, and couldn't help but worry about the IQ of the two. Looking at the blackboard, he suddenly thought of a new solution. Geometric figures do not necessarily need to be solved by geometric figures. They can also be solved by establishing a rectangular coordinate system and using vectors. After sorting out the general ideas in his mind, Yicheng erased the original answer. He directly established a rectangular coordinate system in front of everyone and constructed vectors. Zhang Daily, Zhu Zedong, Chen Zihan, the whole class. Liang? Zhang Daily wiped the sweat from his palms, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Is this kid a genius? He can think of ways to construct a spatial coordinate system. He suddenly thought of something and looked back at Si Nian, who was sitting in the last row. Could it be that girl who taught him? But he quickly shook his head and drove this idea out of his mind. This method is not generally taught by teachers. It requires a lot of calculations and is prone to errors. Although it is not recommended, if a student can use this method, it will definitely leave a good impression on the teacher. Zhu Zedong also saw it, but he just couldn't tell right from wrong. As for Chen Zihan, she was confused. She couldn't understand it at all. Liang pinched the fat on his thigh fiercely at this moment. He suspected that he was dreaming. Is this still the Yicheng in his impression? Is it still the Yicheng who ranked 5th from the bottom and could only get 40 points in math? No, this must be written by Brother Cheng. I still know how much water in his stomach. On the podium, Yicheng also completed the last step. Uncle Zhang, do you think this method is okay? Yicheng wiped the chalk dust on his hands and smiled. Smelly boy, tell me, did you pretend to be good in front of me before? Zhang Daily laughed and was very happy. No, this is all the good teaching of my deskmate. Yicheng smiled shyly. Good, good, study hard and don't let us worry. Zhang Daily patted Yicheng's shoulder with satisfaction. Zhu Zedong and Chen Zihan looked unhappy, they also heard it. This method of answer is also correct. Back to the last row, Si Nian blushed and whispered, Yicheng, you are so good. Yicheng looked at the red face of his deskmate and had an urge to hug and rub it. But he still held back. It's all the good teaching of my deskmate. No. No, no, this is all your own idea. Si Nian's face became even redder. Yicheng wanted to pinch Si Nian's face, but as soon as he raised his hand, Si Nian hurriedly moved outside. Oh no. Can't pinch it anymore. The deskmate is scared. Can't scare her away again, it's hard to get closer to her. Yicheng grabbed the school uniform and put it on. Si Nian saw this scene from the corner of her eye, and her face turned even redder. Oh, what am I thinking about? Yicheng was just taking his school uniform, not pinching my face. Little classmate, if you move any further, you'll fall down. After being reminded like this, Si Nian came to his senses and found that he had already shorted half of it. Thank you. Ding-ling-ling. Soon the bell for the end of get out of class rang again. Liang and Yicheng rushed out of the classroom quickly after being hungry all morning. Si Nian sat quietly in her seat, staring at the math test paper. The little girl just came here, and Teacher Liu should not have issued her a meal card yet. I'll bring her one back later. Looking at Si Nian sitting in her seat, Yicheng felt a little distressed. Brother Chen, let's go. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to catch up with the main group later. Liang grabbed Yicheng and rushed to the cafeteria. Looking at Si Nian sitting in the classroom, Yicheng grabbed Liang. Fatty, can you do me a favor? Yicheng raised his eyebrows. Help you deliver a love letter to the campus beauty of Yun University. Bullshit, help me investigate why Si Nian transferred to another school. Liang's mouth twitched. Brother Cheng, isn't this a bit too perverted, investigating a girl? A recharge card. Yicheng stretched out a finger, looking painful. Okay. I'll ask my brothers to investigate later. Liang agreed immediately when he heard there was a recharge card. Yicheng knew Liang very well. Although this kid's grades were not very good, he was doing well in the underworld and had 4 or 5 younger brothers. At the door of Class 1, Grade 3, Yun Ruonan frowned slightly. It was so early in the morning, why didn't Yicheng come to apologize? Besides, at this time on weekdays, he would come to help her get lunch. But today... Nonan, what's wrong? Yun Ruonan's best friend Li Xiaoxiao came over with a lunchbox. It's okay. Yun Ruonan forced a smile. Hey, what's going on today? Why hasn't Yicheng come yet? Usually at this time he's already here waiting to help us get food. What's going on today? Li Xiaoxiao looked around in confusion. He's not playing hard to get, is he? Yes, it's possible. He's been chasing you for so long, and seeing that you don't agree with him, he's playing hard to get. Li Xiaoxiao looked like this. Yun Ruonan also suddenly realized. He likes me so much, he must be playing hard to get with me. Otherwise, how could he not come to see me this morning? Humph, you still want me to find you? Impossible. I'm the school bell. Just then, Li Xiaoxiao pulled Yun Ruonan's wrist, with a contemptuous smile on her face. See, I was right, this guy is just plain hard to get. It's only been a few classes, and he can't hold on anymore, so he comes to find you. Yun Ruonan breathed a sigh of relief, suppressed the throbbing in her heart, and returned to her usual high-handed schoolgirl self. However, just when the two thought that Yicheng would definitely say he would help them get food, the latter didn't even look at them, and left with Liang and laughed. Yun Ruonan was dumbfounded. What happened? How could he ignore me? No, he must have done it on purpose, just to attract my attention. Watching Yicheng and Liang walk away, Yun Ruonan became a little anxious. Yicheng. Yicheng was stunned, turned around and saw Yun Ruonan and Li Xiaoxiao, frowning. Is there something wrong? Aren't you going to help me get food? Yun Ruonan handed the lunch box to Yicheng. Yicheng smiled. Is this sister brain damaged, or what's wrong? Is it so justified to ask for help? However, Yicheng can understand it. After all, he used to be Yun Ruonan's #1 licker. As long as he can make Yun Ruonan happy, he can do it. But, it's different now. Now, he feels disgusted when he sees this woman. She has ruined his first half of life. Brother Cheng. Liang poked Yicheng with his hand, his face full of smiles. Brother Cheng, the goddess took the initiative to find you today, why don't you agree? Yicheng smiled and looked at Yun Ruonan in front of him. Why should I cook for you? As soon as these words came out, the other 3 people present were dumbfounded. No, why is this not playing according to the routine? According to the past, shouldn't he accept it happily? Yicheng, what are you talking about? Don't think that without you, Ruonan didn't cook. Li Xiaoxiao reacted immediately and glared at Yicheng unhappily. Then go find her. Why are you bothering me? Fatty, let's go. Yicheng snorted coldly and turned to leave, but he was complaining in his heart. Are all beauties so confident? Yun Ruonan's eyes were slightly red. Seeing Yicheng was about to leave, he hurriedly said, Yicheng, I have something to tell you. Xu Yinuor looked back and saw Yun Ruonan hesitating. He said helplessly, go ahead. There are no outsiders here. Liang trembled and looked at Yicheng with excitement. Sister, don't waste time. I'm very hungry. Seeing Yun Ruonan looking like he wanted to say something but stopped, Yicheng didn't accompany him. Took a step and turned to leave. Liang smiled foolishly and followed him happily. Yun Ruonan looked at Yicheng's back as he left, feeling very complicated. Nunan, it's okay. I'll help you get food. Zhu Zedong walked over with a smile. Yun Ruonan glanced at the latter and left without looking back. Yicheng, wait for me. Zhu Zedong's face changed, and his teeth clenched, but seeing that Yun Ruonan was about to go far away, he hurriedly followed. Ruonan, wait for me. Brother Cheng, can you say what you just said again? Yicheng looked at Liang with a strange expression. Is this guy sick? Why does he look not so smart? That's right, there is no such thing as an outsider. Liang looked at Yicheng expectantly. The latter was a little helpless. He wanted to grab this guy's ears and said to him loudly, Brother, you are already a senior in high school, can you not be so childish? However, seeing the other party's expectant expression, Yicheng had to nod his head. Because this guy is indeed not an outsider. In the previous life, if this guy had not stood up for himself, he would not have died on the street. Don't worry, I will definitely take care of Si's affairs for you. The two of them went to the cafeteria to get food happily. In the classroom, Si Nian sat alone. Gurgle tilde tilde. The stomach made a sound, she touched her hungry stomach, and there was darkness in front of her. She hurriedly grabbed the table to prevent herself from falling to the ground. She was originally thin and did not eat on time, so she suddenly developed hypoglycemia. Chapter 5, My Little Deskmate, I'm Here. Si Nian's hands turned pale as she tried not to fall. After a dizzy spell, a layer of cold sweat oozed out of her forehead, and her pale face became even paler. She closed her eyes and tried her best to lie down on the table. 2 or 3 minutes later, Si Nian wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and slowly opened her eyes. She carefully took out all the snacks Yicheng gave her and tore open the packaging. The aroma of the bread was very tempting, and her throat rolled. She nibbled the bread in small bites, as if she was tasting a delicacy. The sweetness of the bread filled her mouth, and a hint of enjoyment appeared on her pretty face. This was the first time she had eaten this bread, and one piece of bread cost more than 1 yuan. She couldn't bear to buy such an expensive snack. She caught the fallen breadcrumbs with her hand under her mouth, and put the breadcrumbs in her hand into her mouth. Is this bread? It's delicious. Si Nian carefully put the bread packaging shell into the book. She wants to keep it for a lifetime. Oh, you didn't go to eat, you're eating bread here. Look at your poor appearance, a $1 bread makes you enjoy it like this. Si Nian, who had just finished wrapping the bread, was startled by the sudden sound. Looking back, she found Chen Zihan standing at the door, her face full of ridicule. She was wearing a pair of small leather shoes, a white skirt, and a high ponytail, showing her youthful vitality to the fullest. Compared with Chen Zihan, Si Nian was completely an ugly duckling. Whitened clothes, heavy black glasses, heavy bangs, and a bun. Si Nian's body trembled slightly, and her lips trembled a little. She knew that this female classmate was going to bully her. In the past, when those people bullied her, their faces were full of ridicule. She grabbed the corner of her clothes tightly, not daring to look at Chen Zihan, her body trembling constantly. There is still 1 year left. As long as it passes and I pass the college entrance examination, I won't be bullied. Si Nian kept reminding herself in her heart. She came from the countryside and her family had been struggling for a long time. She couldn't cause trouble and she had to study hard. The knowledgeable old people in the village said that as long as she studied and passed the college entrance examination, everything would be fine. The contempt on Chen Zihan's face became more and more intense. She walked briskly to Si Nian and played with Si Nian's hair with her fingers. Oh, you are scared now. This morning, you embarrassed me. Do you want to give me an explanation? Chen Zihan suddenly grabbed Si Nian's chin with a ferocious face. She was the daughter of the Chen family, but she was ignored by the teacher. And the culprit of all this was the poor country bumpkin girl in front of her. She had to get back the lost face. Yes. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Si Nian didn't dare to look at Chen Zihan, and could only apologize quietly. But, she didn't know what she had done at all. It's too late to know it's wrong now. Chen Zihan shook off the hand that was pinching Si Nian's chin, grabbed the trash can beside her, and dumped all the trash on Si Nian. All kinds of trash were splashed all over Si Nian, but she didn't dare to resist, and could only lower her head and endure it silently. Chen Zihan looked at Si Nian covered in trash and laughed. Trash should really stay with trash. It's so beautiful. Suddenly, she thought of it again, dragged the trash can to the pool, filled a bucket of water, and poured it over Si Nian's head. Your mouth is dry after eating bread just now, I'll give you some water. Chen Zihan smiled happily, and the unhappiness in her heart disappeared at this moment. She looked at Si Nian, who was soaked by the water, and her sense of superiority became stronger. People like Si Nian should be stepped on by her and look up to her. After eating in the cafeteria, Yicheng and Liang touched their round bellies and were very satisfied. Liang looked at the lunchbox in Yicheng's hand, his eyes shining. He just saw that Yicheng had 2 big chicken legs. Brother Cheng, you are not full with this meal, and I don't think you are, you just showed off 2 big bowls. Or, give it to me, brother, I will help you eat it, you are so slim, it's not good to get fat. Yicheng glared at Liang and said unhappily, get out, you are so fat, and you still want to eat every day. I told you that you have to lose weight. Liang touched the fat on his belly with grievance, I'm less than 100 kilograms, I'll be sad if you do this. Yicheng got goosebumps and raised his foot to kick the fat on Liang's butt. The two of them were playing and soon arrived at the classroom door. Seeing the scene in the classroom, Yicheng's mouth twitched. Chen Zihan, you're looking for death. Chen Zihan, who was about to slap Si Nian, trembled, and just as he was about to turn around, he felt a pain in his back and fell heavily to the ground. Little classmate, are you okay? Yicheng didn't look at Chen Zihan, who fell to the ground, and anxiously took off the garbage on Si Nian's body. Yicheng. Si Nian raised his head, his big watery eyes full of confusion and surprise. Why did he help me? Wasn't he a bad student? He seemed to be very worried about me. This feeling was so comfortable. Looking at Si Nian staring at him blankly, Yicheng was about to cry. Si Nian, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. He wiped the dirty water off Si Nian's face with his clothes, and his voice was full of tears. Yicheng, I'm fine. Si Nian spoke weakly. You scared me to death. Don't do this next time. Yicheng helped Si Nian wipe all the water stains on her face, and grabbed his school uniform and a pair of sports pants he usually wore for physical education with great distress, and helped Si Nian walk out of the classroom. "Fatty, help me watch this bitch." Liang nodded hurriedly, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. "Brother Cheng, did he cry just now? Could it be that the new classmate is really important to Brother Cheng? Yicheng, who do you think you are? You dare to hit me? I will never let you go." Chen Zihan also came back to her senses at this moment, and roared at Yicheng, who was walking away. Par. A crisp slap sounded, and Chen Zihan felt a sharp pain on her face. She stared at Liang blankly, going crazy. "Oh, this fat guy actually dared to hit me, he actually dared to hit me. Oh, Liang, you actually dared to hit me." After a moment, she finally burst into a scream. Liang frowned, raised his hand and slapped her again. Chen Zihan was going crazy. This was the first time she had met someone who dared to hit her since she was a child. "You bitch, I don't like you on weekdays. You dared to bully my sister-in-law today. Aren't you going to be beaten?" Liang raised his hand and was about to slap her again, but was stopped by the voice behind him. "Liang, what are you doing?" The fat man Liang was stunned, and turned around to find that Mi Shuishitai Liu Ruyan had stood behind him without knowing when. There was also a meal in her hand. At this moment, Liu Ruyan's face was full of black lines. She just went to get a meal, how could it become like this? This Liang was too arrogant. He actually beat up a classmate just now. "Teacher, I didn't do anything. I was fighting against violence and protecting the good." Liang chuckled. "Eliminate violence and protect the good. I think you deserve to be eliminated." Liu Ruyan frowned. "Teacher, he hit me, you have to make the decision for me. It's the millennium, and this man can still hit a girl." Chen Zihan saw Liu Ruyan coming, crying and covering her face and pointing at Liang to accuse. "Teacher, listen to my explanation, this little bitch bullied Si Nian. If it weren't for me and Brother Cheng coming back in time, I don't know how this little bitch would bully my sister-in-law, our new classmate Si Nian." Liang was not to be outdone. Liu Ruyan's face darkened. Si Nian was a good seedling that she had spent a lot of effort to find, and now he was bullied on the first day of school. Many students who had returned from lunch had gathered at the door of the classroom, and they were all curious and staring at Chen Zihan and the other two. "You two come to my office." It's okay, I'll be there for you from now on." Yicheng supported Si Nian and comforted her. "I'm fine, I'm used to it. As long as I can study, it's good enough." Si Nian forced a smile. But this smile fell into Yicheng's eyes and pierced his heart fiercely. This girl has been bullied a lot in these years. But if I had discovered it earlier in my previous life, it would have been great. I'll be there for you from now on, no one dares to bully you. Yicheng's eyes were full of pity. Soon, the two of them came to the bathroom, and Chen Fan handed all the school uniforms and his sweatpants to Si Nian. The little girl was stunned, looking at the things Yicheng handed over, a little puzzled. "Don't stand there, go change your clothes quickly, if you catch a cold, it will be bad." Yicheng saw Si Nian staying where she was, and urged. I'm fine, I'll be done in a while." Si Nian shook her head. "Go quickly, or I will be angry and will not care about you anymore." Yicheng's face darkened and he pushed his clothes again. Si Nian looked up at Yicheng, who had a gloomy face. For some reason, she was actually a little worried that he would ignore her. The little girl took Yicheng's clothes and ran into the bathroom. Looking at the little girl running into the bathroom, Yicheng's eyes became a little cold. "Chen Zihan, wait for me." From the day of his rebirth, he had made up his mind to protect Si Nian. No matter who it was, as long as he dared to touch Si Nian, he would make the other party pay a heavy price. "Yicheng." Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted Yicheng's thoughts. He looked back and saw school beauties Yun Ruonan and Li Xiaoxiao walking towards him. "What's the matter?" Yicheng frowned slightly. He felt disgusted when he saw Yun Ruonan. "I know you are deliberately irritating me. It's okay. As long as you apologize to me, I will forgive you." Yun Ruonan saw Yicheng waiting at the stairs and thought he was waiting here on purpose to create a chance to meet her. She was very happy and decided that as long as this guy apologized, she could still let him help her with food in the future. Chapter 6 Little classmate, I'll wash your clothes for you. Yicheng? Is this sister mentally healthy? Forgive me. Has she always been so confident? His face was full of question marks. After a moment, he asked in confusion, "Sister, are you talking to me?" Yun Yuanan and Li Xiaoxiao were stunned. There are only 3 people here. Who else could it be but you? Yicheng, I know I was a little cold to you before. I will give you a little sweetness in the future. Looking at Yun Ruonan's still arrogant look, Yicheng smiled. It seems that this elder sister still regards herself as the dog who licked her before. A smile from her can make him lick his tongue and stick his hot face to her cold butt. Humph, think too much. Yicheng only wants Si Nian in his life. Eldest sister, are you kidding? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Don't you know how much you weigh? Yun Ruonan's face turned red. Yicheng actually insulted her like this, she couldn't stand it anymore. She was going to explode. Yicheng, as a girl, you have to be aware of chasing girls. Now that our Nuonan gives you a good face, you should be content. Don't take yourself too seriously. Li Xiaoxiao saw that her best friend suffered a loss, and immediately acted as a flower protector. Classmate Yicheng, is this really okay? At this time, Si Nian came out of the bathroom wearing Yicheng's clothes and pants. The large school uniform covered her petite body like a hood, revealing her white calves. Her soiled clothes were held in her hands. Yicheng looked over and his heart almost melted. So cute. At this moment, Si Nian looked like a pink and tender little loli. Beautiful, beautiful. Being praised by Yicheng, Si Nian blushed and lowered her head. Li Xiaoxiao and Yun Yuanan were dumbfounded. They saw that the clothes on the cute girl in front of them belonged to a boy. Li Xiaoxiao secretly glanced at Yicheng. Could it be this guy's? But who is this girl? Why haven't I seen her before? Si Nian's bangs were very long, almost covering most of her face, so it was difficult to see her appearance. Yicheng, you're too much. I'm ignoring you. Yun Ruonan stomped her feet in anger, and left with Li Xiaoxiao without looking back. Nunan, don't be angry, it's just Yicheng, we don't want him anymore, you have so many suitors anyway, there will be a lot of people to help you with your meals in the future, right? Li Xiaoxiao comforted him. But Yun Yuanan was very anxious at the moment. Who is that girl? Is she his girlfriend? Impossible, he likes me so much, how could he find someone else as his girlfriend? Yes, he must have deliberately found someone to anger me. He knew I would pass by here, so he let the girl wear his clothes to deliberately anger me. Yes, it must be this. Humph, Yicheng, you cunning man, I will never let you succeed. Classmate Yicheng, this is. Si Nian looked at Yicheng with some fear. She was worried that she had gotten into trouble again. That girl is so beautiful, she must be classmate Yicheng's girlfriend. This. Si Nian was anxious and turned around. She didn't want to make Yicheng uncomfortable, because then he might ignore her. Classmate Yicheng was the first person who treated her so well. Huh? What's wrong? Yicheng looked at Si Nian in confusion. Yes, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have worn your clothes. Your girlfriend misunderstood. After saying that, Si Nian was about to change her clothes back. My little deskmate, what are you talking about? I don't have a girlfriend. Yicheng grabbed Si Nian's hand. Si Nian's face flushed instantly, and she lowered her head and dared not look at Yicheng. Yicheng felt the warmth of the little hand in his hand, and his adrenaline was about to explode. They held hands. Oh, Dad, your son has made it, and he held hands today. Without waiting for Yicheng to carefully feel the soft warmth in his hand, Si Nian blushed and pulled his hand back. Back. Looking at the little deskmate who was a little unsteady in speaking, Yicheng was very happy. Little deskmate, you are too kind. Yicheng snatched the wet clothes that Si Nian was holding in his other hand. Shoo. Don't be long-winded, I'm a man, I have to help girls get things. Yicheng glared at Si Nian, scaring the little girl so much that she dared not look at Yicheng again. The two returned to the classroom and found that the scene had been cleaned up. Everyone was not surprised when they saw Si Nian wearing Yicheng's clothes. After all, they had heard about what happened just now. Brother Cheng, Teacher Liu asked you and the new classmate to go to her office to find her. A boy named Lin Fan in the class came to Yicheng and told him what Liu Ruyan had told him. Yicheng nodded and looked at the girls who were very close to Chen Zihan. Then he took Si Nian to Liu Ruyan's office. As soon as he arrived at the office, Yicheng heard Chen Zihan crying. "Teacher, you see my face is almost disfigured. You must expel Liang from school." "Bullshit, believe it or not, I will really disfigure you today." Liang also angrily retorted dissatisfiedly. Suddenly, Yicheng saw Si Nian standing there, with fear on her face. He sighed. Knowing that this incident was a big blow to Si Nian, Yicheng walked in front of Si Nian, put his face close to her, gently rubbed her hair, and comforted her softly. "It's okay, I'm here." Si Nian was startled, and hurriedly took a step back, her face flushed instantly. What was he doing just now? Why was he so close? However, before she could think about it, Yicheng had already dragged her into Liu Ruyan's office. "Teacher, are you looking for us?" Liu Ruyan looked at Yicheng, and then her eyes fell on Si Nian, who was blushing and lowering her head. Looking at the latter's ill-fitting and boy's clothes, she probably knew who was telling the truth between Liang and Chen Zihan. "Yicheng, just now Liang said that Chen Zihan bullied Si Nian. Did you ask Liang to beat Chen Zihan?" Yicheng was stunned, but after seeing the slap mark on Chen Zihan's face, he nodded to Liang with satisfaction. "This kid still understands me as always." Yicheng sighed in his heart. Yes, she relied on her family's few dirty money to commit violence against the new student Si Nian. Liang and I saw injustice and took action. Yicheng was not timid at all. He was completely right in this matter. "You're talking nonsense. I just accidentally spilled water on Si Nian. How can you say I bullied her?" Chen Zihan jumped up like a little female cat when she heard this. "Teacher, don't listen to what they say. I didn't mean it. Teacher, you have to believe me. I'm a good student, and they are poor students. How can you believe poor students and not those who are studious?" Liu Ruyan glanced at Chen Zihan and said unhappily, "This is an office, not your home. Be quiet." Chen Zihan finally calmed down, but tears continued to fall. "Si Nian, is what Yicheng and the others said true?" Liu Ruyan asked softly. As soon as Si Nian looked up, she saw Chen Zihan glaring at her fiercely, and quickly lowered her head again. Yicheng looked up and saw Chen Zihan's eyes wide open with anger flashing in her eyes. However, he knew that it was not the time to deal with this little girl yet. He gently put his hand on Si Nian's shoulder and comforted her. "It's okay, I'm here." Si Nian trembled and looked up at Yicheng. The latter's bright smile was as warm as the morning sun in her eyes. "Yeah. Yeah." Si Nian nodded and spoke softly. "You're talking nonsense, teacher. They wronged me. This little bitch is in the same group with them." In a fit of rage, Chen Zihan cursed without restraint. "Enough, Chen Zihan, call your parents to school. If you bully and intimidate your classmates, I'm not Liu if I don't expel you today." Liu Ruyan slammed the table, and the frightened Chen Zihan shut his mouth all of a sudden. "Si Nian, you go back first, study hard, come to me if you have any questions, the teacher will support you." Looking at Si Nian, Liu Ruyan felt very distressed. Such an excellent child, studying honestly in school, but even so, there are still people who want to bully her. She must give this child justice. After leaving the classroom, Liang hugged Yicheng's neck and said with a smile, "Brother Cheng, do you want to thank me this time? Let's go to the internet cafe tonight." "No, I want to study." Yicheng pulled Liang's hand away and caught up with Si Nian. Liang was stunned and looked at the two people in front of him. Bitch, you value women over friends." Although he cursed in his heart, his body still followed him honestly. After returning to the classroom, Si Nian said weakly, "Yicheng, thank you." Yicheng looked at his deskmate whose blush had disappeared and smiled. "It's okay, we are friends." Si Nian looked up at Yicheng with tears in her eyes. "Friends? We? Really, can it be possible? I am just an ugly duckling, a poor girl from the countryside, can I really have friends? We? Little classmate, why are you crying again? You won't be pretty if you cry again." Yicheng gently wiped away the tears of his little classmate. The little classmate's face turned red again, and he lowered his head hurriedly and didn't dare to look. Looking at the little classmate whose ears were already red, Yicheng liked him more and more. Liang on the side was rubbing his teeth, with a puzzled look on his face. Brother Cheng really fell in love with the new classmate. Love at first sight. Is this too far-fetched? Fuck, Brother Cheng is studying. Suddenly, he saw Shuacheng actually took out a book and started studying. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, thinking he was dreaming. "Little classmate, I'll take your clothes home to wash after class tonight." Suddenly, Shuacheng thought of something and whispered. No, no, I can wash it myself." Si Nian waved her hands hurriedly. How could she trouble Shuacheng again? Chapter 7 What Happened to Me? Shuacheng didn't give Si Nian a chance to refuse and grabbed the clothes in the bag. "My little deskmate, we are friends. If you don't let me help you with this little favor, how can you be good friends?" But. Arth. How can this be? Those clothes are all worn next to my body. Si Nian was almost going crazy. It was the first time in her life that someone rushed to wash her clothes. Besides, the bucket of water that Chen Zihan used just now almost soaked all her clothes. In order not to dirty Shuacheng's clothes, she even took off her underwear. She was completely in a vacuum state now. When she thought of Shuacheng helping her wash her clothes, she blushed and was about to grab the clothes in Shuacheng's hand. Shuacheng smiled and moved back. Si Nian was thin to begin with. Now with Shuacheng's move, their whole chair was directly lifted up under his weight. Si Nian exclaimed and bumped into Shuacheng's chest. Shuacheng took the opportunity to hold the latter's waist. Si Nian came back to her senses, looked up and saw Shuacheng staring at her with a smile, her face flushed. Shuacheng's strong heartbeat kept beating his lonely heart. Looking at the blushing Si Nian, Shuacheng smiled and said, "How about it, do I look good?" Good. Si Nian was about to speak, but suddenly felt the warm and strong palm on her lower back, and her face flushed even more. She pushed Shuacheng away and sat back far away, lowering her head. Her thoughts were very confused. He just held my waist. I was so embarrassed. Did this guy do it on purpose? But he seemed to be unintentional. A girl's waist has always been a very important part. She grew up like this. Only when she was young, her father held her. But now a boy of the same age completely disturbed her heart. She secretly glanced at Shuacheng, who was stuffing wet clothes into his school bag. She wanted to go over and grab them, but she was worried about what happened just now. What would he think of me if he saw those clothes? How shameful. So shameful. But I think I like this feeling a little. Soon, all the afternoon classes were over. Shuacheng studied hard all afternoon. He found that his golden finger was simply a quick learning tool. In just one afternoon, he could recite the texts that he had to recite in high school Chinese by heart. As for math, physics, chemistry and biology, he also started to organize his notes. What he didn't understand before, he could quickly get the idea after just one glance. However, Shuacheng knew very well that he had only mastered the basic knowledge points, and he still needed to look at some changes and do the questions. Liang came to Shuacheng all afternoon, but was ruthlessly rejected. "Brother Cheng, you have really changed. How come the brotherhood has changed?" Liang rubbed the fat on his face, looking lost. He didn't look at Shuacheng, pretending to look out the window in a deep way. Shuacheng looked at Liang with a strange expression. This guy doesn't do his job every day, and he always makes trouble. "Fatty, you should study hard. If you can't get into college, your dad will beat you to death." Thinking of the last life, the fat man died tragically on the street after graduating from high school. Shuacheng couldn't bear to see this guy just graduated from high school. If they can get into college, then everything will change. Maybe this is the meaning of his rebirth. "Brother Cheng, you..." Liang stared, a little unbelievable. Brother Cheng, who often took him to skip classes and fight online, actually asked him to study. This is impossible. He glanced at Si Nian, who was also reading a book, and a bold idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Could it be? Is this the power of love? But why doesn't Jin Xiaohua have this feeling? Shuacheng looked at the fat man, and a sense of frustration arose. Take it and look at it carefully. I'll check it tonight. If I can't figure it out, I'll do it to you. Shuacheng almost gritted his teeth when he said this. The fat man sighed as he looked at the dense notes on the notebook. Oh my God, Brother Cheng, you're going to drive me to death. He complained, but still went to look at the notes obediently. Shuacheng devoted himself to studying again. He was in trouble now. He couldn't understand the last big math question. Unlike the rote memorization of Chinese and English, although mathematics masters the knowledge points, if you don't have that logical thinking, you can only sigh at the questions. Yicheng scratched the messy non-mainstream yellow hair and bit the pen tip, not knowing what to do. At this moment, he heard his deskmate whispering. This problem can be solved like this. She took out a pen and a piece of paper and wrote the answer carefully. Yicheng smiled and looked at his deskmate's profile quietly. Only he knew what kind of peerless beauty was sealed under this thick bangs. Yicheng. Noticing Yicheng looking at him with a silly smile, his deskmate's face turned red again. Are you watching me solve the problem? Yes, that's right, keep writing, I find that I can understand what you write. Yicheng held his chin and smiled. Oh. Si Nian's mood calmed down a little and continued to solve the problem. Yicheng still looked at her with a silly smile. The deskmate's fingers were slender and very beautiful. The words he wrote were beautiful and elegant. It only took a few minutes to finish a big problem. Yicheng, who was still not satisfied, retracted his gaze and sighed in his heart. The world of academic masters is so simple. After finishing the study, Si Nian handed the paper to Yicheng. Here you go. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. Yicheng helped me, so I have to do something. Okay, thank you, little deskmate. Yicheng reached out and took the paper handed over by Si Nian. At the moment when the fingertips touched, a slight chill passed through my heart. Si Nian hurriedly retracted her fingers and lowered her head, not daring to look at Yicheng. Her heart was pounding, and Si Nian felt like she was going crazy. What happened? Today, the deskmate not only pinched her face, but also held her waist. Although, he didn't mean it. But she is really that old, or this is the first time. She wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Yicheng wanted to laugh when he saw this scene. Fatty, do you have milk? Liang, who was about to meet Zhugong, squinted his eyes and looked at Yicheng in confusion. Yes, what's wrong? Throw me a bottle. Yicheng blinked. Liang was a little surprised, but still took a bottle from under the seat and threw it to Yicheng. Hurry up and read the book. If you go to see Zhugong again, I will kill you. Liang's mouth twitched. This face changed, a little unexpected. Hey, damn woman, you took away my brother Cheng's heart. Liang was so angry in his heart. But there is no way. Yicheng retracted his gaze, inserted the habit into the milk, and pushed it in front of Si Nian. Drink it for me. Si Nian waved his hands hurriedly. No. I can't. Then throw it away for me, I don't want to drink it. Yicheng showed a sly smile at the corner of his mouth. Si Nian looked at the milk pushed in front of her and felt a little embarrassed. Since she was a child, her grandparents told her not to waste food. This milk has not been drunk yet, but it is thrown away. This is too wasteful. Well. Seeing Si Nian accept it, Yicheng went back to look at the questions. Liang's face was full of grievances, and he wanted to cry. There is no love at all. He didn't even ask me, RRR. And Yicheng didn't even look at all this. Si Nian, come out. Just then, Liu Ruyan appeared from the back door and called Si Nian. Yicheng looked back and found that Liu Ruyan was looking at Si Nian with a smile on her face, holding some clothes in her hands. Okay, Teacher Liu. Si Nian got up and walked out. Teacher Liu. Si Nian came to Liu Ruyan and lowered his head. Si Nian, take this dress and change it first. The teacher just bought it. I don't know if it fits. Liu Ruyan handed the dress in her hand to Si Nian. No. I can't. Si Nian was about to refuse, but was interrupted by Liu Ruyan. Silly child, I was wrong today. It's okay, the teacher will be here in the future. Go change your clothes first. It's not good to wear Yicheng's clothes all the time. Si Nian looked down and found that it was true. Yicheng's clothes were very loose, and she was naked inside. If she was not careful, she might be exposed. Besides, it's autumn now, and the weather is a bit cold. It's very uncomfortable to be windy on all sides. Well. Thank you, teacher. After watching Si Nian and Liu Ruyan leave, Yicheng came to the fat man. Again woke up the fat man who was going to see Zhugong. Brother Cheng, don't bother me. I'm going to see Zhugong. Liang looked aggrieved. What kind of thing is this? Within a few minutes, his dream was interrupted twice. Fatty, do me a favor. Yicheng put his arm around Liang's shoulder and said with a smile. I've just asked my buddy to investigate Si Nian. Don't worry, I'll give you news tomorrow. Liang almost made a promise with his chest. He just wanted to see Zhugong as soon as possible. There's no rush for that. Help me find a few people to deal with Chen Zihan. This girl dared to bully Si Nian. I'll make sure she doesn't dare to do it again. Liang looked at Yicheng in surprise. Brother Cheng, are you going to be that dog licker again? Bullshit, I'm going both ways. Si Nian and I really like each other. Liang looked at Yicheng with disdain. Brother, you are becoming more and more shameless. Si Nian just passed and you are still young, you don't understand. Will you help? Oh. Since it is my sister-in-law's business, I, as a brother, will naturally help. Wait for me to contact the person later. After saying that, Liang took out a noyarchy from his underwear and started to send messages. You are a good talker, brother is rewarding you with a point card. Yicheng was very satisfied with Liang calling Si Nian's sister-in-law. Chapter 8 You Don't Deserve Her. More than 10 minutes later, Si Nian changed into new clothes and came back. Yicheng put down the pen in his hand and looked at Si Nian blankly. So beautiful. A white wool sweater, paired with a pair of jeans and a pair of white sneakers. The timid and weak look from before is no longer seen, instead giving people a sense of intellectual beauty. Perhaps she noticed Yicheng's gaze, and a blush appeared again on her fair little face under her thick bangs. Yicheng, doesn't this look good? Yicheng grinned and nodded quickly. You are beautiful, beautiful, so beautiful. I want to marry you. R. Si Nian raised his head suddenly, but lowered it again the next second. His face got even redder, and his ears also turned red. She's going crazy now. He said he wanted to marry me. True false? No way, I'm so ugly, how could he marry me? He is so handsome, I am not worthy of him. Thinking of this, Si Nian's excited heart was instantly like being poured with a basin of cold water. A sense of loss arises spontaneously. Yes, how could she, a poor girl, be worthy of Yicheng? Yicheng noticed the change in Si Nian's expression and frowned. My deskmate, what's wrong? Are you saying you don't agree with me marrying her? Or maybe I was moving too fast and that made her feel disgusted. Recalling what he had seen in his previous life, Yicheng drove the thoughts out of his mind. Si Nian will definitely not dislike me. Can. Then why does he have such an expression? Yicheng was puzzled, but when she saw the little girl's slender fingers entangled, she probably understood something. Silly girl. He sighed helplessly in his heart, raised his hand and touched Si Nian's head. R. Si Nian was startled, her rosy little face was full of surprise, and she even forgot to dodge. She looked at Yicheng quietly. Yicheng looked at her with a smile on his face and gently touched Si Nian's head. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. Cough cough cough. Suddenly, a cough behind me broke the beauty of this second. Si Nian came back to his senses, covered his face and didn't dare to look at anyone. She is really going crazy. At this moment, she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Arth, how could this be? Why is this happening? He touched my head, so gently. She covered her face and didn't dare to look at Yicheng, but her heartbeat betrayed her condition at that second. Yicheng looked at this scene and smiled. Yicheng, come with me for a while. Master Mihu, Liu Ruyan's cold voice came from behind. Teacher. Yicheng turned around and found that Liu Ruyan was looking at him with a smile. Glancing at Si Nian, he probably knew why Liu Ruyan wanted to go out with him. It must be so that I don't affect Si Nian's studies. When they came out of the classroom, Liu Ruyan looked at Yicheng and spoke slowly. Although Liu Ruyan is called Nun Mihu, she is also an icy beauty. Her hair is shiny black and falls on her shoulders. She has a pretty face and looks like a beautiful girl from a small family. The professional hip skirt perfectly highlights the perfect figure, and the two long white legs are very eye-catching. She is the dream lover of many young people in Zhejiang. In order to pursue her, many people would break their ribs and make soup for her. At this moment, her voice was cold and gentle, very pleasant to the ear. She looked at Yicheng with her beautiful eyes. Thank you in advance for what Si Nian did today. It's okay, it's what I should do. It was the first time that Yicheng was thanked by his teacher, and he felt a little uncomfortable for a while. What's more, she is an icy beauty. However, I hope you won't disturb Si Nian's studies. She has a bright future. She carries the hopes of the whole family, so you understand what I mean. Liu Ruyan looked at Yicheng indifferently. Yicheng frowned. As expected, when Liu Ruyan saw that scene before, she must have thought that he was disturbing Si Nian. Moreover, it was very likely that Si Nian was bullied by Chen Zihan today, and in Liu Ruyan's opinion, it was very likely related to him. Teacher, I didn't disturb Si Nian, and I didn't want to disturb her. Yicheng raised his head and looked at Liu Ruyan with a firm gaze. Liu Ruyan frowned. This was the first time someone dared to look at him so firmly. But she quickly sneered. Funny, you said you won't disturb me, so you mean you won't disturb me. You and Si Nian are not from the same world. I know your situation. Si Nian has no chance of being the same as you. Your birth is the end of her lifelong pursuit. She is a good child. I hope you won't disturb her. Hearing Liu Ruyan's words, Yicheng's heart moved. How did she know about her situation? It seems that Zhang Daily is the only one who knows the situation of his family. We turned a blind eye to your pursuit of Yun Yuanan, because her family has already arranged her future. But Si Nian is different. So, I don't want you to disturb her. Liu Ruyan's eyes were still cold. Seeing this, Yicheng couldn't help but laugh. Teacher, why do you think I am not worthy of Si Nian? Is it because I am not good at studying now? Liu Ruyan looked at Yicheng without comment. Teacher, the college entrance examination is not over yet. I still have 1 year. I will use my actions to tell you that you have misjudged me. Although my father helped me to be here, I will definitely let you know that I, Yicheng, am worthy of Si Nian. Yicheng's following words were almost uttered through gritted teeth. Liu Ruyan still had a disdainful smile on her face. It seemed as if Yicheng's words were a huge joke. Then I'll have to take a look. But if I find out that you've influenced Si Nian, you know the consequences. After saying this, Liu Ruyan left without looking back. Yicheng clenched his fists tightly. However, he could also understand what Liu Ruyan said. Because many things are more complicated than they appear. Walking back to the classroom and sitting down, Si Nian asked carefully, Teacher Liu, did he scold you? Yicheng looked at his timid little classmate, and the resentment in his heart disappeared instantly. It's okay. The teacher told me to study hard with you and stop being so lazy. By the way, the teacher specifically told me to protect you. Si Nian was stunned. Protect her? This also seems possible. Did the teacher really say that? Si Nian still had some doubts and asked. Yicheng looked at Si Nian, who looked like a frightened lamb, suppressed the urge to touch his head, and nodded. Of course, the teacher said that if you encounter something like today in the future, you should come to me for trouble. Yicheng talked a lot of nonsense and directly portrayed himself as a flower-guarding messenger. Si Nian was shocked. You must learn to resist in the future. You can't let others bully you like this. Suddenly, Yicheng stopped smiling and looked serious, which was unusual for him. Si Nian nodded. After school, Yicheng carried Si Nian's dirty clothes home. However, before going home, Yicheng found a few big sisters and asked them to protect Si Nian. Although he didn't see Chen Zihan after coming out of the office, Yicheng knew that this rich lady would definitely cause trouble for Si Nian. Since Si Nian's home is in the countryside, it takes at least a day for him to travel back home from the city. Therefore, Liu Ruyan arranged a boarding house for her. Looking at the familiar streets, Yicheng felt mixed emotions. In my previous life, I don't know how many days I had lived. He still remembers that every time he returned home, he would see his little old man waiting for him under the street light. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but speed up, and the bicycle flashed quickly through the street. Soon, he saw a somewhat anxious middle-aged man under the streetlight, who seemed to be waiting for someone. Old Shu! He shouted, and his feet sped up by points. When the middle-aged man heard this, the anxiety on his face disappeared. Go home quickly, little brat. You must have been hungry for a long time. I have heated up the food for you. When Xu Heping saw his son, he took the bicycle from Yicheng and said with a smile. Dad. Looking at the man in front of him who had always held him in his hands, Xu Chen's eyes reddened slightly. When I thought about how my father would die of illness because of me, the guilt in Xu Chen's heart became stronger and stronger. Old Xu. Xu Chen hugged Xu Heping tightly. Sorry. Xu Heping was startled, and hurriedly patted Xu Cheng on the back, comforting him. What's wrong? Did you get wronged at school today? Tell Dad, and Dad will help you get back on your feet. Hearing this, Xu Chen's heart softened. Lao Xu is still the same as I remember. The father and son returned home and looked at the steaming food on the table. A meaningful smile appeared on Xu Chen's face. Lao Xu, this meal. I just felt hot, so I went out to pick you up. Xu Heping avoided looking at Xu Cheng, not daring to go to him, and spoke with a guilty conscience. Is that so? Of course. I'm your father, how can I lie to you? Xu Heping felt more and more guilty. Xu Chen laughed. How could he not see that it was obvious that someone had just heated up the food and left? However, he also knew who was behind this. Qin Qingyu. Xu Heping's girlfriend. In the previous life, because of me, Qin Qingyu and Xu Heping did not get together. He still remembered that when Qin Qingyu left, she knitted 24 pairs of autumn trousers for him. But he will never object again in this life. Dad has been alone for so many years, it's time for him to find a companion. Go eat, you little brat. Good. Xu Heping served Xu Cheng a bowl of rice. By the way, I heard from your Uncle Zhang that you performed very well in school today and were able to solve extremely difficult math problems. Xu Heping picked up a piece of pork ribs and put it in his son's bowl. You must. Your son can't embarrass you. Chapter 9. I asked you to study, but you chose to raise pigs. Dad, why don't you find me a mother? After dinner, Xu Chen looked at Xu Heping, who was cleaning the table, with a smile. Xu Heping's hands froze slightly and a look of panic flashed across his face. Soon, he reacted and glanced at Xu Cheng, then laughed and scolded. What nonsense are you talking about, little brat? Now that you have rested well, go to bed. You have to get up early for school tomorrow. Xu Chen looked at the somewhat flustered Xu Heping and smiled. Dad still thought I didn't know about what happened between him and Aunt Qin. In fact, he knew it a long time ago. In his previous life, he had always disagreed with the two of them being together, and in the end, his father was left with no one to take care of him in the hospital. He will never obstruct again in this life. Aunt Qin is a very good person and treats him like her own son. Thinking about what he had done in his previous life, Xu Chen wanted to slap himself twice. He walked up to Xu Heping, and in the midst of his surprised gaze, he hugged Xu Heping tightly and whispered, Dad, I'm sorry. Xu Heping was startled and asked quickly, What's wrong? Did something happen? Don't scare me, your father. He panicked. Xu Chen shouldn't be like this. The only thing he could think of was that something had happened to his son. It's okay, Dad. I just wanted to say I'm sorry. Xu Chen tried hard not to cry and hugged Xu Heping tightly. After a moment, he took out Si Nian's clothes from his school bag with a smile. Dad, I'm going to do the laundry first. Xu Heping stood there blankly, feeling extremely panicked. Could it be that this kid has already discovered what's going on between Qingyu and me? But it shouldn't be like this, we hid it very well. Suddenly, Xu Heping saw that the clothes Xu Cheng was washing were girls, and his eyes widened. What exactly happened? Is this boy in love? Dad, I'll bring lunch tomorrow, so help me make more. Xu Cheng, who was just about to wash clothes, seemed to have thought of something and turned around to speak to Xu Heping, who was in shock. Well. Withdrawing his gaze, Xu Chen began to wash clothes for Si Nian. The moment the girl's underwear fell out, Xu Chen understood why Si Nian didn't help her today. This little girl is wearing nothing today. Luckily teacher Liu bought her new clothes, otherwise. When Xu Chen thought of Si Nian's blushing face, he couldn't help but smile. Soon, all Si Nian's clothes were washed. When Xu Heping saw the clothes hanging out to dry, his face turned red and he didn't dare to look. You little bastard, what are you doing? Looking at his father with a shy face, Xu Chen laughed. My little deskmate maybe. Xu Chen didn't say the rest of the sentence. But, how could Xu Heping, who had lived for so many years, understand the hidden meaning in these words? This boy seems to be really in love. Oh, I hope I don't bring harm to the little girl. Xu Heping felt helpless. The next morning, as soon as Chen got up, he went to check if Si Nian's clothes were dry. The little girl's family is poor, so she probably doesn't have many clothes. Chen doesn't want this little girl to be idle tomorrow. Fortunately, it's all done. Chen let out a long sigh of relief, folded it carefully and put it into his school bag. Stinky boy, wash your face and have breakfast quickly, or you'll be late. Heping poked his head out of the kitchen and shouted. Good. After answering, Chen went to wash up. Dad, you really should find me a mother, otherwise you'll be lonely late at night. Before leaving, Chen spoke again. You little bastard. Heping's old face turned red and he raised his hand to hit him. Cheng's head shrank, and he ran away with the 2 lunch boxes prepared by Heping. Brat. Heping cursed with a smile as he watched Cheng leave. Can. Soon, the smile on his face was replaced by helplessness and hesitation. After a few minutes, he took out his cell phone and called Qing Yu. The call was connected quickly. Brother Shu, what's wrong? A gentle and intellectual voice came from the phone. Qing Yu, that kid seems to have discovered us, why don't we tell him? He asked me to find him a mother last night. After hesitating for a moment, Heping told Qing Yu what Cheng had said. There was silence on the phone for a moment. Brother Shu, let's wait a little longer. Yicheng might have done this on purpose. You know, he's disgusted with us being together. Qing Yu's eyes were slightly red. She also wanted to marry Heping. But. Wait, let me try again. On the other side, Chen was riding his bike to school, speeding all their way. Brother Cheng. Liang, who had just walked out of the door, noticed Chen in front of him and shouted. Hurry up, we're going to be late. Cheng looked back at the fat man and urged. Liang waved his hand indifferently, and rode his bike to Chen, panting heavily. Brother Cheng, I have already found out what you asked me to find out yesterday. When Chen heard this, he was delighted and asked, tell me quickly. Liang panted and spoke intermittently, student Si Nian is so miserable. Her parents died in an accident when she was very young. She and her 2 younger brothers have always lived with their grandparents, but they are old and can only farm to raise money for their tuition. But, some time ago, the old man accidentally broke his leg while climbing the mountain, which cut off the family's financial resources. That's why Si Nian had no choice but to drop out of school. Hearing this, Chen felt a pang of pain in his heart. Over the years, this lovely little classmate has become, due to family reasons, an inferior and timid little lamb who dares not resist when being bullied. Thanks, Fatty. Chen thanked him gratefully. Hey, you don't consider me a brother anymore, damn it, you must be like this. Brother Cheng, let me tell you. The fat man looked aggrieved and kept talking. The corner of Chen's mouth twitched. It was the first time he realized that this fat man was actually a dramatic and chatterbox. Okay, I'll give you the recharge card after a while. Long live Brother Cheng. The 2 laughed all the way. In the end, both of them were late. Quilt. It just so happened that the first class was physics. The physics teacher was a bald, middle-aged man. When he saw the 2 latecomers, he immediately looked as if he was going to kill them. Did you 2 finish your homework yesterday? Chen was happy. He forgot about it. Teacher, didn't you say that as long as I can do it, I don't have to do it again? Chen looked at the physics teacher and said guiltily. The bald physics teacher frowned and a look of contempt appeared on his face. This kid has to find a suitable excuse. You said that being burned or robbed is better than what you can do. The physics teacher was speechless for a while. Chen couldn't even find an excuse. Liang looked at Chen and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Brother Cheng, you are awesome. You can come up with such a good idea. Yes, if we just say we can do it, then that's enough. I don't believe that Baldy Jew would delay the class time and make us do it on the blackboard. Immediately, he also acted as if to say, yes, we know how to do it, that's why we didn't do it. Teacher Ju was just about to speak when Ju Zedong spoke first. He glared at Chen viciously. Yesterday, Yun Yuanan was angry because of this guy again, and he had to avenge Yun Yuanan. Mr. Ju the Bold was very strict. If you didn't do your homework, you had to squat in the last row of the classroom and copy questions. How could a student like Chen, who was at the bottom of the class, possibly study physics? Now is your chance to do it well. Teacher, since they all said they can do it, why not let them do it on the blackboard? If they can't do it, they are deceiving the teacher. Students who lie all the time must be punished severely. Xu Yicheng glanced at Zhu Zedong, feeling helpless. Why is Fei Yangyang everywhere? Liang on the side was furious. However, Xu Yicheng noticed that Chen Zihan did not help Zhu Zedong today. She just sat quietly in her seat, but her eyes were a little red, as if she had been crying for a long time. Si Nian also raised his head at this moment and looked at Xu Yicheng. He was late today, maybe he was delayed on the road. However, he should be able to do those physics problems. She couldn't help but worry about Xu Yicheng. Although yesterday she explained a lot of physics problems to Xu Yicheng, but that guy kept staring at her. She wasn't sure whether he understood or not. Mr. Zhu the Bold looked at Zhu Zedong, then at Xu Yicheng and Liang, and after a brief hesitation, he agreed. He had always disliked these two guys, and now was a good opportunity to teach them a lesson and make them do their homework well in the future. Okay, in that case, you should do these two questions on the blackboard. This is yesterday's homework. Teacher Zhu pointed to the two questions on the blackboard. The corners of Liang's mouth twitched. Brother, are you serious? No, you have to teach other students. He originally wanted to open his mouth to explain himself, but Xu Yicheng on the side had already picked up the chalk and wrote the word explanation on the blackboard. Xu Yicheng, who doesn't know how to solve a character. You've written down the answer. Zhu Zedong sneered. Xu Yicheng glanced at Zhu Zedong, feeling helpless. This guy really has a short memory. He was slapped in the face yesterday and he forgot it today. Xu Yicheng didn't pay much attention to it and prepared to continue solving the problem. Brother Cheng, if it doesn't work, let's just go down and copy the questions. It's too embarrassing to write a solution like this. Fatty Liang also picked up a piece of chalk and wrote a solution. I asked you to study, but you said you wanted to raise pigs. Now you realize that you regret not having enough knowledge when you need it. The fat man who was confronted was filled with astonishment. Brother Cheng can actually recite ancient poems. In the moment he was stunned, Xu Yicheng had already written most of the question. Soon, the solution process appeared clearly on the blackboard. Chapter 10 My little deskmate is crying. Teacher, are you satisfied with my way of solving the problem? Xu Yicheng put the chalk back to its original place and said with a faint smile. Although he looks only 17 years old now, his smile at this moment gives Teacher Zhu a sense of maturity and stability. The bold Teacher Zhu turned around after a long time and nodded. Okay, you go down first. Xu Yicheng turned around and blinked at Liang, who looked stunned. Then he walked over to Si Nian and sat down with a smile. My little deskmate, did you miss me? As soon as he sat down, Xu Yicheng saw his little classmate peeking at him, so he immediately touched Si Nian's arm and asked in a low voice. Si Nian raised her head suddenly, and when she saw Xu Yicheng's smile, her little face turned red. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Xu Yicheng. I've washed your clothes for you. I'll give them to you after class. In an instant, Si Nian's face turned even redder. Xu Yicheng liked him more and looked up at Liang. At this moment, Liang was holding a piece of chalk, staring at the blackboard in a daze. Arth, how could this be? Did Brother Cheng study behind my back? Otherwise, how could he do the test questions? Why am I the one who gets hurt these days? There were more and more black lines on Teacher Zhu's face, and he shouted loudly for 2 minutes. Go down and do horse stance, and copy last night's homework 10 times. We are all late, but how come people notice each other so differently? Liang glared fiercely at Zhu Zedong, who had a constipated face, and walked down dejectedly. He glanced at Si Nian and felt helpless. It seemed that as soon as this little girl appeared, a world filled with only him being hurt appeared. He picked up his things and squatted down behind Xu Yicheng. In less than a minute, big drops of sweat were already dripping down. Brother Cheng, please help me. I can't hold on any longer. Liang suddenly said in a low voice. On weekdays, when he and Xu Yicheng were punished to do horse stance, they would use their legs to give each other a rest. Xu Yicheng looked back at the sweat on the ground and nodded with satisfaction. Just squat down, it will help you lose weight. Trust me, I won't lie to you. The corners of Liang's mouth twitched. He wanted to speak again, but Xu Yicheng had already turned his head away. Bitch, you value women over friends. He muttered something. Turning back, and just as he was about to continue organizing his notes, Xue Chen suddenly found someone tugging at his clothes. I was so happy. Wipe his sweat. Si Nian carefully handed over a pack of paper. The moment their hands touched, warmth passed through her heart. Si Nian's face turned red and she quickly withdrew her hand. Oh, we meet again. So shy. Why is my heart beating so fast? Xue Chen looked at the paper on the table and smiled. Don't give it to him, he doesn't deserve it. Liang, who was originally a little excited, turned green when he heard this. You bastard, the girl asked you to wipe her sweat, and you actually did this. I am not worthy. How can I be unworthy? I just gained a little weight. Liang thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out. It seemed that he didn't have any advantages except being fat. He turned his head away proudly and didn't look at Xue Chen. The 40-minute class ended quickly. Liang sat back in his seat tremblingly, looking at Xue Chen with resentment. Don't just stand there, go and copy the questions. Don't you want to go home tonight? Xue Chen looked at Liang unhappily. The latter then withdrew his gaze in disappointment. He seems to be very afraid of you. Si Nian saw this scene and smiled faintly. This smile is very healing. Xue Chen only felt that in this minute, his heart was hit violently by something. He subconsciously covered his chest and rested his head on the table. Is this the feeling of being moved? Xue Chen, what's wrong with you? Si Nian was instantly frightened by this scene and spoke quickly. Xue Chen did not answer, trying his best not to smile. Si Nian was almost crying, she asked anxiously. Looking at Xue Chen's face full of pain, she didn't know what to do. Her eyes were red and moist, and she said anxiously, You wait, I will go find the teacher now. Immediately, she was about to call the teacher, but Xue Chen grabbed her hand. Si Nian looked back at Xue Chen with red eyes. The latter was looking at him with a smile on his face, and the previous pain was no longer there. Are you okay? She asked. I'm fine. Xue Chen smiled. Si Nian's face sank, she pulled her hand away, and sat there angrily, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. She probably figured out that Xue Chen was playing a trick on her. Seeing this, Xue Chen suddenly panicked. My little deskmate actually cried. Si Nian, who had always been strong and never shed a tear even when being bullied, actually cried. My little deskmate, I was wrong. Please don't cry. I was wrong, I shouldn't have joked with you. Xue Chen hurriedly took out the paper that Si Nian had just given him and gently wiped Si Nian's tears. But, it is just this action of wiping tears. Si Nian cried even more sadly. The other students in the class all turned their eyes over. When they saw Si Nian crying, they looked at Xue Chen with contempt. Xue Chen looked embarrassed, but he still hurriedly helped Si Nian wipe her tears and kept apologizing. Suddenly, he seemed to understand, and gently took Si Nian into his arms, stroking her back. It's okay, I'm here. If you feel wronged, just cry it out loud, you'll feel better after crying. Si Nian had been suppressed for too long, and finally with Xue Chen's comfort, her inner defenses completely collapsed. Several girls in the class with a sense of justice came to Xue Chen angrily. You bastard, you want to bully the new students. Get away. Chen Juo, who was dressed as a little loli, put her hands on her hips and glared at Xue Chen angrily. Just listen to my explanation. Xue Chen was a little helpless. What do you need to explain? You've bullied new classmate Si Nian and made him cry. What else do you need to explain? We used to think you were just a bad student, but now, you're really that bad. Chen Juo reached out to push Xue Chen away. My brother Cheng is not that kind of person. At this moment, Liang stood in front of Xue Chen and glared at Chen Juo. Fatty Li, are you blind? Si Nian was bullied by him and made her cry, and you are still not that kind of person. Chen Juo pinched Liang hard with his chubby little hands. The little girl was very strong, and the pinch made Liang grimace in pain. Xue Chen was very moved when he saw Liang standing in front of him. Just when he was about to say something, that cold voice sounded again. Xue Chen, come out here. Hearing this voice, Xue Chen was suddenly helpless. Why is Master Mihu here? Si Nian's crying became softer. She grabbed Xue Chen's clothes, tears in her eyes. Ai. But before she could finish her words, Chen Juo pushed Xue Chen away, took Si Nian into her arms, and touched Si Nian's head to comfort her like an older sister. Si Nian, let's not cry and not bother with this stinky man. Yicheng turned around and saw Nun Mihu looking at him with a gloomy face. Liang on the side gave him a helpless look and went back to finish it. It's okay. Si Nian was about to say something, but Yicheng smiled and shook his head. Walking out of the classroom, Liu Ruyan said angrily, Yicheng, I warned you yesterday. Do you want me to expel you before you stop? Si Nian is very fragile. Teacher, do you know what Si Nian has been through these years? She didn't dare to cry when she was bullied, and she didn't dare to cry when she was laughed at. She has always lived cautiously. Yes, you care about Si Nian, but have you really felt her heartbeat? Yicheng looked at Liu Ruyan, trying to suppress his anger. When she was bullied by Chen Zihan yesterday, I felt her fear. She was shaking constantly. Do you know why? Because she is always in fear. Yes, my little classmate cried today, but I feel more distressed than any of you. But I want her to cry as much as she wants and let out all the sadness that has been suppressed in her heart for so many years. Liu Ruyan looked at Yicheng with emotion. She suddenly realized that the lazy boy in front of her seemed a little different from before. Thinking of his previous life, when his frail little body cried in the bedroom after handling his own funeral, Yicheng's eyes became red. After I saw that scene, I decided that I would protect her and no one would be allowed to hurt her. After saying this, Yicheng rubbed his eyes to prevent the tears from falling. After a moment of silence, Liu Ruyan sighed. I'll trust you once more. If you can't rank in the top 30 in the monthly exam, I will swap your place with Si Nian. Liu Ruyan turned and left. Yicheng wiped away his tears and found that many of his classmates were looking at him and looking into the distance. What on earth does this kid know? Liu Ruyan returned to the office and fell into deep thought as she looked at the name circled in red on the table. Since yesterday, she has heard from many teachers that Yicheng seems to have changed. And, all this seems to be related to Si Nian. Teacher Liu, I have something to tell you. Zhang Daily suddenly stood at the door. Good. Liu Ruyan came to her senses, responded, and walked out. I heard that Yicheng made Si Nian cry. Zhang Daily spoke somewhat awkwardly. He was still a little scared in front of this icy beauty. Yeah. Liu Ruyan nodded. This kid has performed well these days. Teacher Liu, please don't hold a grudge against him. Zhang Daily felt helpless. He also knew that Si Nian was Liu Ruyan's favorite, and today Yicheng made the little girl cry. With Liu Ruyan's personality, she would definitely fire Yicheng. However, he was also a little annoyed about what Yicheng had done. A grown man actually bullied a little girl, and the little girl was so honest. He decided to teach this kid a lesson this time. I won't hold it against him. If he doesn't rank among the top 30 in the monthly exam, I will help Si Nian find a suitable deskmate. Chapter 11 Bad Man. Zhang Daily was dumbfounded. Why doesn't this woman play by the rules? She has even thought of an excuse to beg for mercy. How could this be? Teacher Zhang, if there is nothing else, I will go back first. I still have to write the lesson plan. Zhang Daily nodded, okay, thank you, Teacher Liu. He's in the top 30 in the class. Based on his performance during this period, this kid should have no problem making the top 30. I'm just afraid. Zhang Daily secretly glanced at Liu Ruyan. He left happily. In the classroom, Si Nian looked at Yicheng with guilt on his face. His big watery eyes were a little red and swollen. Chen Juojuo glared at Yicheng. Si Nian also told her the whole story, but she didn't believe it. It must be Yicheng who bullied Si Nian. Si Nian was afraid and didn't dare to say it out loud. Liang tried not to look at Yicheng and prayed in his heart. Brother Cheng, it's not that I'm not loyal enough, it's just that the books all say that women are sure a field. Take care. Don't worry, I will definitely get you more good things in the next life. I will burn the treasured AoE and hotter for you. Please forgive my indifference today, brother. Fortunately, Yicheng can't read minds, otherwise he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. The corners of his mouth twitched and he smiled bitterly. What happened to me? I became the enemy of so many people for no reason. Liu Ruyan is fine, but this, what does Chen Juojuo mean? Forget it. Since you care about my little classmate, I won't bother with it. But Chen Duoduo's family is rich, she is a real wealthy woman. If Si Nian becomes good friends with her, will no one dare to bully her? It will also help Si Nian expand his popularity. For a moment, Yicheng felt that being a little wronged was not a bad thing. Yicheng, I'm sorry, it's all my fault, I'm sorry. Si Nian said as tears rolled down her cheeks again. Si Nian, don't cry. It's clearly his fault. He should be crying. Chen Juo held Si Nian's little hand and glared at Yicheng. It's fine. Seeing that Si Nian's eyes were red and swollen, Yicheng felt very distressed and wanted to help her wipe away her tears. Can. As soon as his hand reached out, it was violently opened by Chen Juo. Humph. You bastard bullied our Si Nian, and now you're trying to be a good guy. You don't even have the guts to do that. Chen Juo acted like a flower guarding angel and didn't give Yicheng any chance at all. Student Chen. As soon as Si Nian opened her mouth, Chen Juo immediately glared at the little girl, scaring her so much that she forgot what she was going to say. Call me Juo. Looking at this rich young woman with an overflowing sense of justice, Yicheng felt helpless. Staying here would be of no help at all, and would instead be seen as a thorn in the eyes. Class is about to start. Why don't you go back first and come back next time? Yicheng looked at Chen Juo and said. I'm not going. You stinky man must be planning to bully Si Nian again after I leave. If Si Nian is wrong by then, she will definitely not dare to tell me. I won't go anywhere today. Chen Juo puffed out his slightly full chest and glared at Yicheng. Juo, classmate Yicheng really didn't bully me. I just wanted to cry. Seeing that Yicheng was always being blamed, Si Nian spoke hurriedly. Silly girl, you are still speaking for him at this time. He is an absolute bastard. You can't be fooled by him. Chen Juo looked at Si Nian very seriously, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Without waiting for Si Nian to react, she used her hands to lift up Si Nian's bangs. It's so beautiful. Chen Juo exclaimed. Si Nian subconsciously dodged backwards, and his bangs covered her face again. Nian, you are so beautiful. I have decided that I want to be your deskmate. Chen Juo came back to his senses and looked at Si Nian with lustful eyes. She never expected that this new classmate who looked so ordinary was actually such a beauty. The delicate features, soft eyes, and fair skin are simply. Yicheng's face darkened and he really wanted to swear. It's no big deal. This guy comes and tries to snatch my deskmate. You, are you not a human being? I can't take it anymore. I'm going crazy. No, I must not let this woman succeed, my little deskmate is mine. Yicheng's face turned very dark. He grabbed Si Nian's slender wrist and looked at Chen Juo unhappily. Chen Juo, get out of here. My deskmate is mine, and no one can take him away from me. Si Nian stared at Yicheng blankly, his face suddenly turned red, he lowered his head, his heart beating wildly. What the hell? When did I become his? So shy. Chen Juo was also shocked by Yicheng's words. After being stunned for a few seconds, he came to his senses and hugged Si Nian, glaring at Yicheng. You are talking nonsense. Si Nian is my true love. You are a stinky man. What right do you have to say that Si Nian is yours? No matter who comes today, it won't work. I'm going to make this clear today. The little deskmate is mine. Liang, who was watching the fun, was dumbfounded. What is going on? He had seen two men fighting over a woman, and he had also seen two women fighting over a man. This is the first time I've seen a man and a woman fighting over a woman. That's not right. It's normal that Brother Cheng likes classmate Si Nian. Could it be that Chen Juo also likes Si Nian, but she is a woman? How can two women like each other? For a moment, Liang was a little confused about what was going on. Just as the two of them were arguing over who would sit next to Si Nian, they completely ignored the bell for class. Liu Ruyan came in front of him with a dark face. It's time for class, why are you still making a fuss? Go home. The sudden sound frightened the three of them. Chen Juo looked up and saw Liu Ruyan, and gave an awkward smile. Teacher, I'll be back right away. She didn't dare to make this person angry. When he left, he glared at Yicheng fiercely, as if to say, if you dare to bully Si Nian, I will tear you apart alive. HMPH, you think you can snatch my deskmate from me? Dream on. Yicheng showed a smug smile of victory. Let go. Liu Ruyan spoke again. Yicheng looked up and found that Liu Ruyan's eyes looked like she wanted to eat him. Release. Loosen what? Yicheng was a little confused, but at this moment, he felt a gentle tug on his hand. His face turned red, and he smiled awkwardly, then he let go of Si Nian's hand. Liu Ruyan glanced at Yicheng with disdain before walking up to the podium and starting the class. I'm sorry, you were scolded because of me. Si Nian spoke softly. Hey, little classmate, were you worried about me just now? I saw your eyes were red. Yicheng thought of Si Nian's previous appearance and spoke with a smile. Si Nian blushed. No, I was just blown away by the wind. Yicheng was stunned. Blown by the wind. Can this girl find a suitable excuse? Where does the wind come from in this classroom? Although it didn't snow in the middle of winter, the weather was gloomy and the students sitting near the windows all closed their windows tightly. As if she had noticed Yicheng's gaze, Si Nian's face turned even redder. Oh, what kind of excuse is this? There is no wind in the classroom. How stupid. How could you come up with such an excuse? She now wishes she could find a hole to crawl into. At this time, Yicheng's calm voice came slowly. My little deskmate, I saw you laughing just now, so I was joking with you on purpose. I wanted you to be happy all the time. I didn't mean to make you cry. I don't like you to keep all the sad things in your heart. You are just a 17-year-old child, you also need to be cared for and protected. If possible, I hope you can help me be the one you confide in. Chen Juojuo is a nice girl, you two can be good friends. Yicheng's voice is very plain, but it gives people a very comfortable feeling. Si Nian raised her head and looked at Yicheng. In her entire life, no one had ever said these things to her. In her subconscious, she believed that as the eldest daughter in the family, she had to take on all the responsibilities in the family. Her eyes turned red again. How is it? I look good, don't I? Yicheng's words instantly broke down Si Nian's defenses. She covered her mouth and chuckled. This time, she smiled happily. Soon, the morning class was over. Liang, who had slept all morning, yawned and came to Yicheng. Brother Cheng, let's go eat. But soon his eyes widened. Yicheng took out 2 insulated lunch boxes from the desk box. Fuck, Brother Cheng, you are my godfather. It must be Uncle Shu who cooked this meal. His cooking skills are really good. I love it. He pulled his chair next to Yicheng and was about to open the lunch box. Bang! Yicheng slapped Liang on the hand. Brother Cheng, what are you doing? Liang looked at Yicheng aggrievedly. I was so kind to help him eat, but he hit me. Go to the cafeteria and eat by yourself. Yicheng glared at Liang unhappily. But you can't finish this by yourself. Yicheng opened the lunch box. The aroma of the food was so overwhelming that Liang drooled with greed. Who said one person? Can't you see this is for 2 people? I think your eyesight isn't good either. Yicheng placed one of them in front of Si Nian. Shu, 1 ride. I can't take it. Although Si Nian was also very hungry, Liu Ruyan gave her 100 yuan yesterday, so she planned to buy some buns later. My dad heard that I have a deskmate, so he prepared this especially for you. If you don't eat it, I'll get beaten when I get home. You don't know how hard my dad beat me. Yicheng exaggerated and described how Shu Heping beat him. Liang was dumbfounded. When did Uncle Shu beat him? Like. No, this bitch, she has someone she likes and she leaves me, her brother, aside. Humph. Who said that brothers are like limbs and women are like clothes? Liang sat aside with a look of resentment and sadness like a resentful woman in the deep palace. Chapter 12 Misunderstanding. Why don't we let Liang eat it? Teacher Liu gave me money yesterday, so I have money to buy food. Si Nian noticed Liang, who was looking at the side with eager eyes, and spoke hurriedly. My little deskmate is still the best. Liang was delighted. That won't do. My dad said you must eat it. Besides, today's meal is very greasy, and Fatty is busy losing weight. If you let him eat this, won't all his efforts be wasted? Yicheng looked like he was concerned about Liang, which made Si Nian subconsciously want to apologize. The corners of Liang's mouth twitched even more violently. When did I lose weight? How come I didn't know? Just as he was about to speak, Xue Chen looked at him. Fatty, you have to hold on, or you'll end up wandering around. You're so fat, you'll starve to death before long. If you have high blood pressure, high blood lipids, or high blood sugar by then, do you think you will still be happy? Liang was stunned. There seems to be some truth in what he said. By that time, I will be very fat, so how can I wander around? No, why should I go wandering for no reason? Yicheng looked at Liang, who didn't have much brains, and added, Fatty, if you don't study now, you will definitely not be able to find a job in the future. If you can't find a job, you won't have money. We are childhood friends. I know you are a filial person and you will definitely not be willing to use Uncle Li's retirement money. So, are you going to become a wanderer? Liang was suddenly unable to turn around. He found that what Yicheng said seemed to be true. When he thought about wandering around with a fat belly, he subconsciously shook his head. He slapped the table and looked at Yicheng very seriously. I've decided. I'll go to the cafeteria to get food, lose weight and study hard. After saying that, he left without looking back. Looking at Liang's leaving back, Yicheng smiled. Fatty, don't blame me, this is for your own good. Si Nian is so thin, she needs to eat some more food. Si Nian looked at Yicheng with a strange look. She always felt as if something was wrong, but it seemed to be the case. Let us eat. Yicheng gently scratched Si Nian's nose and picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs for the little girl. Xu Heping is a very good cook and he takes care of the color, aroma and taste of the food. Si Nian nodded shyly and put the sweet and sour pork ribs in the lunchbox into her mouth. Suddenly, the aroma filled the air, tempting every one of her taste buds. It's really delicious. Yicheng, you are too treacherous, how could you do this? Just then, an angry voice startled Yicheng. Turning back, the corners of his mouth twitched. This big sister is here again, can't she let me have a good meal? Yicheng felt helpless. Chen Juo took 2 meals and sat aside by himself. Sisi, we don't want to eat this stinky man's food. Come, let your baby feed you. Chen Juo picked up a piece of chicken and put it in front of Si Nian, looking at Yicheng provocatively. Yicheng's face darkened. This little girl is not going to have a good time today. Liang, where is Yicheng? Liang just walked out of the classroom and saw Yun Ruonan who was going out to get lunch. Is there anything wrong? Liang frowned and looked at the campus beauty of Yun University who suddenly appeared in front of him. Yun Ruonan looked around and asked, where's Yicheng? Why didn't I see him today? Oh, so you're looking for my brother Cheng. He's eating in the classroom. What's the matter? You want to go eat with my brother Cheng? Then you're too late. My brother Cheng is already eating with his deskmate. Liang smiled proudly. This woman is not a good person. She ignored brother Cheng before, and now she comes to ask him hypocritically. Humph. I, your fat uncle, will not be fooled. You must want me, brother Cheng, to cook for you. I won't let you. Having dinner with my deskmate. Yun Ruonan frowned slightly. Today, Yicheng still didn't come to pretend to meet her by chance after class. She thought that the guy who was eating would definitely come to help her get food. But he was actually eating. Still with my little deskmate. This is too much. Yun Ruonan stamped his feet angrily and walked towards class 3-5 with a menacing look. Today she wanted to see who made Yicheng not come to apologize to her. Li Xiaoxiao glared at Liang and hurriedly chased after him. Nonan. Is this woman sick? Why is she glaring at me? Liang cursed and then ran to get food. Xiaoxiao, what is Yicheng doing? He hasn't spoken to me for a whole day. Yun Ruonan looked back at her best friend Li Xiaoxiao and asked in confusion. Maybe he doesn't like you anymore, otherwise. Li Xiaoxiao said carefully. When Yun Ruonan heard this, she immediately interrupted Li Xiaoxiao. Impossible, I'm the school beauty, everyone likes me. And he has been pursuing me for so many years, how could he not like me? He must have done this on purpose, to piss me off. Yun Ruonan didn't believe what Li Xiaoxiao said. Li Xiaoxiao sighed helplessly. Indeed, Yicheng used to like Yun Ruonan very much. But Yicheng is a little different recently. When she sent the flowers that day, she felt something was wrong. In the past, Yicheng would never embarrass Yun Ruonan. But That day, he said in front of everyone that Yun Yuanan sent him flowers. Isn't this a slap in the face in disguise? The two of them soon arrived at the door of Class 5. In the classroom, Xue Chen, Si Nian and Chen Juojuo were eating, one man and two women. Moreover, at this moment Xue Cheng and Si Nian were rushing to feed Si Nian. When Yun Yuanan saw this scene, his eyes were full of disbelief. No, I must have seen it wrong. Yun Yuanan rubbed his eyes and looked again. I still see exactly the same picture. She finally got angry and shouted loudly. Promise a ride. The three people in the classroom were startled by the sudden sound. Xue Chen looked in the direction of their voice and frowned. What is she here for? Is there anything I can do for you? I was a little confused, but since the other person called my name, it would be somewhat impolite not to answer. How could you do this? Yun Yuanan's eyes were red as he pointed at Si Nian and Chen Juojuo standing beside him. Chen Juojuo? Why is she here? Si Nian? Who is this person? So pretty. Xue Cheng? Looks confused. Why would they eat with you? And, they seem so intimate. Xue Cheng? Even more confused. What is this girl doing? I'm just having a meal, did I provoke her? Student Yun Ruonan, there seems to be nothing wrong with who I eat with, right? Xue Cheng glanced at the confused Chen Juojuo and Si Nian and coughed twice. How could you do this? Don't you like me? Yun Yuanan's tears instantly rolled down her cheeks, and she turned around and left without looking back. There are only 4 confused faces left. Li Xiaoxiao was the first to react and immediately chased after him. Classmate Xue Cheng is so lucky that he can make the school bell cry like this. Chen Juojuo smiled meaningfully. Is this classmate Xue Cheng's girlfriend? Si Nian's voice was very low, with a hint of disappointment on his face. At this moment, she suddenly felt empty in her heart, as if something was missing. It turns out that Xue Cheng has a girlfriend. Still so beautiful. This period of time, was it all fake? Why do I feel so empty inside, as if I have lost something? Si Nian felt very bitter. Yes, I am an ugly duckling, how could anyone care about me? The girl is so beautiful, it's normal for Xue Chen to like her. After all, who would like an ugly duckling? She had a smile on her face, a little bitter. For some reason, at this moment, she found that she seemed full. Thank you, I'm full. Si Nian bowed towards Xue Chen with gratitude, then left on the pretext of going to the bathroom. HMPH. You indecisive man, you made my baby sad, get out of here. Chen Juojuo snorted coldly and chased after him. Xue Cheng was confused. What is going on? I haven't done anything, how come I'm so indecisive? Suddenly, Xue Cheng thought of something and a hint of excitement flashed across his face. The little girl is angry. Does it mean that she has a crush on me? But soon, Xue Chen felt sad again. If I could live my life over again, my deskmate would still fall in love with me so easily. In her previous life, without me, what on earth did she go through? Hey, Brother Cheng, why are you the only one left? Lian came back after preparing his meal. Seeing the food on the table, he asked puzzledly. Fatty, please help me put away the food on the table. I'm going to be out for a while. When Xue Chen saw Liang, he said this and chased after him. But as soon as he went out, he bumped into Yun Ruonan who had turned back. Yun Yuanan screamed and fell backwards. Xue Chen was quick to act and put his arm around the latter's waist, hugging her tightly. Yun Yuanan looked at the handsome face that suddenly appeared in front of her and her face blushed. May. Yun Yuanan, stand still. I have something else to do. Seeing Yun Yuanan standing firmly, Xue Chen let go of her hand, ignored her, and went to chase Si Nian. But the next second, he was dumbfounded again. Chen Juojuo and Si Nian were looking at him from 2 meters away. The two of them saw the previous scene clearly. Xue Cheng put his arms around Yun Nonan's slender waist and looked at her affectionately. That expression seemed to determine a lifetime at first sight. Bar, you damn scumbag. Chen Juojuo pulled Si Nian and was about to leave. Si Nian looked at Xue Chen, and the feeling of loss in his heart became stronger and stronger. Just as Xue Cheng was about to speak, Yun Nonan's voice came from the side. Xue Cheng, I knew you still liked me, and you deliberately found someone to piss me off. That's right. I'm so beautiful. How could you be willing to give up on me and fall for that ugly duckling? For your sake, I'll forgive you, but there can't be a next time. Besides, if you want to find someone, you should find someone who matches me. What's the point of finding an ugly duckling? Chapter 13 Misunderstanding Resolved. Shut up. Yicheng was angry. I finally got closer to Si Nian, but after Yunnuan's disturbance, I don't know what will happen. Si Nian herself has low self-esteem and lives cautiously. She just wants to study quietly, get into a university, and take responsibility for the family. But Yunruonen's eyes were red and she looked at Yicheng with tears in her eyes. Yicheng, you actually dared to yell at me, you actually dared to yell at me. I have been a child and no one has ever dared to treat me like this. You are going too far. I will ignore you from now on. Yicheng's eyes were cold. Yell at you? It's good enough that I don't hit you. Who gave you the confidence? I just wish you would stop bothering me. Yunnuanan turned around and walked away crying. Yicheng, what happened today? Li Xiaoxiao looked at Yicheng with an apologetic look on her face. As an outsider, she could see that something was wrong. Yicheng, it seems. Don't like her anymore. No need for that. I was just fooling around before, but I also hope that something like today won't happen again, otherwise I don't know if I will hit someone. Yicheng didn't even look at Li Xiaoxiao, turned around and walked into the classroom. Li Xiaoxiao sighed helplessly and turned away. Back in the classroom, Yicheng discovered that Si Nian had been pulled to the front row by Qian Juojuo. Oh, how could it turn out like this? Yicheng was helpless. This was completely contrary to his expectations. It was a good two-way run, but now it has turned into a wife-chasing funeral rite. Brother Cheng, did you do this on purpose? Liang came over and asked Si Nian in front of him. Yicheng was stunned and looked at Liang. What do you mean by intentional? I don't quite understand. Seeing Yicheng looking confused, Liang poked him with his arm. You pretended to be very close to your new classmate, deliberately provoking the school beauty Yun to make her chase you. Yicheng turned around and looked at Liang, his face full of disbelief. Who is Yun Ruonen that he would spend so much effort on her? Also, he is sincere to Si Nian, which is not at all what Liang said. Liang blinked his eyes. It was obvious that Yicheng's expression showed surprise as he was found out by him. Damn. My fat brother is really smart. He can see through such a complicated matter. How lonely it is to be invincible. Brother Cheng, this is immoral. Si Nian seems to be such a good person. It's really inappropriate for you to take advantage of her like this, it's not what? I've supported you in everything else, but this time I want to spit on you. Liang criticized Yicheng with righteous words. Okay, go eat your meal and stop guessing. It's not what you think. Liang couldn't persuade Yicheng, so he could only look at him with contempt, then returned to his seat and started eating. Ding ling ling. After the bell rang for afternoon class, Si Nian returned to his seat. She kept her head down and didn't look at Yicheng. This made Yicheng so anxious that he scratched his head and cheeks. Just when he didn't know how to break this awkward situation. Si Nian whispered, she is very beautiful and a perfect match for you. Yicheng almost vomited blood. A good match. What kind of taste this girl has? Yunnuanan is not a good match at all. We are obviously the most suitable for each other. My little desk mate. Juo told me about your affairs. I don't mind, I can continue to help you, as long as you can be together. Don't worry, I will leave when the time comes and won't disturb you. After saying this, Si Nian felt the sense of loss in his heart become stronger. But she only knew that this would help Yicheng. Looking at Si Nian, whose eyes were already a little red, Yicheng smiled, but he felt more distressed. This girl. Silly and cute. Even though she tried hard to hide her disappointment, her red eyes and trembling body revealed her inner feelings. My little desk mate, eat your fill now. Yicheng scratched the tip of Si Nian's nose and took out the rice again. No. No. Si Nian blushed and waved her hands quickly. Didn't you just say you would help me? If you don't eat, how can you help me? Si Nian was stunned. That seems to be the case, but something doesn't seem right. The class is in session now. Si Nian pointed at the teacher on the podium and said in a low voice. Yicheng smiled. Good. During this class, neither of them spoke and listened attentively. Chen took notes seriously. Although he had a photographic memory, science subjects required more understanding. He must integrate some knowledge points and form his own knowledge system to prepare for the upcoming monthly exam. He had made a bet with Liu Ruyan that he had to be in the top 30 in the class. This was very difficult for him in the past. But now, it will be easy. Si Nian looked at the blackboard silently, his mind a mess. They are really a good match. But is this too? No, I'm an ugly duckling and I'm not worthy of him. What am I thinking? He and I are just friends. Yes, just friends. At most, we are just good friends. She didn't dare to break some rules. She had finally found a friend and was worried that she would lose him if she was not careful. Back to the time when I was alone. Soon, the bell for the end of get out of class rang. As soon as Chen Juojuo finished class, he came to Si Nian's side and looked at Chen as if he were an enemy. Si Nian, stay away from such despicable and filthy people. I find them dirty. Juojuo. Si Nian wanted to say something, but Chen Juojuo grabbed her hand and was about to leave. Seeing that Chen Juojuo was about to pull Si Nian away, Chen hurriedly grabbed Si Nian's hand. Chen Juojuo, Si Nian, wait a minute, won't you give me a chance to explain? Chen Juojuo snorted coldly and said unhappily, explain. What is there to explain? Anyone with a discerning eye can see that you are using Si Nian to get close to Yun Ruonan. Chen, I used to think you were a bad student, but now I just think you're disgusting. Chen really wanted to swear at this moment. This is even more unfair to me than Dou-yi. But if you don't explain it clearly, having a lot of money will definitely bring bad things. I'm not what you think I am. What I did before was indeed very wrong, but you should always look at someone with new eyes after 3 days of absence. You all saw what happened today. It was Yun Ruonan who did it. I have no idea. I also want to turn over a new leaf. Chen looked very confident, and Chen Juojuo touched his smooth chin. It seems to be the case. This guy was having a meal with himself, Si Nian and the other two, and it was Yun Ruonan who came to see him. Everyone knew that Chen was pursuing Yun Ruonan before, but she didn't take him seriously at all. Now, without Chen's support, maybe. Thinking of this, Chen Juojuo looked at Chen again. You didn't lie to me. Chen was about to collapse. Sister, why would I lie to you? What good will it do me? He complained in his heart, but still said helplessly, no, if you don't believe me, you can ask Fatty. The fat man who was watching the fun was suddenly stunned. He just wanted to eat melon quietly. How did it turn out like this? Fatty Li, is what Chen said true? When Chen Juojuo glared at him, Liang shuddered and nodded quickly. My brother Cheng is right. He was blinded by greed before, but now he has changed his mind. Okay, I'll trust you this time. Chen Juojuo then reluctantly let go of Si Nian's hand and sat back in the chair with Si Nian. Chen, what do you mean? Will Ruonan bother you again? Look at yourself. There should be a limit to narcissism. Zhu Zedong was very angry. He would not allow his goddess to be slandered. Chen had a headache. Can this Feiangyang be quiet for a while? Why can I see him everywhere? If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Also, if you lick her like that, will the beauty from Yunnan University even look at you? Zhu Zedong, you are so idle. Why are you everywhere every day? Will you die if you don't stop for a while? Before Chen could speak, Liang stood up. Last time, this guy made me do horse dance as punishment while solving physics problems, and I haven't come to settle the score with him yet. Now, he actually comes to my door. Isn't he definitely asking for a beating? HMPH. Fatty Li, don't think I'm afraid of you. If you have the guts, try to touch me. I won't let you kneel down and beg me. I'm your grandson. Zhu Zedong glanced and suddenly saw Li Xiaoxiao standing at the door. This is Yun Ruonan's best friend. Since he defends Yun Ruonan so much, Li Xiaoxiao will definitely tell Yun Ruonan. Yun Ruonan knew that he would definitely feel it. Even though he was a little afraid of Liang on weekdays, he was willing to give it his all in order to make his goddess look at him more. Liang became interested when he heard it. Why is this grandson suddenly so tough today? Immediately, I went up to teach this guy a lesson. Fatty, if a dog bites you, do you want to bite it back? Yicheng was worried that Zhu Zedong would tell the teacher, so he stopped Liang. The fat boy had fought with him and skipped school before, and had already been given 2 serious warnings. If it happens again, you might really be fired. He didn't want to see the fat guy get fired. But, this guy Brother Cheng. The fat man wanted to say something. Fatty, forget it. He's just a Fei Angyang. Why should we bother with him? Yicheng patted Liang's shoulder and shook his head at him. Okay, Brother Cheng, I'll listen to you. Liang then withdrew his gaze and no longer looked at Zhu Zedong. By the way, Brother Cheng, what is this Fei Yarn? Is it delicious? The fat man found that Yicheng kept saying this word and was very confused. Do you want to know? Yicheng smiled mysteriously. Of course, why else would I ask you? It's not impossible for me to tell you. Just finish reading the notes I gave you yesterday and I'll tell you. Chapter 14. Are you telling the truth? Yicheng, you're going too far. Zhu Zedong found himself being ignored and roared angrily. This made him feel very embarrassed in front of Li Xiaoxiao. He was angry. He is the study committee member of the class and the one with the best grades. Whether it is teachers, classmates or parents, everyone looks up to me. But now, these 2 people simply ignored his existence. His self-esteem was trampled on and insulted. Don't pay attention to him, he's just a mad dog. Yicheng stopped Liang from going up to beat Zhu Zedong up. Yicheng, do you have time? Li Xiaoxiao stood at the door of the classroom and looked at Yicheng. When he saw the person coming, Yicheng's mouth twitched. Sister, could you please stop messing with me? I have finally explained everything clearly, and I will be embarrassed if you continue like this. When he thought that all this was caused by myself in this life, he wanted to slap himself twice. Sure enough, anger appeared on Chen Duoduo's little face again. On the contrary, Si Nian just smiled faintly without expressing much. Yicheng sighed, looked at Li Xiaoxiao and said, if you have anything to say, just tell me. Don't go out, or you will be misunderstood. Li Xiaoxiao is such a smart person. She glanced at Si Nian and sighed. We were wrong about what happened today. I'm sorry. Hearing it was an apology, Yicheng finally felt relieved. As long as it wasn't something that could be misunderstood, he didn't care. It's okay, it's all over anyway. Yeah. Li Xiaoxiao nodded and left. When Zhu Zedong saw Li Xiaoxiao leaving, he didn't care about being ignored by Yicheng and chased after her with a smile. Look, I said you misunderstood me. Chen Duoduo glared at Yicheng. By the way, didn't the teacher ask us to form study groups of 4 or 6? How about the 4 of us do it together? Seeing that the atmosphere had returned to its previous state, Yicheng spoke hurriedly. Wherever Si Nian is, I'll be there. Chen Duoduo held Si Nian's hand, with little stars in her eyes. I have no objection. Si Nian also nodded. Seeing that both of them agreed, Yicheng turned his gaze to Liang standing beside him. Brother Cheng, I'd better give up. Liang didn't want to join. His brother Cheng seemed to be possessed these days, forcing him to study every day. Chen Duoduo was more like a little tigress, and his arms were still bruised. As for Si Nian, he is good at studying and has a good personality, so there is nothing wrong with him. Do you want me to tell your dad about you peeping at Teacher Kang? Oh, my brother Cheng, you are my real brother, I will join you. Liang was completely scared. If my dad knew that I was watching Japanese love action movies, he would beat me to death. Okay, then I'll give the teacher the list. Yicheng nodded with satisfaction. Because of what happened at noon, several people did not have a full meal. Yicheng opened the lunch box, and the 4 of them ate up all the remaining food. Nuonan, don't think too much. You don't like Yicheng anyway, so it's better if he doesn't come to bother us. Li Xiaoxiao returned to the classroom and comforted the angry Yun Ruonan. Nonan, be careful, you've fallen into that guy's trap. He yelled at you on purpose to attract your attention. There's a strategy in the 36 stratagems of war, called playing hard to get. Don't fall for his trick. Zhu Yuyu, the squad leader of Class 1, also spoke up. She and Yun Yuonan are also good friends. That's right. How could a boy like Yicheng, who likes you so much, give up on you? Gao Yunyun, the study committee member of Class 1, also laughed. Li Xiaoxiao frowned slightly. Yicheng already doesn't like Yun Ruonan, how can they still do this? Humph! What a cunning man! I almost fell into his trap. You're still playing hard to get with me. I'll see if you'll come and apologize to me tomorrow. Yun Yuanan showed an expectant look on her face. She already had a plan. Yuanan, maybe Yicheng really doesn't like you anymore. Li Xiaoxiao couldn't bear to see her best friend immersed in fantasy, so she reminded her. Yun Yuanan glanced at Li Xiaoxiao and said with a smile, Xiaoxiao, how is it possible? Didn't you see it before? He has been chasing me for so many years, how could he not like me? Besides, I'm so pretty and the school's most beautiful girl. How could he bear to give me up? Li Xiaoxiao looked at Yun Ruonan and wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Zhu Yuyu. Xiaoxiao, are you in love with Yicheng? You said that on purpose. Xiaoxiao, we are good sisters. How can you do this? Although Yicheng is Yuanan's suitor, you can't do this. Gao Yunyun looked at Li Xiaoxiao with some vigilance. Li Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded. I kindly reminded them, how could they do this? Moreover, Yicheng's attitude just now was already very clear. Xiaoxiao, I really don't know what's so attractive about that guy. Although he is tall, look at his non-mainstream outfit and hair. My dad even said that he doesn't look like a serious student. Zhu Yuyu looked at Li Xiaoxiao with some contempt. No, I'm thinking about Yuanan. Yuanan is my good friend. How could I harm her? Li Xiaoxiao explained hurriedly. Xiaoxiao, I won't care who among my suitors you like, but you can't do that to Yicheng. Yun Yuanan also restrained the smile on his face and looked at Li Xiaoxiao seriously. That's really not what I meant. People don't like you anymore, so why are you still sticking to them? Li Xiaoxiao was anxious for a moment and said it directly. Zhu Yuyu sneered. Li Xiaoxiao, you are so funny. If Yicheng didn't like Yuanan, why would he pursue her for so long? And if he didn't like Yuanan, who else would he like? Does he like you? You're so funny. Take a good look at yourself. You and Yuanan are worlds apart. How can you compare? Xiaoxiao, apologize to Yuanan, and we can still forgive you. Forget it, we are all good friends. I don't want to hear what Xiaoxiao said again. Yun Yuanan also turned cold and looked at Li Xiaoxiao. Looking at the people in front of her, Li Xiaoxiao was speechless. Go and have fun by yourselves. I won't keep you company. Li Xiaoxiao said this and left without looking back. Yun Yuanan wanted to ask her to stay, but was stopped by Zhu Yuyu and Gao Yunyun. Yuanan, ignore her. Look at her. She even gave up our friendship for Yicheng. You shouldn't make friends with people like her. That's right, forget about her. You're the school beauty, don't you still need true friends? After hearing what Zhu Yuyu and Gao Yunyun said, Yun Ruonan nodded and no longer paid attention to Li Xiaoxiao who was leaving. Yicheng, is what you just said true? During class, Si Nian poked Yicheng's arm and asked with a blushing face. Yicheng Yile looked at Si Nian. What did I say? Si Nian's face turned even redder, but he still said, it's just that you no longer like that beautiful girl. After saying that, Si Nian didn't even look at Yicheng. My ears are blushing. Guess what? I'll tell you if you guess it right. Yicheng wanted to tease his cute little classmate. Really? Si Nian's voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible, and it was trembling. So cute. Yicheng pinched Si Nian's little face. Very soft and hot. Si Nian was startled and dodged to the side. However, Yicheng still pinched his face. Of course it's true. I have changed my mind now, and there is really nothing attractive about you, Yuanan. I only recognize you in this life. Yicheng's voice at the back was so low that almost only he could hear it. I didn't hear what you said later. Si Nian raised his head and looked at Yicheng and asked. He smiled and made a gesture to keep quiet. It's a secret. In the evening, after evening self-study, Yicheng said goodbye to Si Nian and went home with Liang. Brother Cheng, do you really like Si Nian? Are you really not kidding me? What good will it do for me to lie to you? Yicheng glanced at Liang and smiled. Is that so? That's fine too. Although Si Nian is not as pretty as Yun Ruonan, and her figure is not as good as Yun Ruonan's, but bullshit, Si Nian crushes Yun Yuanan in every aspect. Yicheng felt resentful in his heart. You said that my deskmate is not as pretty as Yun Yuanan because you haven't seen her face under her bangs. Lian was shocked. Is this what the legendary lover sees beauty in everything? Brother Cheng, it's still early tonight, why don't we go to the internet cafe? No, I want to go home and study. Shuachen refused directly and sternly. He had to go back home to do something important tonight. He remembered that on this day in his previous life, he returned home and happened to see Xu Heping and Qin Qingyu busy cooking for him. Because of this, I got very angry and slammed the door and left. Brother Cheng, you have changed. You don't love me anymore. Liang looked at Shuachen aggrievedly. Shuachen got goosebumps. He wondered when this guy became so mean. It's so misleading when two grown men talk about love or not. Get lost. Aren't you ashamed to say such things as a grown man? Hey, Brother Cheng, don't tell me, I'm thick-skinned and shameless. Looking at the lights on in the house, Shuachen parked his bicycle, suppressed the smile on his face, and walked towards home. At this moment, Xu Heping and Qin Qingyu brought the hot food to the dining table. Brother Qin, Yicheng will be back soon, so I'll go back first. Qin Qingyu was a little anxious. She was worried about being seen. After all, Xu Yicheng didn't like her. Qingyu, I'll see you off. Xu Heping was also helpless, as he knew Xu Yichen's temper. Dad, where are you taking Aunt Qin? You've been busy for a long time, why don't you let Aunt Qin have a meal before going home? Chapter 15 Lao Shu, do you need me, your son, to teach you how to pursue your wife? Xu Heping and Qin Qingyu looked at the big boy blocking the door with embarrassed expressions. One ride, Auntie, I just came over to help, it's nothing. Qin Qingyu couldn't speak clearly and her face was full of embarrassment. At this moment, she was like a little girl who was caught in a premature love affair. Yes, your Aunt Qin just came over to help me. Xu Heping took a step forward and stood in front of Qin Qingyu. Xu Yichen smiled. I didn't expect that Lao Shu is still very responsible. Dad, you are already half my age, why are you not as sensible as me? Really? Xu Yicheng smiled and held Qin Qingyu's hand. Qin Qingyu looked at Xu Yichen and cast a look for help to Xu Heping. This child. Something seems different. Pulling Qin Qingyu to sit down, Xu Yicheng said with a smile, Aunt Qin, if you have nothing to do in the future, please come to our house more often, otherwise my dad will do something stupid again. Yicheng, you eat first. You must be hungry after a whole day of school. Auntie will serve you some food. Qin Qingyu felt uneasy. She found it difficult to adapt to Xu Yicheng's 180-degree change in attitude towards her. Thank you, Aunt Qin. Qin Qingyu paused slightly. Xu Heping also stared at Xu Yichen with wide eyes. He always felt that something was wrong. In my impression, Xu Yicheng always had an absolutely unwelcome attitude towards Qin Qingyu, and he would get furious as soon as he saw her. But instead of getting angry today, he was very polite. Most importantly, this kid actually called Qin Qingyu. Yicheng, haven't you encountered any problems recently? Xu Heping asked with some concern. I'm fine. And your dad, go help Aunt Qin. Why are you sitting here? Xu Yichen pushed Xu Heping and asked him to go to the kitchen to help. He's already quite old, but he still wants me, his son, to teach him how to date. Dad is really something. Xu Yichen sighed. He hoped that his husband would become a successful man, but he could do nothing. In the kitchen, Qin Qingyu looked at Xu Heping in fear. Brother Xu, what happened to Yicheng? I don't know, but he should agree with us. Xu Heping shook his head. It's okay, I'm here. Seeing Qin Qingyu's worry, Xu Heping held the latter's hand. The two looked at each other and smiled. Aunt Qin, you are such a great cook. If my dad could marry a wife like you, I would be so lucky. Qin Qingyu blushed, her hand that was picking up the food twitched, and she glanced secretly at Xu Heping. Xu Heping also coughed twice in embarrassment. Hey! Has this guy really changed his temper? Even though I was insulted, I won't be polite since you helped me. I was secretly happy, knowing that Xu Yicheng was creating another opportunity for me. You little brat, now that you have Aunt Qin, you actually dislike me. But if Aunt Qin comes over often, you must not get angry. Xu Yichen glanced at Xu Heping, rolled his eyes, and felt unhappy in his heart. Dad, could you be a little smarter? Oh, it really makes me worry, but who says you are my dad? I have to consider your lower body. Aunt Qin, why don't you marry my dad? Although he is ugly, sloppy, unkempt, and unreliable, he is honest, responsible, and a good man. Aunt Jean, don't worry. If you marry my dad, we will never let you suffer any injustice. If my dad dares to bully you, we will deal with him together and then pull out his oxygen tube. The corners of Xu Heping's mouth twitched. Is this guy insulting himself or praising himself? What does it mean to be a good person? And you pulled out the oxygen tube. You are so filial. Qin Qingyue's face turned slightly red as she looked at the scene of loving father and filial son. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. This happened so suddenly that she still found it hard to accept it. At this moment, she felt like she was dreaming. Aunt Jean, don't worry. I will always treat Xinshin as my own sister, and I will not let her suffer any grievances. Seeing that Qin Qingyu had been silent, Xu Chen became a little anxious. He was worried that because of his rebirth, he had changed the original history and Qin Qingyu would not intend to marry Xu Heping. Aunt Jean, if you think I'm an eyesore here, I can move to school and make room for you, my dad, and sister Xinshin. Xu Chen was really anxious. Silly child, what nonsense are you talking about? This is your home. I heard from your father that you have good grades now. Who will help Susu with her homework after you move out? Qin Qingyue's cheeks flushed slightly and she nodded. So, you are willing to marry dad? Xu Heping and his son breathed a sigh of relief. This is good news. In this life, Xu Chen is trying his best to make up for what he owed to Xu Heping in his previous life. He will never make the same mistake again. After dinner, Qin Qingyu couldn't resist Xu Chen, so she packed a meal and took it back for Chushin, who was going home after evening class. Chushin is Qin Qingyue's daughter. A few years ago, Qin Qingyue's in-laws disliked the fact that she gave birth to a daughter, so they forced their son to divorce Qin Qingyu. Over the years, the mother and daughter have depended on each other. In her previous life, the little girl did not object to Qin Qingyu and Xu Heping's relationship, but because Xu Yicheng had been obstructing them, Chushin also hated Xu Yicheng very much. Old Xu, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and send Aunt Jean off. You are already quite old, and you still need a kid like me to remind you. Looking at Xu Heping, who was standing aside with a silly smile, Xu Chen was speechless. You're already old, but you still make me worry. You little rascal, I'm just so happy. Xu Heping smiled and hit Xu Chen, then went out happily to see him off. Looking at the backs of Xu Heping and the other man as they left, Xu Chen smiled. Dad, I was ignorant in my last life, I won't be so in this life. Under the moonlight, Qin Qingyu and Xu Heping were silent. One was pushing a bicycle while the other was walking quietly. A few minutes later, Qin Qingyu stopped. Brother Xu, let's just drop you off here today. You can go back and keep me company for the rest of the trip. Yeah. Xu Heping nodded. The two looked at each other and laughed. They have waited for this day for too long. It made them feel like they were dreaming. Then, slow down on the road. Brother Xu, I'm very happy. Yicheng finally recognized me. Before parting, Qin Qingyu hugged Xu Heping tightly, like a little girl, burying her blushing face in the broad chest of her lover. The dim light quietly fell on them. Xu Chen returned to the bedroom and turned on the computer. The computer was given to him by Xu Heping when he was in high school, saying it was a reward for him being admitted to high school. Xu Chen logged into his Penguin account and wanted to chat with his deskmate. But soon, he laughed. It is the millennium now, there are very few computers, and mobile phones are still keypad phones, and there are very few people. Si Nian naturally didn't he? I'll apply for one for her first, and give it to her when there's a chance. But just then, the computer made a beeping sound. The little penguin on the desktop flashed. Who sent me a message? I opened the dialog box and saw that it was a message from Yanonen. Are you there? Looking up, Xu Chen wished he could slap himself twice. He discovered that he is so cheap. Good morning, Nuonan. Today is another day that I miss you. Nuonan, good afternoon. I was thinking about you while eating today. I love you so much. Nuonan, good evening. It's been a whole day. Why don't you reply to my message? Are you too busy? Nuonan, I dreamed of you again last night. You and I held hands and ran in the dusk. Nuonan, your white dress today is so beautiful. You are worthy of being the girl I like. You must have been a princess in your previous life. Nuonan, it's your birthday tomorrow. I have prepared a surprise for you. You will definitely like it. Looking at the dialogue box without any reply, Yicheng now finds that his former self was even more than a bootlicker. Super big bootlicker. He couldn't help laughing again. So stupid. Suddenly, another new message was sent in the dialogue box. Yicheng, don't be shameless. I am lucky to be able to send you a message. Please reply to me quickly, otherwise I will ignore you for a week. In an upscale residential area in Zhejiang, Yunruonan was wearing cashmere pajamas with her hair draped over her shoulders, looking very pure. She was a little annoyed at the moment. Yicheng, that bastard, he's clearly online, why didn't he reply to my message? Humph. You're addicted to playing hard to get. Seeing that there was still no movement in the dialogue box, she sent another message. Yicheng, I'll give you 1 minute to reply to my message quickly, otherwise you will bear the consequences at your own risk. Also, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because Li Xiaoxiao likes you. You are my pursuer, and you can only like whoever I tell you to like. Yicheng looked at the message in the dialogue box with a strange expression. Is Yunruonan mentally ill? He must have had a cerebral thrombosis for 10 years to say these words. Also, isn't she overconfident? What's the matter with Li Xiaoxiao liking me? How come I didn't know? Could it be that I am so handsome that I attracted this beautiful girl? But it's too late. Si Nian is the only one in my heart. Yicheng narcissistically took the mirror and looked at the handsome face in the mirror. So handsome. How could I, who am so handsome, fall for Yunruonan? What a fool. Sighing, Yicheng typed on the keyboard. He wanted to ask why Li Xiaoxiao liked him. Although he only had Si Nian in his heart, he was still a little curious and gossipy. What does Li Xiaoxiao like about herself? You said Li Xiaoxiao likes me. What does she like about me? Yunruonan, who was almost going crazy, heard the sound and looked over hurriedly. Yicheng, your little thoughts are too easy to guess. You come to chat with me under the pretext of asking questions. As expected, you just can't leave me. Delighted, Yunruonan tapped on the keyboard. You are quite sensible, but your excuse is too superficial. Yicheng? This person is indeed sick. Chapter 16. If a poor student like you doesn't drop out of school, do you want me to expel you? These sisters are too narcissistic. It was the first time that Yicheng felt that Yunruonan was so narcissistic. However, in order to find out what happened to Li Xiaoxiao, he continued typing. Yunruonan, I'm not interested in you. I'm just curious why you said Li Xiaoxiao likes me. Besides, why are you so narcissistic? Hasn't anyone told you what humility is? After sending the message, Yicheng directly deleted Yunruonan. He looked frightened. It's better to stay away from this kind of person. Who knows, he might do something terrible someday. Yicheng, you're going too far. Yunruonan screamed as she looked at the words on the computer screen. This was the first time in her life that someone dared to say this about her. That's too much. He really thought that if I treated him well for a few days, he would be able to talk to me like this. She typed frantically on the keyboard, expressing all her dissatisfaction. But when she sent it, she was dumbfounded. Sending failed. Looking at the 4 big words on the computer screen, Yunruonan wanted to kill someone. Yicheng actually deleted her. Unforgivable. She was angry and decided to go to Yicheng to ask for an explanation. The next day, when Yicheng walked into the classroom yawning, he saw Si Nian already sitting in the classroom. Good morning, little classmate. He ran over cheerfully and gently scratched the tip of Si Nian's nose. Yicheng, you. Si Nian's face turned red again, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Yicheng. What on earth is he trying to do? Even if I have a good temper, I can't do this. But, this seems not bad. Si Nian glanced at Yicheng secretly and her face turned even redder. My little deskmate, if you keep peeking at me like this, I'll call for help. I didn't, I just wanted to see if you were studying. Looking at the girl whose ears blushed, Yicheng smiled. He likes it so much. Even lying is so cute that it makes him feel pity for her. Yicheng, you'd better cram for the next few days, because the monthly exam is coming soon. This time, Zhuzidong's study group specifically challenged us by name. Chen Juojuo also came over at this time and glared at Yicheng. It's okay. I will definitely be in the top 30 in the class this time. You know, my desk mate has been tutoring me every day these days. Xue Chen looked confident and he was very sure about this exam. Xue Cheng, everyone can brag, but don't think you are great just because you can solve a few math and physics problems every day. I tell you, you will definitely lose this time. Xue Chen looked at Zhu Zedong who was walking towards him, his eyes full of disgust. This guy is just haunting, like a green-headed fly looking for food, so annoying. I heard a dog barking early in the morning. I wonder whose dog escaped. Lian came to the classroom happily, holding a bun in his mouth. Who the hell are you calling a dog? Fatty Li, try calling him that again. Zhu Zedong pointed at Liang and yelled. You are dog, Zhu Zedong is a dog. Stupid dog, cheap dog. This was the first time in Lian's life that he had heard such a humble request. If he doesn't satisfy Zhu Zedong, doesn't it mean that he is even more despicable than him? Zhu Zedong's face turned blue with anger, but he didn't dare to step forward and fight with Liang. The difference in size between the two sides allowed Zhu Zedong to remain rational. Humph, you only know how to bully Zhu Zedong, but if you have the guts, come and bully me. At this moment, Chen Zihan also came over and stared at Si Nian with a very provocative look. Si Nian stepped back subconsciously, not daring to look at Chen Zihan. Xue Chen sneered and stood in front of Si Nian. Chen Zihan, do you want me to tell everyone about the incident where you knelt on the ground and begged for mercy a few days ago? Chen Zihan's face changed, but soon he seemed to have thought of something, pointing at Xue Chen and roaring, It's you, I'll tear you apart. On the night when Si Nian was bullied, she was blocked on her way home by several girls who had dropped out of school long ago and was severely beaten. At that time, she racked her brains but couldn't figure out who she had offended. Now after listening to Xue Cheng's explanation, I instantly understood the whole story. Immediately, he stepped forward and tried to scratch Xue Cheng. Chen Zihan, what are you doing? Suddenly, a rough male voice was heard. A few people looked back and found that Principal Wang Daking was standing at the door of the classroom at some point. At this moment, he was looking at Xue Cheng and the other three with anger on his face. Principal. Zhu Zedong spoke hurriedly. Yeah. Wang Daking glanced at Zhu Zedong and nodded. Zhu Zedong was ecstatic and looked at Xue Chen provocatively. See, this is how good students are treated. Xue Chen ignored him and was about to take out a book to read. Principal Wang Daking frowned, with disgust in his eyes. He hates this kind of students. They don't study hard every day and drag down the school's graduation rate. Xue Chen, come out here. Xue Chen frowned, feeling a little helpless, but still walked out. Zhu Zedong and Chen Zihan laughed with glee. This kind of poor student shouldn't be allowed to come to school. It affects our studies. We want to go to college. After leaving these words, Zhu Zedong and Chen Zihan left contentedly. Si Nian was a little worried. She knew that Xue Chen would definitely be scolded if he was called out. Principal, Xue Chen did not make any mistakes. After a slight hesitation, Si Nian spoke. Xue Chen felt warm in his heart when he saw the anxious Si Nian. Little girl, you are speaking for me. Student Si Nian, it's okay. The teacher won't make things difficult for him. The principal smiled. This is his lifeblood, and it was not easy for him to find this top scholar. You can all go learn Sichuan opera. Liang muttered. Xue Cheng and Wang Daking came to the corner of the stairs. Without waiting for Xue Cheng to explain, Wang Daking started to curse him. Xue Cheng, can you be more stable? I won't bother with you if you are a poor student, but can you please stop being a troublemaker? Zhu Zedong and Chen Zihan are both capable of getting into university, and Si Nian is even more likely to be the top scorer. Look at you, a black sheep, at the bottom of the class, and you give me a lot of worry every day. I don't know what you are thinking. You are a poor student, so you should be aware of yourself as a poor student. Do you really have to say it to this extent? I told you long ago that this school is not suitable for you and I asked you to drop out. Why didn't you listen? Faced with the principal's indiscriminate scolding, Xue Chen did not make any excuses. Because even if I explain, the principal won't listen. He is a poor student, ranking 10th from the bottom in the grade. In his impression, Wang Daking caused many students with poor academic performance to drop out of school in order to improve the rate of admission to higher education. He had approached me several times. But Xue Chen just ignored it. Principal Wang, this is a student in our class. I wonder what happened to him. Liu Ruyan walked up the stairs and saw Xue Chen being scolded by the principal, so she went up to ask. Teacher Liu, Yicheng in your class is too much. He seems like a black sheep every day, harming the good students in the class. Wang Daking frowned when he saw Liu Ruyan, and was very displeased. When Yicheng saw Liu Ruyan, the corners of his mouth twitched. She already disliked me, and now that she saw me being caught by the principal, she would definitely make things difficult for me again. Liu Ruyan glanced at Yicheng and naturally stood in front of him. She was wearing a lavender long skirt today, revealing her smooth calves, and her hair was draped over her shoulders. Liu Ruyan has a beautiful appearance, and the lavender dress adds a bit of charm. Principal Wang, why haven't I heard of such a thing? Liu Ruyan's voice was still a little cold and emotionless. Yicheng glanced at her more. This seemed to be different from what he thought. Shouldn't Liu Ruyan scold herself as well? How? Humph. Mr. Liu, I said yes and I told you about your outfit many times. As a teacher, you should act like a teacher. It's inappropriate for you to dress up so flashy every day. Seeing Liu Ruyan refute him, Wang Daking snorted coldly. Liu Ruyan frowned slightly and was about to speak when she heard Yicheng's voice. Principal, what you said is wrong. Teacher Liu is also a girl in her 20s. What's wrong with her liking to dress up? Everyone loves beauty. Why do you think Teacher Liu can't teach well if she dresses like this? I think there is nothing wrong with Mr. Liu compared to some people who only care about the admission rate and don't care about the students. The principal glared at Yicheng. What did you say, you little bastard? I'm the principal. I said that Teacher Liu's dressing style is immoral. What's wrong with that? How dare she dress like that and not let others say anything? Can you teach students well dressed like this? Yicheng sneered. Wang Daking has great official power. Whether I teach well or not is my business. Please don't worry about it, Principal Wang. The monthly card is about to expire. I want to see the results of Mr. Liu's class. And you, Yicheng, better think carefully about whether you want to drop out. Otherwise, I don't mind expelling you. Wang Daking snorted coldly, turned around and was about to leave. Principal, what will you say if I rank in the top 30 in the class this time? Yicheng suddenly spoke. Wang Daking sneered and looked at Yicheng with contempt. Just you? Don't tell me so much. Pack up your things and get out tomorrow. Liu Ruyan glanced at Yicheng, then at Principal Wang. If Yicheng doesn't rank in the top 30 in the class, I'll leave with him. Yicheng was startled and wanted to speak, but was stopped by Liu Ruyan's look. Okay, since Teacher Liu has said so, I won't make it difficult for you. As long as Yicheng ranks in the top 30 in the class, I won't expel him, and I won't say anything about what you wear in the future. Principal Wang sneered twice and walked away without looking back. Teacher, I'm sorry, you shouldn't be like this. Watching the principal walk away, Yicheng looked at Liu Ruyan with a little apology. Chapter 17 Reviewing the College Entrance Examination Review Materials. Go back and study hard, and show him that you are not that terrible. Liu Ruyan forced a smile. Although it seems forced, it makes people feel at ease. Yicheng nodded. Liu Ruyan is very strict, but she cares about them sincerely. This can also be seen from her attitude towards Si Nian. She is not a bad teacher. Teacher, don't worry, I will definitely be in the top 30 in the class this time. Before entering the classroom, Yicheng changed his previous playful smile and looked at Liu Ruyan seriously. Liu Ruyan nodded and walked into the classroom. When Si Nian returned to his seat, he saw Yicheng smiling and finally heaved a sigh of relief. Yicheng. He should not have been scolded by the principal, because he is still smiling. The reason I care about him so much is just because we are good friends, not because I like him, or anything like that. Si Nian kept convincing himself in his heart. My little desk mate, what's wrong? Is there something on my face? Yicheng looked at Si Nian happily. The little girl kept staring at him without blinking, and her little face turned red for some reason. No. Si Nian quickly withdrew his gaze and lowered his head, but his eyes were secretly looking at Yicheng. Seeing that his deskmate was still peeking at him, Yicheng smiled and said, I'm fine. If you keep looking at me like this, I'll pinch your face. No. Si Nian quickly covered his mouth, feeling a little angry. Yicheng is so mean. He just pinches his face all day long. Besides, I'm so thin and there's not much flesh on my face, so what's there to pinch? He and she were somewhat puzzled. Suddenly, Shuacheng thought of something and touched Si Nian's head. My little deskmate, you have to help me study hard during this period of time, otherwise. What else? Si Nian raised his head, feeling that Shuacheng was hiding something from him. It's nothing. As long as I can get into the top 30 in the class this time, I can help you make money. A bold idea appeared in Shuacheng's mind. He wanted to keep helping Si Nian, but given this girl's personality, she would definitely not accept his help for long. Therefore, Shuacheng decided to take the little girl with him to get rich together. In his previous life, he had done everything and knew which industry would make money in the future. What he can do now is to use the resources around him to earn his first pot of gold. And the key to all this is naturally Si Nian. Huh? Take me to make money? But we don't seem to be doing anything. Si Nian's beautiful big eyes were filled with doubt and confusion. He gently scratched the tip of Si Nian's nose. I'll tell you when the time comes. You? After being scratched on the nose again, Si Nian blushed and wanted to speak, but after saying you for a long time, she couldn't say the second half. This made Shuacheng laugh out loud. Silly girl, don't worry, I will be by your side for the rest of my life and will never. Shuacheng spent the whole morning checking for deficiencies and filling in the gaps. Although the golden finger is powerful, he lacks too much, and it is impossible to make up for it immediately. After all, you can't get fat in one bite. Si Nian was also very enthusiastic in helping Shuacheng answer his questions. As the bell rang, everyone rushed out of the classroom and headed for the cafeteria. Teacher Liu gave me money. I'm going to the cafeteria to eat today. Si Nian was worried that what happened yesterday would happen again, so he spoke first. Okay, I didn't bring any lunch today, so let's go to the cafeteria to eat together. Shuacheng spread his hands and looked at the little girl with a smile. Shuacheng, why do you, a grown man, want to go out to eat with Si Nian? Aren't you ashamed? Chen Juojuo put his hands on his hips and glared at Shuacheng angrily. Hey, classmate Chen Juojuo, you are wrong. We are in a study group now, there is nothing wrong with going out for a meal together. Shuacheng glanced at the angry little loli and spoke indifferently. You? Chen Juojuo was so stunned by Shuacheng's words that he was speechless for a long time. Brother Cheng, should we go quickly, otherwise the cafeteria will be too crowded. Lian glanced at Chen Juojuo. For some reason, he had a natural fear of this little girl. Now, seeing that she was so angry, he had no choice but to speak weakly. He didn't dare to provoke this little tigress. Excuse me, is this senior 3-5 class? A familiar voice came from outside the door. Looking back, Shuacheng was extremely happy. Aunt Qin, why are you here? Qin Qingyu, who was standing at the door, was also stunned when she saw Shuacheng, but soon smiled. Yicheng, I'll bring you food today. I heard from your dad that you don't seem to be used to the food at school recently. Qin Qingyu was a little nervous, after all, it was her first time delivering food. Although Shuacheng had supported himself and Shu Heping to be together yesterday, but she still didn't quite believe it and felt a little nervous. Thank you, Aunt Qin. Shuacheng hurriedly pulled Qin Qingyu to sit down. Shuacheng introduced Si Nian and the other two generously and enthusiastically. The three of them also called Aunt Qin politely. Being stared at by a few little kids, Qin Qingyu, who had seen the world, couldn't help but blush. Yicheng, I'm just bringing you the meal and then I'll go back. Qin Qingyu took out 2 lunch boxes from her bag and handed them to Shuacheng. Chen Juojuo and the other two declined Qin Qingyue's invitation and turned to go to the cafeteria to get their meals. But at this moment, Shuacheng grabbed Si Nian's hand. My little deskmate, please stay and help me eat something. Si Nian was a little flustered, but when he saw Qin Qingyu looking at him with a smile on her face, he had to nod with a red face. Qin Qingyue's eyes wandered between Shuacheng and Si Nian, and the smile on her lips could hardly be suppressed. This girl should be Yicheng's girlfriend. The change that Yicheng has undergone during this period of time must be because of this child, right? No wonder brother Shu asked me to prepare 2 meals. It turns out he knew about this girl's existence. Looking at this girl, she should be from an honest family and should have no ill will towards Yicheng. Okay, then you guys eat, I'll go back first, your dad is still waiting for me. Qin Qingyu smiled, touched Si Nian's head, and was about to leave. Shuacheng suddenly called her, Aunt Qin, can you please take good care of my dad? Qin Qingyu looked at Shuacheng in confusion, not quite understanding. He hasn't smoked during this period. Could it be that he? Aunt Sheen, you were deceived by my dad. He smoked away from you. He hid the cigarettes under the bed. When Qin Qingyu heard this, she immediately lost her composure. This old guy keeps saying that he has quit smoking, but he is actually avoiding me. If I don't teach him a lesson when I get back, I'll take his name. Qin Qingyu was so angry that she took out 50 yuan and gave it to Yicheng. Yicheng, here's 50 yuan, take it first, and go buy something you want to eat. Aunt Sheen is going back first. Without waiting for Xu Chen to speak, he left angrily. Looking at Qin Qingyu as leaving back, Xu Chen smiled. Dad, I'm not trying to deceive you as your son, but if you don't quit smoking now, you'll lose your life. Don't blame me, I have no other choice. Xu Chen could only pray that Xu Heping would not be dealt with too badly. Xu Heping, who had just finished washing clothes, suddenly sneezed. Are you catching a cold? He walked into their house and took a cold medicine. More than 10 minutes later, Qin Qingyu walked into the room aggressively. Xu Heping was a little puzzled. Qingyu, what's wrong? That kid bullied you again. Wait for me to deal with him. It's great to have a ride. Qin Qingyu glared at Xu Heping, walked into the room and lifted the bed. 2 boxes of cigarettes lay quietly on the ground. Qin Qingyu turned around and looked at Xu Heping with a smile. Xu Heping smiled awkwardly. Qingyu, why are there cigarettes here? Who is so cruel to hide cigarettes under my bed? Qin Qingyu soaked the cigarette in water and threw it into the trash can. If Yicheng hadn't told me, I would have been fooled by you. I didn't expect you, an old man, to be so good at hiding things. The corner of Xu Heping's mouth twitched. This son is really betraying his father. I finally bought 2 packs, thinking I would enjoy them later, but... Rebellious son, rebellious son, rebellious son. You are so filial. Xu Heping, let me tell you, if you dare to bully Yicheng. Qin Qingyu glared at Xu Heping and warned him. How dare I? You are in this family. How dare I say anything? You are the head of the family. You're smart. In the classroom, looking at the 2 meals, Xu Chen understood instantly. This must be what Xu Heping and Qin Qingyu said. Xu Chen, who was that just now? Thinking of Qin Qingyu touching his head when she left, Si Nian felt very warm in his heart. She could feel the deep kindness. My dad's girlfriend. No, it should be my stepmother. Why, does she like my Aunt Qin? Xu Yicheng gave all the meat in the bowl to Si Nian and joked. I like it, Xu Yicheng, I can't eat that much. You eat meat too. Si Nian dodged hurriedly, but was stopped by Xu Yicheng's gaze. You're so thin. If you don't gain some weight, no one will want you. My Aunt Qin is a good cook. Xu Yicheng was eating. Si Nian ate in small bites, with a look of enjoyment on his face. It's so delicious. Xu Yicheng smiled. You are such an easy-to-please girl. I already feel very happy to be able to eat. Si Nian said quickly. Okay, I'll let you eat Aunt Qin's food every day from now on. No, I can't trouble you. I can buy it in the cafeteria. Si Nian refused hastily. But Xu Yicheng didn't say anything, just looked at her and smiled. Fatty, have you noticed that something seems to be wrong? Chen Juojuo and Li Yang were walking side by side after getting their meals in the cafeteria. Something's wrong? What's wrong? I feel pretty normal. I go to class, see Zhugong, go home, and review my college entrance exam materials. Li Yang took a bite of the chicken drumstick in his hand and muttered. There haven't been any good action and romance movies recently, so he can only watch the old ones. Will you also review the college entrance examination review materials? Chapter 18. Are these guys going crazy? Nonsense, that's my spiritual food. I feel uncomfortable if I don't read it for a day. Li Yang looked proud. Chen Juojuo looked at Li Yang with a strange expression. She felt that they were talking about different things. But, is there any evidence? You read the college entrance examination review materials every day, why are you still at the bottom? The corner of Li Yang's mouth twitched and he glanced at Chen Juojuo. This girl knew how to kill someone and destroy his heart. That's why you don't understand. You are still young and there are some things you don't understand. Li Yang acted mysterious, but he felt quite proud inside. Humph, little girl, is the Japanese action romance movie something a little girl like you can watch? I spent a lot of effort to get it from somewhere else. Then can I see your college entrance examination review materials? Now that you mention it, I'm very curious. Chen Juojuo put the big chicken leg in his bowl into Liang's bowl. Liang looked at the big chicken drumstick in the bowl and smiled contemptuously. You are underestimating it. It is a treasure. How can it be bought with a chicken drumstick? Dream on. HMPH, give it back to me. Chen Juojuo was about to pick up the chicken leg he had made, but Liang was quick-witted and grabbed it and took a bite, not forgetting to shake it in front of Chen Juojuo. Liang. Chen Juojuo completely collapsed. This was the first time she had seen such a shameless person. What do you want me to do? Liang looked indifferent and took another bite of the chicken leg. Okay, now both chicken legs in the bowl have been eaten by him. Chen Juojuo looked at his big chicken leg, wanting to cry but unable to cry. Give me back my chicken leg. Isn't this what you gave me? Looking at the tigress who was about to get angry, Liang hurriedly put the chicken leg he had bitten into Chen Duojuo's bowl. Chen Juojuo dodged away in disgust. You've already bitten this. I hate it. You have to buy me a new one. If you don't have money, just owe it first. The two chased after each other, and when they returned to the classroom, Yicheng and Si Nian had already finished their meal and started reading. Brother Cheng, what are you doing? Liang looked at Yicheng and Si Nian in confusion. Yicheng raised his head impatiently and glanced at the two of them. Of course it's for studying, hurry up and finish your meal and come over to study. Liang and Chen Juojuo looked at each other and felt something was not right. Especially Chen Juojuo, he and she even doubted whether they were dreaming. It's amazing that such words as learning could come out of Yicheng's mouth. Si Nian, pinch me, why do I feel like I'm dreaming? Chen Juojuo grabbed Si Nian's little hand and asked her to pinch herself. What's wrong? You're awake, so why do you say you're dreaming? Si Nian looked at Chen Juojuo in confusion. No, I want to go and have some quiet time. Chen Juojuo looked at Si Nian's sincere eyes and decided to take a rest first. This is so weird. As the college entrance examination approaches, there are no teachers to teach in the evening, and students can only study on their own to fill in the gaps. Because a study group was formed, the head teacher Liu Ruyan asked the group to study together. After yawning, Chen Juojuo carried his textbook to the last row to find Yicheng and the other three. Liang was usually careless, and the head teacher was worried that he would lead others astray, so he left him alone. She sat next to Liang and lay down to meet Zhu Gong. Although during this period of time, several people ate together every day. But, in her opinion, it was impossible to study together. Si Nian's grades are so good that there is almost nothing he doesn't understand. Yicheng and Liang have very poor foundations. Although Si Nian is at an upper middle level, he is completely unable to lead them alone. Therefore, she didn't take the bet with Zhu Zedong seriously at all. At worst, she could just cheat when the time came. She slept for more than half an hour and was awakened by a rustling sound. When Chen Juojuo opened his eyes, he saw Liang with a frown on his face, staring at the test paper, but his hands were frantically calculating. She was a little dumbfounded. Fatty Li, what are you doing? I can't tell. I'm doing a question. But, why are you doing the questions and studying? Liang sighed in frustration and looked at Chen Juojuo with bloodshot eyes. Brother Cheng is studying, no one is chatting with me. During self-study, he wanted to chat with Yicheng. But Yicheng said that he would disturb Si Nian's studies and warned him that if he didn't study, he would tell Li's father about his ugly deeds. Out of boredom, he tried to sleep, but couldn't, so he had to take out the test paper and do it. May I give you a ride? Chen Juojuo was stunned and looked at Yicheng who was standing beside him. I found that Yicheng had a frown on his face and was also working on the test paper. He was discussing questions with Si Nian from time to time. The desk was covered with draft papers filled with drafts. Chen Juojuo? Chen Juojuo, I must be dreaming. She pinched herself hard and was dumbfounded when she found out it was the truth. Yicheng is actually studying. That's not right. Why would he be studying? No, it must be fake. I want to go over and take a look. Hey, don't go over there. Liang quickly stopped Chen Juojuo. Why don't you let me pass? Chen Juojuo turned around and looked at Liang in confusion. Liang pointed at Yicheng and sighed, you are already an adult, how come you don't have any vision at all? Don't you think we are like two big light bulbs? Chen Juojuo? Brother, are you kidding me? How could these two be together? Brother, Yicheng likes Yun Yuanan, the campus beauty of Yun University, but not Si Nian. And he gets so close to Si Nian just to provoke Yun Yuanan. Liang rolled his eyes at Chen Juojuo. Do you think Yun Yuanan is worthy of my brother Cheng? Qianduo's mouth twitched, and he looked at Liang with a look that showed he was an idiot. Brother, are you okay? Who is Yun Yuanan? She is the school beauty and her grades are also in the top 10. As for Yicheng, let's put his looks aside for now. In terms of grades, he is in the bottom 15 of the school. Yun Yuanan is dozens of blocks ahead of him. Your brother Cheng was completely beaten up, and you even said that Yun Yuanan was not worthy of your brother Cheng. You are either kidding me or you are blind and have a problem with your brain. Liang spoke after a while. You don't understand. This week, Chen Juojuo was in a daze and had no idea what to do. Now Yicheng doesn't allow food to be delivered to her family, and waits for her and Liang to eat together every day. Every time when it is time to study, Yicheng and Si Nian are very serious. It was rare for Liang to start studying. The next morning, Yicheng threw a notebook to her and Liang. Various materials and common question types are organized in detail above. And tell them to study according to the instructions above and understand all the questions. Chen Juojuo is about to collapse. In an instant, she became the least hardworking person in the group. In order not to hold Yicheng and the others back, she had no choice but to learn as well. Even her deskmate thought she was crazy. However, Chen Juojuo thought that Yicheng's team had gone crazy. Before, Yicheng wrote the answer on the blackboard, and she thought it was Si Nian who told him. However, now that she had witnessed Yicheng's madness, she found that Yicheng seemed to really have that ability. After studying for a whole day, she returned home exhausted and felt alive again. Juojuo, wash your hands and get ready for dinner. After dinner, I'll take you out shopping. In the kitchen, Sun Yueru heard Qianduo's voice and happily poked her head out. No, Mom. I want to sleep. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Sun Yueru was a little worried. It's okay, I just studied too long these days and I'm so tired. I want to take a break. Chen Juojuo walked into the bedroom weakly. Oh, my Juojuo has grown up and knows how to study. Chen Juojuo lay on the bed, looking helpless. That's right. Everyone in our study group is going crazy. All they do is study all day long. If I don't study, I'll be holding them back. Sun Yueru came in with a bottle of milk. Juojuo, these are all good friends. It's a good thing for you to learn from them. In a few days, ask your father to treat them to a meal to thank them. Sun Yueru was very happy. Their daughter was spoiled and had not made any progress in her studies, so the couple were very worried. Now, seeing that there is someone who can guide her in her studies, Sun Yueru is naturally happy. By the way, Mom, isn't my dad having a social event in a few days? Can I invite them over to play? Ask your father about this matter when he comes back. Sun Yueru touched Qianduo's head and went out to continue cooking. A social gathering. I wonder if those guys will come. Chen Juojuo was a little worried. Juojuo, I heard from your mother that you want to bring your friends to the social gathering. Chen Dafu knocked on the door, walked in and sat on the bed. When Chen Juojuo saw his father come in, he sat up suddenly. Dad, can I invite them? That won't work. The social gathering that day was full of seniors. If you kids went there, there wouldn't be much to do. Chen Juojuo wrapped her arms around Chen Dafu and said in a delicate voice, Dad, it's okay. Old people will definitely like us kids too. Besides, we will definitely not cause any trouble. Unable to resist his daughter's coquetry, Chen Dafu had to agree. Okay, but you need to greet your classmates in advance and tell them the actual situation. Okay, I love you the most, Dad. Chen Juojuo kissed Chen Dafu, turned on the computer, and after seeing Yicheng online, he immediately sent him a message. Yicheng, my dad is having a senior citizen gathering at the small square on Sunday, would you like to come? On the other side, Yicheng smiled after seeing the news. Social gathering. It can't be that time. Yicheng recalled that in his previous life, Chen Dafu also organized such a social party. However, it was snowing that day, and many elderly people who participated in the event could not stand the cold and left. The social gathering was not a success. This is a chance to make a fortune. Chapter 19 Sister, what are you going to do again? Chen Dafu's so-called social gathering is nothing more than gathering the old men and women in the nursing home together and setting them up for blind dates under the guise of a social gathering. Since it is a blind date, it is crucial for the old man and the old woman to leave a good impression in each other's hearts. After turning off their computer, Chen remembered that the weather was very cold and it was snowing heavily on the day of the party. The organizers did not take these aspects into consideration at all. The old men and women could not resist the cold, and they cursed the organizers and left in a bad mood. A good social activity was ruined just like that. If I could prepare some hot water bottles on the day and sell them to the old men and women who were attending the social gathering when it snowed heavily. Chen's eyes were shining. This is a good deal, I will definitely make a lot of money. Early the next morning, as soon as Chen arrived at school, he excitedly found Chen Juojuo. Juojuo, is your dad really going to hold that social event with the elderly? Chen Juojuo looked at Chen suspiciously and nodded. Okay, we will definitely go there that day. Chen could hardly hide his excitement. This is a good opportunity for him to make a fortune, how could he miss it? After returning to his seat, Si Nian saw that Chen was very happy and was a little curious. What's wrong? Is there something good? Chen raised his hand and scratched Si Nian's nose. This Sunday, Chen Duo's father is holding a social event for the elderly and invited the three of us to come and play. Si Nian has become accustomed to Chen scratching his nose these days. Instead of being disgusted, she seemed happy. Can we help in any way? Si Nian asked, puzzled. It was a social event for senior citizens, and she didn't know how a student like herself could help by going. Main. She wasn't sure what role she could play. Looking at Si Nian, who had a puzzled look on his face, Chen smiled even more happily. Silly girl, I'll let you see how powerful I am when the time comes. Well, I know you are very powerful. Si Nian nodded affirmatively. Si Nian, I didn't know you thought this way. It must be very frustrating to be my deskmate with a guy like this. Since you are a new classmate, I allow you to be my deskmate. Zhu Zedong threw a bunch of garbage into the trash can and looked at Chen with contempt. Looking at Zhu Zedong, Chen didn't know what to say. It was the first time he had seen such a shameless person. What does permission mean? Does Si Nian need his permission? I really don't know what shamelessness means. Chen sometimes wonders why there are such people in the world. Si Nian glanced at Chen, then at Zhu Zedong, and shook his head. I like being deskmate with Chen. Chen couldn't suppress the smile on his face. It seems. I don't hate it that much. Zhu Zedong was stunned and his face turned very ugly. This little girl actually dared to offend him like this. She was a little ungrateful. No, it must be because she just arrived and doesn't understand my status in the school. I need to have a good talk with the little girl. Zhu Zedong withdrew his contentious look and coughed twice. Student Si Nian, you may not know me well since you just came to school. I am the top student in the school and I have a chance to study at Peking University or Tsinghua University in the future. It will be beneficial for you to be my deskmate. Zhu Zedong acted arrogantly. He was sure that Si Nian would be shocked by his results and would cry and beg to sit at the same table with him. Chen glanced at Zhu Zedong. This guy is not bragging about this. He has always been the best in school, and the principal and all the teachers are very optimistic about him. Chen sighed and was about to speak up to defend Si Nian and say something to tell him not to be so proud, but Si Nian spoke. Is this amazing? Critical hit. Unprecedented critical strike. Zhu Zedong widened his eyes and looked at Si Nian with a look of surprise on his face. Is this amazing? Did this girl do it on purpose, or did she just not know it? There are tens of thousands of high school students in their 20s in the entire JJ city, but only 3 or 4 of them can be admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University each year. But, this girl actually. No, classmate Si Nian, you don't understand what I mean. I am someone who can get into Peking University or Tsinghua University. Zhu Zedong emphasized again. Si Nian looked at Zhu Zedong with a little surprise. Yeah, it's just a challenge, not passing the exam, what's so great about it? The critical hit happened again. In a trance, Zhu Zedong heard the sound of shattering. That was his pride, and now it was shattered. Zhu Zedong, don't embarrass yourself here. Wait until you pass the exam before you come over to show off to us. Chen patted Zhu Zedong on the shoulder and spoke with a hint of sarcasm. However, this girl Si Nian is really murderous and heartbreaking. Yicheng never thought that things would turn out like this. It seems that the introverted little girl has undergone some changes during this period of time. Zhu Zedong shook off Yicheng's hand and looked at him viciously. Okay, you wait. In his opinion, all this was Yicheng's doing. Yes, this guy must have done this on purpose. Otherwise, how could this little bean sprout dare to talk to me like this? He had heard from a teacher before that Si Nian had good grades, but her excessive inferiority complex made her afraid to communicate with others and she became very introverted. But so, all this was Yicheng's fault. Zhu Zedong and Yicheng are at war until death. My little deskmate, you were so brave just now. Yicheng smiled and like a magic trick turned into a piece of chocolate and placed it on Si Nian's desk. Si Nian blushed again, and looked at Yicheng expectantly with big eyes. Really? Yicheng nodded. Really, you were brave just now. Keep it up in the future. Aha! Si Nian nodded. In fact, the reason for this was that Zhu Zedong had just mocked Yicheng, which made her very uncomfortable. She also wants to protect Yicheng. I accidentally said those words. But she didn't dare to say this, she was afraid. The morning passed peacefully. When the bell rang, Si Nian was dragged away by Qian Zhuo to have lunch. Qian Zhuo always felt something was wrong while having dinner with Yicheng and the others. So, today she decided to strike first and not give Yicheng this opportunity. Qian Zhuo, you. Watching Qian Zhuo walking away holding Si Nian's hand, Yicheng's mouth twitched. What is this all about? Brother Cheng, don't be afraid, you still have me. Liang approached Yicheng with a smile, his fat face almost sticking to Yicheng's face. Just go away. Yicheng pushed Liang away with disgust. Wu tilde Brother Cheng, you don't love me anymore. Have you forgotten the happy times we had together? You've changed. The corner of Yicheng's mouth twitched. How could this fat guy be so good at acting? In his previous life, he had never realized that this guy was so dramatic. I see. No wonder they have been together all this time, it turns out they are doing something shameful. A few female classmates who had not yet gone to get their meals looked at Yicheng and the chattering Lian with a smile, with only 2 words in their eyes. Eat melon. Fatty. Yicheng's mouth twitched, and he covered his mouth with his hand. He explained to the female classmates with embarrassment, it's not what you think. He is talking nonsense. Several female classmates nodded with a smile on their faces, as if to say, I understand, we all understand. Brother Cheng, don't be angry. We are such straight-talking brothers, how could we be misunderstood? Liang looked at the dejected Yicheng and persuaded him. Yicheng looked back at the fat man and gritted his teeth, my reputation has been ruined by you, He wanted to cry now. Those female classmates were well-known gossipers in the class. Yicheng could already imagine that within 2 hours, this rumor would spread. By then the whole school. Sometimes it is quite helpless for a person to be reborn. Oh, I'm tired, let's destroy it. Total destruction. Sure enough, several girls soon pointed at Yicheng and Liang and talked in a low voice. When Yicheng looked over, the female classmates immediately stopped talking and pretended they saw nothing. However, when Yicheng and Liang passed by them, the corners of Yicheng's mouth twitched. No wonder Yicheng stopped pursuing Yun Yuanan. It turns out she likes boys. That's right. I heard that he and Fatty Li seem to have done that. Oh, I'm tired. Let us destroy them all. Yicheng dared to guarantee that this was the greatest harm he had suffered since his rebirth. This was something he had never imagined in his 2 lifetimes. I was actually slandered. Moreover, the person who spread the rumor was Liang. Fatty, be careful with your words next time, or I'll get hurt. Injured. Brother Cheng, what happened to you? Do you want to go to the hospital? Looking at Liang, Yicheng was tired. This guy is good in everything except that he doesn't speak clearly. Yicheng, stop. Yun Ruonan, what are you doing again? Yicheng was speechless. This campus beauty from Yunnan University really was haunting him. Why is she everywhere? Yun Ruonan stood in front of Yicheng, looking angry and embarrassed. She wore a high ponytail today, a white floral dress and shiny leather shoes, looking very girlish and immediately attracted everyone's attention. Why did you delete my penguin account? She was angry. It was Yicheng who shamelessly asked for her penguin ID in the beginning, but now this guy just deleted it like that. This was too much. Chen had to give her an explanation. Sister, I don't have time to chat with you, so I deleted you. Besides, we are not in the same class, so there is no point in me keeping your penguin ID. Chen looked innocent. You're talking nonsense. You obviously like me so much, how could you bear to delete my penguin account? That was in the past. I don't have any feelings for you now. Got it. Chapter 20 Green Tea, Boiling Sheep. Chen, be good, let's not be angry, let's just let the past go. Yun Yuanan looked at Chen's determined eyes, and for some reason, he felt a little uneasy in his heart. It seems like this guy will really leave me. But why do I have this feeling when I clearly don't like him? Yun Ruonan, you've already said that's what happened in the past. Don't bother me anymore. I hate you so much. Chen didn't want to continue to argue with Yun Ruonan. He was ignorant about the past. Yun Yuanan doesn't like her either, so it seems that who she likes has nothing to do with her. Yun Ruonan was stunned. Chen and Liang walked past her without looking back. Yun Ruonan looked at Chen's back, feeling empty inside, as if she had lost something. She wanted to grab Chen's hand, but she didn't do it. Chen's back got farther and farther away until he disappeared. At this moment, she was sure that Chen really didn't like her anymore. She lost someone who loved her. A feeling of emptiness made her feel suffocated. No, how could it be possible? Tears slipped from her eyes unknowingly. Why? I obviously don't like him, but why am I crying? Gao Yunyun and Zhu Yuyu looked at each other and smiled, but it quickly disappeared. Brother Cheng, you are awesome. Now you have the campus bell of Yun University in your hands. Liang's face was full of excitement. He felt that today was the proudest day of his life. It's all my fault for being young and frivolous, otherwise so many troubles wouldn't have happened. Chen felt helpless. In his previous life, he almost ruined his life because of Yun Ruonan, but he won't do that again in this life. He just wanted to take care of Si Nian and grow old with her. The two rushed to the cafeteria and quickly got their meals, then found Chen Juojuo and Si Nian eating in the corner. My little classmate, come and have a chicken leg today. Chen pinched Si Nian's little face and gave the chicken leg in the bowl to Si Nian. I can't do that. I'll just eat these. You can keep the chicken leg. Si Nian was startled. Her face turned red and she was about to refuse. I don't like it. Chen noticed that Si Nian's plate was full of vegetarian dishes, and he smiled and shook his head. Then why do you want to fight? The cafeteria owner gave it to me. Si Nian was stunned when he saw that there was no chicken leg in Liang's bowl. Why doesn't Liang have one? Chen glanced at Liang and said with a smile, he is too fat and wants to lose weight. The boss offered it to him, but he refused. Real sister-in-law. Classmate Si Nian, I didn't want it. Liang spoke hurriedly, cursing in his heart. I don't want any of that shit. If any boss is so kind, please give me one. Si Nian always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what it was. Chen Juojuo? Chen Juojuo, Si Nian is still too naive, she can't even see this. Oh, I've become a big light bulb again. Chen, why did you only give it to Si Nian and not to me? Suddenly, Chen Juojuo thought of something and looked at Chen with ill intention. Si Nian is my deskmate, so I naturally care about her. Chen chuckled. You are still my young deskmate, your intention is obvious to everyone. Si Nian, you better be careful, this guy is not a good person. Chen Juojuo glared at Chen unhappily. How is that possible? I am sincere to our little Si Nian. Please don't sow discord between us. Si Nian blushed instantly. Oh, what are you talking about? What does it mean that this is our little Si Nian? When did he become yours? What on earth is he talking about? My heart is beating so fast, why is this happening? Chen, what did you do to Nuonan? Suddenly, an annoying voice froze Chen's family from eating. He looked up, his mouth twitching. Zhu Zedong is here again. Is this guy annoying? Can he please stop haunting me? Chen was going crazy. Why do I meet this guy everywhere? Zhu Zedong's voice was so loud that everyone present turned their eyes to Chen. When Chen Juojuo saw that something was wrong, he grabbed Si Nian and hid aside. Si Nian, let's stay away from them, or we'll be in trouble. When Chen saw this scene, he was speechless. Chen Juo changes his expression too quickly. However, seeing Liang standing beside him, Chen felt a little comforted. This brother is really good. Zhu Zedong, why do you keep following me around all day long? Chen, don't change the subject. What did you do to Nuonan? Why is she crying again? Zhu Zedong looked like he wanted to eat someone. My dad doesn't allow me to talk to idiots. Chen looked at Zhu Zedong with a hint of disgust in his heart. This Fei Anyang is really damnable. Thinking about his previous life, when some fairies took advantage of Fei Anyang to make trouble every day, Chen hated Zhu Zedong even more. Get away, I don't want to hit you. Chen took the plate and was about to go somewhere else to continue eating. But at this moment, a delicate female voice sounded weakly. Student Chen, Brother Zedong was just anxious for a moment, so don't blame him. Chen got goosebumps and his body shivered uncontrollably. What a strong green tea! Turning around, a pretty girl with a beautiful face and a temperament that was no less charming than Yun Ruonan was standing next to Zhu Zedong. At this moment, she was looking at him with grievance. A strong sense of crisis arose in my heart. Being harassed by Fei Anyang is not enough, now here comes a green tea bitch. Chen really wanted to ask, what virtue and ability did he have to be able to offend Crouching Dragon and Phoenix at the same time? The pretty girl, named Chu Luo, is also one of the school beauties of Zhujiang No. 1 Middle School. However, although they are both school beauties, Yun Nuonan looks down on her. Because she cries all the time. A bitch and a dog, forever and ever, they are really a perfect match. Chen sighed. Classmate Chen, I know it is wrong for Brother Zedong to question you like this, but... Seeing that Chen didn't speak, Chu Luo raised the corners of her mouth slightly, thinking that Chen was afraid. Shut up, green tea bitch. I can't stand your tea smell. Chen simply refused to tolerate it and started to criticize him immediately. Fei Anyang and dead green tea are the people in the village he hates the most, no doubt about it. Chen, how could you yell at me? I'm worried about your relationship with Brother Zedong. Woo 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 tilde. Duan's few words gave Chen goosebumps all over his body. 2 lines of tears rolled down Chu Luoluo's pretty face, and she gently held Zhu Zedong's wrist. Chen, what are you doing? If you have the guts, come at me. How can you be a man if you bully a girl like Lolo? Zhu Zedong looked at Chu Lolo, who was crying beside him and looked pitiful, and was furious. That's right, Chen, you are a grown man, how can you bully a girl like Luo? Aren't you ashamed? Don't be afraid, Luo. If Chen dares to bully you today, we will beat him up. Soon, several boys from other classes who were watching the fun also stood up. Seeing this, Chen's mouth twitched. He underestimated the power of green tea. Seeing that several boys were ready to stand up for Chu Luo, Chen suddenly fell into a disadvantage, and Liang slammed the plate on the dining table. Fuck, today I'm going to see who dares to touch my brother Chang. The fat man's movements were big and his momentum was strong, and with his face full of fat, he looked very fierce at the moment. Several boys were startled by Liang's actions. They were a little scared and subconsciously took a step back. Chen was very touched. Chen, I am with you too. Si Nian blushed and walked over with Chen Juo. She didn't dare to look at Chen, but just stared ahead. Chen clearly had no fault in this matter, but these men. It's really too embarrassing. Don't look at me, I'm worried that Si Nian will get hurt. Chen Juo turned his head away and didn't look at Chen. Chen was very grateful. He didn't expect that these 2 people could still help him at this time. What are you doing? Are you going to let me eat? Suddenly, Liu Ruyan's cold voice broke the atmosphere. Liu Ruyan walked in front of the group of people with her long, straight legs. Teacher! Zhu Zedong immediately forced a smile when he saw Liu Ruyan coming. He is a good student, and Liu Ruyan will definitely support him. Shut up! Liu Ruyan frowned and glared at Zhu Zedong. Day after day, the college entrance examination is coming up, and it still makes me worry. After dinner, if I have nothing to do, I go to study. Liu Ruyan glanced at Si Nian who was standing next to Chen, and a smile appeared on her lips. The little girl that I was worried about seemed to have changed and become brave. Teacher, it's my fault. I shouldn't have said that. Otherwise, Brother Zedong wouldn't have had a conflict with Senior Yicheng. Suddenly, Liu Ruyan felt goosebumps all over her body. You know you're wrong, but you still won't shut up. You're so free in your second year of high school, can't you prepare for your third year? Liu Ruyan glanced at Chu Luoluo and felt disgusted. Calling this Brother Zedong and Senior Cheng made her feel sick. How could a girl become like this? But Chu Luoluo wanted to say something, but was interrupted. But what buts? A girl who doesn't study well all the time will think about these things. Woo tilde 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 tilde. After being scolded by Liu Ruyan, Chu Luoluo ran away crying. Zhu Zedong felt a little distressed and looked at Liu Ruyan. Teacher, Luoluo also has good intentions. Liu Ruyan ignored him, she had a headache. Why didn't she realize before that Zhu Zedong was also a central air conditioner? Now, she found Shu Yicheng seemed more pleasing to the eye. Maybe it's because I love the person and the dog in him. Everyone, go do whatever you need to do and don't disturb other people's meals. Under Liu Ruyan's deathly gaze, only Shu Yicheng and a few others were left at the scene. Chapter 21 Brother Zhang, you have changed your head. On Sunday morning, Shu Yicheng got up very early. Looking at the thick clouds in the sky, Shu Yicheng smiled. Just like in the previous life, although there were thick clouds in the sky, everyone believed the weather forecast and believed that it would not snow. Dad, I won't be back for dinner today. My friend wants to talk to me about something. After saying hello to Shu Heping, Shu Yicheng hurried out. Jiangnan department store. Lian was shivering and kept blowing warm air onto his chubby hands. The cold wind kept blowing into his collar and he subconsciously shrank his neck. He was wearing a bright red leather jacket today, with a green sweater underneath, and a pair of jeans full of pockets. His bright red hair was combed into a striking afro and waxed, but he deliberately left a strand of hair to cover his left eye. Leaning on the motorcycle, his eyes quickly glanced at the people passing by. When he saw Shu Yicheng, he shook his bangs handsomely, and then a look of confusion appeared on his face. Brother Cheng, why are you dressed so simply today? Shu Yicheng wore a white down jacket and a white sweater. He wore a pair of black sweatpants and a pair of white sneakers, which did not match his messy hair at all. It gives people a feeling of being neither fish nor fowl. Shu Yicheng glanced at Lian with disdain, his face full of disgust. How could I end up with such a close friend? What are you doing? Aren't we going to a social gathering today? Aren't there all these fairy-like girls at the social gathering? I have to show off my charm. Why are you dressing like a child? The social gathering organized by Chen Dafu is today. When Liang learned that there was a social gathering to attend, he was so excited that he didn't get enough rest for several nights, just waiting for the social gathering to start. At first, Shu Yicheng thought that Liang was exaggerating. It's just a social gathering, and it's not some ineffective gathering. But now look at the way this guy is dressed. He understood. It seems like this guy misunderstood. I thought the protagonists of this social gathering would be handsome men and beautiful women. Looking at his non-mainstream outfit, Shu Yicheng didn't intend to explain. However, he couldn't stand it. Liang's dress can directly cause rheumatism. He didn't understand why he liked it before. Shu Yicheng was also helpless about this. Without hesitation, he took control of the motorcycle. Brother Cheng, where are we going now? I remember that the social gathering doesn't start until 3 in the afternoon. Do you want to go to the internet cafe and sit for a while? The weather is quite cold. Go get a haircut. Lian was dumbfounded. Go get a haircut. The moment he heard it, he began to wonder if he had heard it wrong, or if this was what Shu Yicheng was talking about. He asked uncertainly, Brother Cheng, what did you just say? The wind was too strong and I couldn't hear clearly. Shu Yicheng glanced at Liang, who was puzzled in his mirror, and said in a louder voice, Go get a haircut. Brother Cheng, what has upset you? It took me a long time to grow my hair to this length. Your head can be cut and blood can flow, but your hairstyle cannot be messed up. Liang tried to persuade him, but Shu Yicheng ignored him completely. 5 minutes later, the motorcycle stopped at a hair salon and Liang fell silent. Brother Cheng, there is a social gathering today. If you cut your hair, how will you impress the beautiful young girls? This is a great opportunity. Shu Yicheng got out of the car and walked into the barber shop without paying any attention to Liang. This guy's aesthetic is so weird. Who would be interested in you when you are dressed like a spirited young man? What's more, the people attending this social event are a group of old men and women. The reason why Yicheng chose this store was mainly because the owner of this store was an elderly man who would not allow people to have strange hairstyles. After I sat down, an old man in his early 60s came over. "How do you want your haircut, young man?" The old man's voice was not loud, but it was full of energy, which was completely inconsistent with his age. "Boss, can you give me a haircut?" Broken hair. The boss was stunned. For a moment, he didn't know what the broken hair the young man was talking about. "You can just cut the sideburns and the back of your hair short, and then do this and that." Yicheng spoke and gestured at the same time. 2 minutes later, the old man roughly understood what Yicheng meant. "Young man, this is my first time cutting the hair you mentioned. Don't blame me if I cut it badly." The old man was a little worried. After all, it was his first time. "No, I believe you." Another reason why Yicheng chose this place, besides the fact that the old man wouldn't nag him about getting a fashionable haircut, was that the craftsmanship was excellent. Generally speaking, he can do whatever others say, but of course this old guy doesn't know how to perm or dye his hair. Therefore, although the old man has good skills, most of his customers are people over 30 years old. "Okay, then old man, I'll start." As Liang repeatedly said, "Brother Cheng, you should think twice," the old man's scissors started working. "Oh, what a pity. Such beautiful hair, but it's gone." Liang looked regretful. But soon he started fiddling with his hairstyle in front of the mirror. Half an hour later, the old man stopped what he was doing and nodded with satisfaction. The boy in front of him had lost his messy hairstyle, and the remaining hair covered part of his forehead. Their whole face has clear and stylish contours, making the boy look clean and handsome. There is also a kind of youthful vitality that is unique to young people. He is simply the dream lover of thousands of girls. "Very nice." Yicheng looked at himself in the mirror and fiddled with his hair with great satisfaction. Sure enough, young people still look refreshing with this hairstyle. He really can't praise that kind of non-mainstream hairstyle. "I don't know how that hairstyle became popular." "Thank you, boss." Yicheng paid for the haircut. "Young man, your hairstyle is very good. I plan to promote it in my store in the future. Compared with those red-haired afros, this one is more suitable for young people like you." The store owner only charged half of their haircut fee symbolically. Yicheng's hairstyle gave him an idea. "Sure, boss. I also feel that this hairstyle is more suitable for young people." Yicheng was also very happy. "Young man, do you mind if I leave your photo in the shop to use as a template for others?" The old man took out a camera from the cabinet beside him and looked at Yicheng with some anticipation. "Of course." "Okay." The old man excitedly took pictures of Yicheng. Liang was dumbfounded. How did my brother Cheng become like this? Is this a head change, or? Looking at Yicheng, who was cooperating with his boss in taking photos, and then looking at himself in the mirror, Liang gritted his teeth. "Boss, I also want a haircut like my brother Cheng's." "Okay." Half an hour later, Liang looked at himself and Yicheng in the mirror, his face pale. "Brother Cheng, I want to lose weight." Liang also had his hair in a messy style. Although it looked very refreshing and clean, it was just refreshing and clean, and had nothing to do with handsomeness. Looking at the handsome Yicheng in the mirror, he came to a conclusion. "I am not handsome because I am fat. Right, this is the right way. When you lose weight, you will be as handsome as me. Then we will both be the presidents of the school." Yicheng spoke without blushing or beating his heart. "Brother Cheng, do you think there will be any older sisters who will take a liking to me at today's social gathering? After all, I am several times more handsome now than before." Liang's face was full of pride. Yicheng took a look. Although this guy doesn't look like a good guy because of his clothes, he does have a cool vibe to him. It's a must. The two men walked out of the barber shop and were shivered by the cold wind. Without the covering of long hair, they only felt a cool breeze at the back of their heads. "Brother Cheng, let's go. I just had my hair cut and it's too cold here." "Fatty, do you have any money?" "I have it." Liang took out 200 yuan from his pocket tremblingly and handed it to Yicheng. "I'll return it to you tonight." "No, Brother Cheng, why do you need so much money?" It's not that Liang didn't want to lend it to Yicheng, he was just a little curious. "Get in the car." Yicheng did not answer and took the money handed over by Liang. It's quite helpless. He only has 150 yuan now, and he used the previous money to buy gifts for Yun Ruonan. However, now the money the fat man lent him. $350. Should be enough. 5 minutes later, the two arrived in front of a small shop. Liang felt like he was about to take off his pants and fart. And why did he come here? Didn't you say you were going to attend the social event? Moreover, even if you want to buy something, you can buy it in the department store just now. What's the matter with this little shop? Shuichen stopped the car and pointed at the hot water bottle hanging on the wall and asked the boss. Boss, how much is this? The shop owner was a middle-aged woman. She glanced at Shuichen and spoke casually. $3 each. I want 150. $300. What do you think? The shop owner looked at Shuichen suspiciously. Young man, if you really buy so many, I'll give you 400 directly. Good. Shuichen was very straightforward and just put 300 yuan on the counter. The shop owner saw it and knew that the boy was serious, so she immediately asked Shuichen to wait while she went to find the goods. This is a big business. Although winter is coming soon, the temperature will not drop too much during this period. Moreover, most people now buy those that can be charged directly. This kind of battery that still needs hot water is generally difficult to buy. Lian was dumbfounded. What is going on? Why did Cheng buy a hot water bottle? Moreover, these hot water bottles that hold hot water are about to be eliminated. But Shuichen actually bought 150 at one time. Cheng. Brother Cheng, what are you planning to do with so many hot water bottles? You can just buy rechargeable ones, which are more convenient. Chapter 22. He is so gentle. Liang watched Shuichen take their 400 hot water bottles, pay the money and walk out the door. He hasn't reacted yet. Do Shuichen and I, who are just two people, need so many hot water bottles? Brother Cheng, we don't need so much. Liang was almost crying. That's 300 yuan, not a small amount of money. It's almost enough for a month's living expenses. Who said we're going to use it? We're going to sell it. Sell? Who would buy these things that are about to be eliminated? And we are going to a social event. You are still young and don't understand. You will know it soon. Shuicheng found a restaurant, gave him 20 yuan, and filled all the hot water bottles with hot water. While filling the pot with hot water, Shuichen asked Fatty Liang to watch while he went to buy a white bunny hat. This hat is very cute, all white with two cute light pink rabbits embroidered on it. Brother Cheng, if I'm not mistaken, this hat should be for girls, right? Liang swallowed and pointed at the bunny hat in Shuicheng's hand. If he didn't know Shuichen too well, he would have suspected that this guy had turned into something. It's a girl's, there's nothing wrong with it. Shuichen looked as if he was used to it and stuffed the hat into the bag. Half an hour later, all their hot water bottles were filled. In Liang's shocked and confused eyes, he took their hot water bottles to school. He made an appointment with Si Nian, and he went to pick Si Nian up to go to the social event together. More than 10 minutes later, the motorcycle stopped in front of the school gate. Although it was a day off today, the security guard did not allow Shuicheng to ride his motorcycle into the school. Fatty, you stay here, I'll go get Si Nian. This. Liang was a little dumbfounded. How are three of us going to take the bus later? It's not appropriate for Si Nian, a girl, to go with us. But by the time he realized what was happening, Shuichen had walked into the school with a bunny hat and a pink hot water bottle. Oh, so handsome. Who is this? So handsome, he's definitely the school hunk. I'm going to ask him for his penguin ID. I want to go, too. When several girls saw Shuichen, they all became infatuated with him. Classmate, do you have a girlfriend? If not, can you give me your penguin ID? Shuichen looked at the little girl who was blushing in front of him. Sorry, I have a girlfriend. I'm here to pick her up today. Shuichen refused with a smile. The girl who was waiting for the penguin number sighed and left dejectedly. As long as he's handsome. Shuichen was so happy. For the first time in 2 lifetimes, a girl came to him and asked for penguin number. In the past, he was disliked by everyone, but now. He smiled and walked towards the girls' dormitory. Si Nian, someone is looking for you downstairs in the dormitory. Chen Qing walked into the dormitory. Okay, thank you. Si Nian carefully folded a blue scarf. Si Nian, you have been hiding these days, just knitting a scarf. Chen Qing noticed the scarf in Si Nian's hand, and his gossipy heart suddenly appeared. She and Si Nian live in the same dormitory. After trying to talk to Si Nian a few times, she found that this girl was very introverted, so she stopped bothering Si Nian. So, Si Nian has always been alone. After coming back from class every day, he would quietly lie on his bed and do his own things. She originally thought that he was hiding to read a book, but now when she saw the blue scarf, she instantly understood. This girl is knitting a scarf while hiding. Si Nian, is this knitted for your boyfriend? Chen Qing looked at Si Nian with a smile. No, I don't have a boyfriend. Si Nian's face suddenly turned red. Chen Qing was stunned, but soon noticed that Si Nian blushed and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Who is that handsome boy looking for you outside? My friend. He's just my friend. Si Nian's face turned even redder, and his words trembled. Are you giving this scarf to him? The smile on Chen Qing's face became even bigger. Although she has been single for so many years, she has seen countless couples and can tell at a glance that there is something wrong with Si Nian. Yeah. He's very nice to me. He's my friend. Si Nian blushed as she thought of Yicheng, a hint of tenderness appeared on her face, and even the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Chen Qing became more and more determined that this girl liked him. I'm leaving first. He must have been waiting for a long time. Si Nian ran out holding the scarf. Chen Qing chuckled and followed out. At this moment, many girls were standing downstairs in the dormitory, looking infatuated. Even upstairs, there were many female students standing in the aisle looking at Yicheng. He is so handsome. His clean and handsome face is in every girl's heart. However, they were also curious about who was dating such a handsome boy. Yicheng's eyes were calm, but he was very happy in his heart. This is the first time in my life that I have been stared at by so many girls. Yicheng. Why are you here? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. Turning around, Yicheng saw Li Xiaoxiao looking at him with a confused expression. Waiting for someone. Yicheng smiled. Li Xiaoxiao frowned slightly. I have to say that Yicheng is really handsome now, but maybe his brain is not very good. Yun Yuanan does not live on campus, so this guy came to the girls' dormitory to wait for someone. Could it be? Do you need me to help you call her down? No need, she should be coming down soon. Yicheng smiled and refused. Si Nian came out and did not see Yicheng. I just saw girls gathered in front of the dormitory building, and I didn't know why. They seemed to be surrounding one person and were chattering about something. This boy is so handsome and has such a good temperament. It's so clean, I have to say it meets the standards of my dream lover. Oh, so handsome, I'm going to ask for the penguin. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Why don't you go and ask? Oh, for him, even if the school forbids premarital love, I will break the rules today. There were too many people, and Si Nian was not very tall, so he didn't see Yicheng who was surrounded. However, she also had some doubts. Any handsome guys? Could there be someone as handsome as Yicheng? Si Nian recalled Yicheng's appearance in his mind. Although that afro is a little hard to appreciate, it seems that no one is as handsome as Yicheng. She had no interest in any handsome guy other than Yicheng. She stood on tiptoes, looking around for the afro. Where is Yicheng? Didn't he say he came to find me? In the crowd, Yicheng immediately saw a little girl standing on tiptoe and looking around. She is coming. After seeing this, Li Xiaoxiao was not surprised. She smiled, nodded, and left. Silly girl, it's so cold, why don't you wear a coat when you go out? Yicheng cursed with a smile, took off his coat, and walked towards Si Nian. The girls around him couldn't understand Yicheng's action. But when they looked in the direction of Yicheng, they suddenly realized. Is that her girlfriend? She's so ordinary, not worthy of my upper. That's right, she's so ordinary. You guys are just saying the grapes are sour because you can't eat them. The handsome guy likes her, what can you do? You'll be so jealous. Suddenly, Si Nian felt someone putting a coat on him. When I looked back, I saw a boy who was a head taller than me, looking at me with pity. The boy smiled gently and gently put the down jacket on her. The boy no longer had a frizzy head, but instead had neat, messy hair. Under the long eyelashes are a pair of eyes full of tenderness and smile. A gentle and handsome boy. Si Nian was stunned. She had never seen such a handsome boy before. Before I knew it, Chen had already put on his down jacket. Silly girl, it's so cold, why did you come out without a coat? Chen raised his hand and gently touched Si Nian's forehead. This is extremely gentle. The girls around burst into exclamations. R. Coming back to her senses, Si Nian's face instantly turned red, like a ripe red apple, making people want to take a bite. Only then did she realize that she was in such a hurry to come out that she forgot to put on her coat. And now she was wearing the boys' clothes. There was a pleasant lavender scent on the clothes, as well as a warmth that was unique to a teenager. This is for you. Thank you. Taking the scarf, Chen could tell at a glance that it was hand-woven. You knitted it for me. Si Nian's voice was very low, but his face became even redder. Chen rubbed Si Nian's hair and put on the scarf with joy on his face. This pat on the head almost made the girls around him grit their teeth. They were full of envy, jealousy and hatred towards Si Nian. Why doesn't he, such a handsome guy, come and touch my head? The boys and girls surrounded by the crowd seemed to have become the darlings of heaven and earth at this moment. You gave me a scarf, so I'll give you a gift too. Seeing Si Nian standing there in a daze, Chen put the hat on Si Nian. Because of this action, the boy was very close to her. The hot breath of the boy hit her face. At this moment, she heard a rapid heartbeat, and she was not sure whether it was her own or the boy's. Si Nian. My mind went blank. My little heart is beating like a kitten. He is so gentle. Go back and put on your coat. Si Nian pushed away Chen, who was getting closer and closer, and was about to run away with a red face. It's so embarrassing, with so many people watching. Don't go, let's go. Chen grabbed Si Nian's hand and stuffed a hot water bottle into her hand. But you? The warmth of the hot water bottle in her hand made Si Nian slowly regain some of her rationality. She looked at the boy with a blushing face. I'm not cold, your scarf is very warm. Chen smiled and scratched Si Nian's nose again, then led his men out of the school. The girls around burst into screams again. Oh, he's so gentle. I can do that too. I want a good man like this too. Chapter 23. Who is this handsome guy? Looking at the young man walking in front of him, Si Nian became a little worried. The weather is so cold, will he get frostbite? What if he catches a cold? Chen, the weather is so cold, you will easily catch a cold like this. Silly girl, it's okay. Chen glanced at Si Nian and smiled. However, he always felt that something was wrong. But I couldn't find it in a short time. But be good, it's okay. Such an intimate name, how can he be so confident? But, I still like it. Si Nian just felt his heart beating wildly. The temperature from the hot water bottle made their frozen hands begin to regain sensation. Brother Cheng. You're finally back. As soon as Liang saw Chen, he hurried over. When Liang saw Si Nian wearing Chen's clothes, he was stunned and said in his heart, Brother Cheng is so confused, so confused. There are many pretty girls at the social gathering, and you can strike up a conversation with them easily if you keep your jacket on. But why? What's wrong? Chen asked doubtfully. Someone just came to us to buy hot water bottles. I sold 70 or 80 of them. I don't know if this. How much are you selling them for? Chen was worried that the fat guy might have a brain attack and sell them to him at a very cheap price. That would be like losing both the wife and the army. I'll buy one for $8. This is the money I earned from selling the hot water bottle just now. Liang took out a stack of bills from his trouser pocket and began to count them. The corner of Chen's mouth twitched. It seemed that this fat guy was not as bad as he thought. Si Nian widened his eyes and looked at Chen in confusion. Aren't you going to attend a social event? Why are you selling hot water bottles here? Does Chen know this? Not likely. Brother Cheng, the total is 648 yuan. Liang's face was full of shock. He did not expect that he could make so much money. After deducting the cost, I made a profit of 348 yuan. He turned around suddenly and looked at the hot water bottles hanging on the motorcycle. There were more than 300 of them. At $8 each, the remaining money can be used to buy more than $2,400. Thinking of this, I took a breath. My mother works in a supermarket and only earns 1,200 yuan a month. This one day's income is actually more than my mother's salary for 2 months. He looked at Chen. Well done, we will raise the price later. Yicheng was very satisfied. He took the money from Liang and counted out 200 to Liang. Here, I lent you this just now. I'll share the rest with you in the evening. Yicheng, aren't we going to participate in a social event today? Si Nian asked in confusion. She just did a rough calculation and found that Yicheng's daily income today was almost as much as his family's annual income. This is a huge sum of money. This is the first time I've seen so much money in my life. Silly girl, I'm going to teach you a good lesson today. Yicheng scratched Si Nian's little nose again, his face full of tenderness. The three of them got on the motorcycle. Of course, this time Liang rode the motorcycle, Yicheng sat behind him, and Si Nian sat behind Yicheng. Si Nian didn't dare to get too close to Yicheng. She held the hot water bottle in front of her and gently grasped the corner of Yicheng's clothes. Blushing horribly. This is the first time in my life that I have been so close to someone. Her mind was in a mess and she secretly glanced at the back of the boy's handsome head. Wouldn't this be a bad idea? But, if I don't do this, I will definitely be late. Brother Cheng, classmate Si Nian, please sit down. I'm about to leave. 2 minutes, Liang shouted. Fatty, wait a minute. Yicheng stopped the fat man and grabbed Si Nian's little hand. Shu Yicheng, what are you going to do? Si Nian panicked. She tried to break free from Yicheng's hands, but before she could react, Yicheng had already grabbed her hands and hugged him tightly. You'll easily fall if you hold onto the edge of your clothes. I won't go with you to the hospital when the time comes. Noticing Si Nian's actions, Yicheng smiled. Upon hearing this, Si Nian didn't dare to let go, so he had to hug Yicheng's waist tightly and put his face on Yicheng's back. The tip of my nose wafts into the faint fragrance of the young boy, which smells very nice. She didn't know if it was because of the boy's temperature or because she was shy, but she just felt her face was hot. Feeling the warmth on his back and the rapid heartbeat, Yicheng smiled. Fatty, it's time to go. Liang turned around and saw this scene again, and the corners of his mouth twitched. This is totally taking advantage of the girl. He wants it too. In the office of Qian Group, Qian Dafu held a meeting regarding this social gathering. Seeing that there were only 40 minutes left before the event started, he made his final summary. This social event is very important. I hope everyone can pay more attention to it. Yes, boss. Okay, meeting adjourned. Everyone left quickly and went about their own business. Assistant Yang Hang stood in front of Qian Dafu, looking puzzled. Boss, the protagonists of this social gathering are all elderly people. Will it really work if we do this? Qian Dafu burst into laughter and patted Assistant Yang on the shoulder. Xiao Yang, this is what you don't understand. This time we are holding a social gathering. Although the participants are all elderly people, have you ever thought about a problem? These elderly people are all alone, and their children are all working. It is inevitable that they will feel a little empty and lonely. We are holding such a social gathering, and there must be a lot of elderly people participating. So can the organizers get any benefits from it? In addition, the children of these elderly people who came to participate all have a certain status in Zhejiang. I solved their parents' problems and saved them a lot of time and energy. Do they want to thank me? Assistant Yarn suddenly understood. Sure enough, I thought it was too simple. Xiao Yan, you have a lot of things to learn. If you work hard, you will achieve great things in the future. Okay, boss. Qian Dafu nodded with satisfaction. Okay, you go to the venue and host the event first. By the way, my daughter will bring her classmates to play later, so you should find a place for them and don't let them disturb these elderly people. Although Qian Dafu agreed to his daughter's request, he still felt that it was inappropriate to let several young children come. Okay, boss. Just when Qian Dafu breathed a sigh of relief, the company manager hurried in. Boss, it's bad. The weather outside seems to be changing. It feels like it's going to snow. What? Qian Dafu was startled and ran to the window, his face turning black in an instant. Snowflakes are already falling outside the window. In the square, old men and women who came to attend the social gathering were playing the small games organized by the organizer. It's very lively. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew, and several frail old ladies couldn't help but shiver. It's so cold. Why is it snowing? Didn't the weather forecast say it wouldn't snow today? It's so cold. The temperature is dropping so fast. Where are the organizers? Why haven't they come out to solve this problem? Are they going to freeze us to death? The old men and women, who were already old, were shivering from the cold and were looking for the organizers in the square. Curses and complaints could be heard from time to time. At the entrance of the square, Chen Juojuo breathed out hot air, rubbed his hands, and shivered. That's weird, why is it snowing? Looking at the snowflakes falling from the sky, Chen Juojuo felt a little worried. If it snows, Yicheng and the others won't come. Then she would have been freezing in vain today. She waited for a while before she saw Liang and his two companions arriving on bicycles. After seeing the face on the motorcycle clearly, Chen Juojuo was stunned. She only saw Si Nian, Liang and a very handsome guy. What's going on? Isn't he that bastard Yicheng coming? Chen Juojuo, here we come. Liang and the other two got out of the car and walked towards her. You are Yicheng? Yes, it's me. What's wrong? Yicheng and Liang carried more than 300 hot water bottles and walked towards the square. Chen Juojuo was confused and rubbed her eyes. What's going on? How did Yicheng become like this? Why is he so handsome? He seems even more handsome than the handsomest guy in school. No, I must be dreaming, or my eyes are blurry. She pinched her arm in disbelief, and the pain made her sure she was not dreaming. Juojuo, what's wrong with you? Seeing Chen Juojuo looking confused and constantly pinching his arm, Si Nian asked worriedly. Is this guy really Yicheng? Chen Juojuo looked at Si Nian expectantly. Si Nian nodded. Yeah, what's wrong? Why is he so handsome? Chen Juojuo was halfway through his words when they suddenly got stuck in his throat. Because she found that Si Nian in front of her was wearing a white men's down jacket and a bunny hat. A bold idea came into her mind. Could it be that the clothes Si Nian was wearing belonged to Yicheng? I glanced at Yicheng and found that the guy was only wearing a white sweater. Bang! Something seemed to explode in my mind. Si Nian, are you and Yicheng confirmed to be in a relationship? Si Nian was stunned and looked at Chen Juojuo in confusion. What is the relationship? It's just that kind of relationship. What's the connection? Seeing that Si Nian was still confused, Chen Juojuo wanted to pry open Si Nian's brain to see what this girl was thinking. You are wearing Yicheng's clothes, right? Yes, he went to pick me up just now. I was in such a hurry to leave that I forgot to wear my coat. Yicheng was worried that I would catch a cold, so he gave me his clothes. Si Nian felt a little embarrassed. If it weren't for me, Yicheng wouldn't be wearing only this white sweater in such a cold day. You two, stop standing there and come over here to help. Just when Chen Juojuo was about to ask something, Yicheng put all the hot water bottles on the ground, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and shouted to the two of them. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong? Chen Juojuo glared at Yicheng and asked unhappily. Chapter 24 Great Harvest. You and Si Nian stay here, and if someone comes to buy one, you can sell it to him for $8. Chen Juojuo and Si Nian came in front of Yicheng and glared at him unhappily. What about you and Fatty? Chen Juojuo looked at the hundreds of hot water bottles on the ground and frowned slightly. Yicheng glanced at the old man and old woman who were complaining and cursing in the distance, and smiled mysteriously. Of course I'm going to find a buyer. Buyers? Chen Juojuo was a little confused. Aren't those people here for a social gathering? Si Nian instantly understood what Yicheng meant and nodded obediently. Okay, Juojuo and I will stay here. My little deskmate is still smart. What do you mean my home? When Chen Juojuo heard this, he instantly turned into a little wildcat with its fur standing on end. Si Nian blushed and pulled Chen Juojuo's arm. Juojuo. Okay, you're a slutty woman who values men over friendship. Chen Juojuo glanced at Yicheng and then at Si Nian, who was blushing, and cursed him in a bad mood. No. Si Nian glanced at Yicheng secretly. He found that the latter was also looking at him, and quickly lowered his head. Liang on the side looked depressed. There are no handsome men and beautiful women here as imagined, only a group of old men and women. His beautiful encounter no longer exists. Glancing at the hot water bottles on the ground, he looked at Yicheng with some resentment. This guy must have known this, which is why he prepared so many hot water bottles. Don't be in a daze, go find clients, you can make more than 2,000 today. When he heard that he could earn so much, Liang's depression disappeared all of a sudden. Going to sell hot water bottles happily. Boss, I've looked around and there's no indoor plaza for playing. Manager Wang Daqiang looked anxious. Chen Dafu was also very anxious when he saw the old man who was about to leave the square. This is visible profit. Let's go look for more. Today's social gathering is very important. I'm going to calm the old people down. Oh, and find some hot water bottles or hand warmers first. Okay, boss. You organizers really don't care about us. How come you didn't prepare anything when the weather was so cold? That's right. From now on, I will definitely not come to any activities held by your residents. I will go back and promote it for you. Assistant Yang was about to collapse as he looked at the indignant old man and old woman in front of him. These are our ancestors. Well, you can't say anything about him, you can only comfort them as much as possible. Suddenly, he saw a young man coming over with a few hot water bottles. He immediately walked towards the direction where the boy was. On the other side, Yicheng walked up to an old man with a few hot water bottles. Grandpa, do you want a hot water bottle? The old man looked back at Yicheng and said unhappily, why do you need a hot water bottle? It's so cold, who would be in the mood to stay outside? Yicheng was not angry, but smiled and said, Grandpa, there must be a grandma you like at this social gathering. If you give a hot water bottle to the grandma you like now, won't you win her heart? When the old man heard this, he was stunned and found that it seemed to be the case. Old Lady Wang is a beauty in the nursing home, and there are countless old men pursuing her. If I give her a hot water bottle now. He glanced at the hot water bag filled with hot water in Yicheng's hand and said, how much is this, young man? 8. It's too expensive. The old man felt a little painful. It's really not worth spending $8 on a hot water bottle. Yicheng followed the old man's gaze and saw an old lady, and immediately smiled. Because there were several old men around the old lady, and the old lady was shivering from the cold. Grandpa, look at all the old men around that grandma. If you give her a hot water bottle now, do you think those old men can still be your opponents? By spending $8, you can defeat your love rival. Do you think it's worth it? Yicheng smiled with concern for you. The old man glanced at his competitors and his teeth chattered. Okay, give me 2. Okay. The old man took a hot water bottle and went to find the old lady happily. Sure enough, after the old man gave the hot water bottle to the old lady ignored the other old men. When the others saw this, they all came to Yicheng to buy hot water bottles. Yicheng's mouth almost reached his ears from laughing. What are you doing? Don't you know that this place has been booked by our company? Suddenly, Assistant Yang rushed to Yicheng and grabbed Yicheng's wrist. Yicheng looked at the person who came and frowned. Is this guy crazy, or what? I am helping him. I'm selling hot water bottles. Who said I can't sell them here? Yicheng raised his head and looked at Assistant Yang. This is our company. Assistant Yang was interrupted before he could finish his words. Chen Dafu came to them at some point and said, Si Nian, let go of this young man. But. Assistant Yang glanced at Chen Dafu, and seeing the latter's stern eyes, he let go of Yicheng's hand. Little brother, I'm sorry. Chen Dafu apologized very politely. It's okay. I'll go get busy first. Yicheng waved his hand indifferently and walked away on his own. Boss, this kid is selling things here. Isn't this giving us no face? This place is reserved by me. Assistant Yang said as he watched Yicheng leave. Xiao Yan, why don't you get it? Look, these old men and women are even more enthusiastic because of this kid. Chen Dafu pointed at the old man and old woman who had become active again. Even some old men and women who didn't know how to strike up a conversation started to get acquainted with others by giving them hot water bottles. Thanks to a few hot water bottles, the purpose was achieved this time. Boss, I was wrong. Assistant Yang understood instantly, his face full of guilt. Learn more in the future. Half an hour later, Yicheng counted the money he had earned, a total of 2,560 yuan. He took out 300 yuan and gave each of Chen Juojuo and the other 2 away. This is your wages. I can't accept it. I didn't help much. Si Nian waved his hand quickly to refuse. Be good and listen to me. Take it. Otherwise I won't take you to play next time. Xu Yicheng took Si Nian's warm little hand and stuffed 100 yuan into Si Nian's pocket. Fatty and Chen Juo were not polite either. Especially for Chen Juo, this 100 yuan is not a lot of money to her. The fat guy was ecstatic. He earned his mother's 2-day salary in less than 2 hours. Brother Cheng, I love you so much. The fat man stuffed the money into his pocket and excitedly wanted to hug Xu Yicheng. I hate it. Xu Yicheng dodged with disgust, but opened his arms and looked at Si Nian. My little deskmate, do you want to give me a hug? No. Si Nian's face turned red, holding the money and not knowing what to do. He is so direct. How can this be? But. I also want to give him a hug, he is really great. Get lost, you are a grown man and you want a girl's hug, aren't you ashamed? At this moment, Chen Juo stood in front of Si Nian and glared at Xu Yicheng unhappily. Aren't I happy? Xu Yicheng withdrew his hand with a guilty conscience. Have fun making fat guys. I don't want that. I hate men like this who are fickle. The corner of Xu Yicheng's mouth twitched. Is this how watery yam is used? On the other side of the square, Yun Ruonan was bored at home, and at Zhu Zedong's invitation, she came to the square. In the crowd, Yun Ruonan was like a star surrounding the moon, and Chu Luoluo next to him was much inferior. After all, being 1 year older, one's development in all aspects is much better. Chu Luoluo pouted and didn't look at Yun Ruonan. She clearly only invited Zhu Zedong, but this woman also came. Snort. Don't think that Brother Zedong likes you just because he looks at you. Brother Zedong definitely likes me the most, I'm much cuter than you. Seeing that Zhu Zedong's eyes seemed to be on Yun Ruonan, the little girl stomped her feet in anger. Nonan, look, it's snowing, how beautiful it is. Zhu Zedong looked at Yun Ruonan's sad face and quickly pointed at the snowflakes falling in the sky and spoke. Yes, the weather forecast said it wouldn't snow today, but it's snowing now. They must know that our Ruonan is bored when going out, so they made it snow to make Ruonan happy. Wang Yinsai also spoke hurriedly. I remember there is a line from an ancient poem that goes like this: if I were with Lin Shui today, we would grow old together in this life. Zhu Zedong glanced at Yun Ruonan. I don't know if the other person can hear my confession. Originally, I planned to make this confession after it snowed, but I didn't expect the weather to be so nice that it snowed today. Zhu Zedong was ecstatic, so he took this opportunity to confess his feelings. However, Yun Ruonan turned a deaf ear to it. Her eyes suddenly fell on a very familiar face not far ahead. Xu Yicheng? Why did he come back here? I must be hallucinating. When did he change his hairstyle? I must have mistaken someone who looks similar to him for him. But that person really looks like him. Yun Ruonan felt wronged when she thought of what Xu Yicheng said that day. She seems to like that guy, but... Nonan, what's wrong with you? Zhu Zedong, who was standing by, noticed Yun Ruonan's change and spoke quickly. Yun Ruonan ignored him and just looked ahead quietly. She was very curious about how much she liked Xu Yicheng that caused the hallucinations. Liang, why is that guy here? Zhu Zedong followed Yun Ruonan's gaze. He saw Liang at first sight and was very confused. That boy is so handsome, who is he? I want to go over and get the penguin. Chu Luoluo's younger sisters Chen Qingqing and Huang Dudu exclaimed. Chu Luoluo also looked over and frowned slightly. Although he is a little bit handsome, he is not as handsome as Brother Zedong. Brother Zedong is the most handsome man in the world. Chapter 25 Feianyan, what are you yelling about? Why does that person look familiar? Zhu Zedong narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, he thought of something and glanced at Yun Ruonan who was standing beside him. Nunan, it's snowing here and it's getting colder. Let's go somewhere else. No, I want to go over and get the penguin. Chen Qingqing spoke first and trotted over. Wait for me, I want to go too. Huang Dudu followed happily. Just as Zhu Zedong was about to speak to dissuade him, Yun Ruonan followed him. Damn it, we just got rid of Xu Yicheng, how come another one comes? That boy was indeed good looking. Even he, a boy, thought he was handsome, let alone these young girls who were just beginning to fall in love. Forget it, let's go together. Zhu Zedong was helpless. The development of things was somewhat beyond his expectations, but he had no way to reverse it. Brother Dong, should we teach that kid a lesson? Wang Yin pointed at Yun Ruonan and said in a low voice. Zhu Zedong shook his head helplessly. Although the boy was very handsome, he believed that Yun Ruonan would definitely like him. After all, if you are a good student, how can a smart person give up a potential stock? As long as he gets into university, his life will be wonderful. Although Yun Ruonan is a good student, she is just a girl after all. The ultimate goal of her future must be to get married and then raise children. In this way, he can give full play to his abilities and earn enough money. Miss, the boss wants you to come over for a moment. Okay. Chen Juojuo was called over by a manager under Chen Dafu. Come on, I'll treat you to dinner today. It's so cold, we must go eat hot pot. Shuochen waved his hand, looking very happy. Brother Cheng is awesome. Liang cheered excitedly. My little desk mate, why aren't you speaking? Shuochen noticed that Si Nian didn't speak and became a little worried. I won't go. You've helped me so much. My little desk mate, if you keep doing this, I'll be angry. We are good friends. Shuochen half knelt, grabbed the girl's shoulders with both hands, and put his face in front of Si Nian. Si Nian panicked. The boy's breath, with a slight warmth, blew onto her face. The handsome young man's facial features can be seen clearly. The girl blushed and lowered her head. My heart, which had finally calmed down, felt like it was being scratched by a kitten again. He was so close. The breath is so gentle. Yeah. After a moment, the girl nodded shyly. That's right, we are good friends. When you are with me, you are my little princess. Shuocheng gently scratched the tip of the girl's nose. The gentle and ambiguous words made the girl stand there staring at the boy blankly. Little princess. Such corny and ambiguous words. But why do I feel so warm inside? Si Nian looked at the snow in the sky getting heavier and heavier, and an unprecedented feeling surged in his heart. This winter doesn't he seem so cold? Liang on the side curled his lips and said, Brother, I'm still here. Can you guys restrain yourself a little? I'm embarrassed by your behavior. However, after discovering that the two of them were ignoring him, he simply stopped looking at them. Classmate, can you give me your penguin ID? I want to make friends with you. I want one too. The young girls Chen Qingqing and Huang Dudu looked at Shuochen with love in their hearts. Shuocheng subconsciously put his hand on Si Nian's shoulder and looked at the two of them with a smile. Sorry, you saw it too. There was disappointment on their faces, but their eyes were on Si Nian's face. Si Nian's bangs were covered by a hat. She had delicate features, fair skin, and big watery eyes that sparkled with a clear, silly cuteness, giving people a sense of tranquility and innocence of the world. She matches well with the young man next to her. Oh, what a pity. Chen Qingqing gritted her teeth. It's such a pity that such a handsome boy is not my boyfriend. Huang Dudu, who was standing by, grabbed Si Nian's hand and said seriously, My classmate, I'm telling you now that you've become my competitor. I've got my eye on your boyfriend. Si Nian was dumbfounded. What is this? When did I have a boyfriend? Subconsciously, she looked up at Shuochen and her face turned red. The young man looked at him with gentle eyes, and the smile on his face was as warm and gentle as the sunshine in March. Oh, they look such a good match. Yang Ran looks like a domineering president and his little wife. Chen Qingqing also noticed this scene and she became jealous. No, not you. Si Nian's face turned even redder, and she was interrupted just as she was about to explain. Promise a ride. Si Nian looked up and found Yun Ruonan and others coming over. She subconsciously wanted to hide behind Shuochen. But the force coming from her shoulder made her give up the idea and look at the boy in front of her. I heard the words we heard when we first met. It's okay, I'm here. Yun Ruonan looked at Shuocheng and noticed his hand on Si Nian's shoulder, and her heart suddenly ached. Why? Don't you like me very much? Why do you do this? She wanted to ask, but finally she held back. Why are you so lingering around? I can meet you everywhere. Zhu Zedong also came to Yun Ruonan. When he saw clearly that the incredibly handsome boy in front of him was actually Shuocheng, he found it hard to accept. After all, the Shuochen in the past had a big afro and wore non-mainstream clothes, which made it hard to compliment him. But now, Fei Yarnyang, you are the one who's haunting us. You follow us wherever we go. Lian became furious when he saw Zhu Zedong. Who the hell are you calling Fei Yangyang? Zhu Zedong was also angry. Although I don't know what this Fei Yangyang is, but coming out of this fat guy's mouth, it must not be a good thing. I'm calling you. What's the matter? Are you not convinced? Do you want to fight me? Liang looked at Zhu Zedong provocatively. You. If you don't dare, shut up. Stop annoying me by nagging me here every day. Seeing Zhu Zedong being defeated, Chu Luoluo suddenly stood in front of him. Humph. You are such a low-class person. Brother Zedong is a high-class and noble man. He won't bother with a low-class humanoid gorilla like you. Our brother Zedong is the best. The corners of Lian's mouth twitched and he got goosebumps all over the floor. The woman's words made him feel sick. For a moment, he began to doubt whether there were such disgusting people in this world. A grown man still needs a little girl to protect him. Feianyan, that's all you can do. Yun Ruonan can even fall for a woman like you. I, Fatty, wash my hair while standing upside down. Brother Zedong, don't be angry, he is just envious that Brother Zedong has someone to protect you, be good. Zhu Zedong's face turned pale. Yun Yuanan ignored the quarrel on the side and just looked at Shuacheng calmly. Why are you here? Before Shuacheng could speak, Liang answered first, of course it's to make money. We are ambitious young people with a wonderful life plan. Just you two. Two bitches. You still want to make money. You are dreaming, right? Zhu Zedong burst into laughter. Liang just made him lose face, he must get it back. Har har har, even if you are looking for an excuse, at least find a decent one. Wang Yun also laughed. That's right, summer insects can't talk about ice. Shuacheng didn't explain anything. He didn't want to have too much entanglement with these people. He just wanted to take his deskmate to have a hot mutton hotpot. On this snowy day, eating mutton hotpot is the best choice. Shuacheng made 3,200 yuan selling hot water bottles today. This is the salary he just gave me. Si Nian looked at Zhu Zedong and the others, and took out the 100 yuan that Shuacheng had just given her. In an instant, there was silence all around. 3,200 yuan. This is a huge sum of money. Most people's salary is only about 1,200 or 1,300 yuan a month. But now, Shuacheng actually earns so much in one day. This is impossible. You must be lying. When Zhu Zedong and others saw the change in Si Nian's hand, they couldn't laugh anymore. They probably knew something about Si Nian's situation. She can't afford so much money. But now she has 5 or 10 yuan in change. Si Nian, even if you want to help Shuacheng, you should find a suitable reason. Everyone knows your situation. This may be the living expenses sent to you by your family. The sarcasm on Zhu Zedong's face was still there. This is true. Si Nian wanted to explain, but a warm big hand rubbed her head. It's okay, I'm here. She looked up and saw Shuacheng's warm smile again. My deskmate is right. I made more than 3,000 yuan from selling hot water bottles today. Impossible, Shuacheng, you must be lying. My father only makes 1,500 yuan a month. How is it possible for you to make so much money in just one day? Wang Yun looked incredulous. You said it was your father, not me. Shuacheng sneered and took out all the money from his 2 trouser pockets. Seeing the thick stack of bills in Shuacheng's hand, Zhu Zedong and others became jealous. Also silent. Although they were all 5, 10, or $1 notes, they could also tell that there were at least $2,000 in there. Do you believe it now? Shuacheng said this and left with Si Nian and Liang. Shuacheng, my grandma always told me not to show my money to others. If you do this. Si Nian looked at Shuacheng worriedly. More than 2,000, this is a huge sum of money. Silly girl, it's okay. Shuacheng rubbed the little head of missing again. He promised that he would never again mock and insult himself. However, he could not tolerate these people daring to laugh at Si Nian. Besides, he still has a use for this money. Yun Yuanan looked at Shuacheng's leaving back and bit her lips lightly. Shuacheng has changed. He was no longer the Shuacheng who had always been following her. He looks more mature now. She regretted.